hot button.
All right, so we're now in the new year. The Keeleys were decided, the DICE Awards announced, but those don't matter. The only awards that matter are ours, here at Hot Button. I'm Randall Beatrice, in the studio today with Austin Blakesley.
Hello.
Sean Chambers.
That's me.
Matt Newdaboom.
Hello.
And joining us online, Mr. Andrew Banks.
Yeah, I'm piped in live over the internet. That's me.
Yep.
The series of tubes.
Reporting from Skynet.
For you listeners, this is how it's going to work. We have 8 categories total, some positive, some negative. Today we are tackling 4 of them. Any release from 2023 that we played is eligible. The nominations have already been chosen. I will read them off at the beginning of each discussion. Then after elimination-based deliberations, we'll be left with our 1 winner and 2 runners-ups. Overall, Game of the Year, however, is a ranked top 10. Of course, that'll come at the end of our second episode, obviously. Questions, comments?
The only thing
all
I'll
right.
say is that we are not against nominees being added late.
Oh,
If
yeah.
somebody
that'll
thinks of
happen.
something,
Mm-hmm.
we might add it to the list. So if you
Should we
read
do-
off,
Should we do 1 runner-up or 2 runners-up? Simplify?
what did we do before?
I don't remember.
I think we did one.
I think we just did 1.
Yeah.
All right,
Gentlemen,
we'll do 1.
gentlemen, first, a brief primer on Robert's Rules of Order. This will be the prelude to the actual awards. You can skip ahead about an hour, if you don't want to listen to all this stuff.
Only one?
And
Okay, that was a good joke.
before we start, everybody officially agreed, no fantasy titles, no open world, no sequels, right? Also, nothing over 20 hours long? Oh, shit, look at that. It leaves Hi-Fi Rush.
That's a little bit fantasy.
Whoa. But I'm kidding.
I don't know, man. Street Fighter 6 can be all kinds of different lengths depending on what kind of
Yeah, it's
person
true.
you are.
But
Also, the campaign's under 20 hours.
first, we've got a favorite of mine, best aesthetic. You know the definition, what perfect blend of visuals and sound and vibes resonated with you the most. On the list, we currently have Hi-Fi Rush, Diablo 4, Street Fighter 6, Remnant 2, Alan Wake 2, Cocoon, Baldur's Gate 3, System Shock, the remake, Chance of Sonar, Have a Nice Death, Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, Atomic Heart, Pizza Tower, Oxenfree 2, Lost Signals, and The Exit 8. I don't know who wants to get cutting. I'm actually going to eliminate Oxenfree 2. I know I put that on myself. I like, the general look of those games, and but from that company. But this isn't doing anything that outrageously new than the first one.
There's a couple I want
I
to
like
talk
the
about
radio,
up
like-
top.
Yeah,
That was one of them. Oxenfree 2 looks really good, but it looks like a sequel to Oxenfree.
it does.
Yeah.
Which is fine. But
In a similar vein, I love Remnant 2 with all my heart, and I think that the second one looks way better than the first one.
it's still
It does.
too iterative. You think?
But the enemy design is the enemy design from 1. Like,
Sure.
it's the one thing I will say is that the first one had the worlds were Earth, a swamp, a forest, and a desert.
Yeah.
In the sequel, the worlds are Alien, fucked up H.R. Geiger world, Bloodborne world, Earth, and then the same forest from 1.
Okay.
So-
It's still
the
first zone,
Pan
so-
Ziggurat one.
Yeah,
Yeah. I'm playing through Chronos right now.
Yeah.
So not only is it in Remnant 1, but it's also in Chronos.
also in
which
Chronos.
is I like
that is
continuity.
like the hub of like the other
Yeah.
universe in Remnant. It's always Earth and always that, and then they add in other worlds.
They add another worlds. Yeah.
But yeah, we can take Remnant 2 out.
I'm gonna need you to
Do we
edit
wanna-
the doc in real time because
Yeah, do we want
I
to
can't do it on
strike
my
through
phone.
on this?
Yeah.
I think
Yeah, we
really
can
that's
strike through.
interesting. So I thought Remnant 2 would have lasted a lot longer. I actually kind of thought that game looks pretty fucking good.
No, it does. It's just more of like it sounds
It looks-
like it. Yeah.
Also, it's one of the first commercially released Unreal 5 games, and it has
that
some
actually that runs well.
performance
Oh,
issues.
okay.
okay.
Not as many performance issues as other Unreal 5 games, which we will get to, but it doesn't run super well.
I mean, speaking.
Performance issues aside, though, like Remnant 2, like you were saying, Austin, does look plenty good. But dude, there's some. If we're gonna have winner and runner up, there's just some stiff competition on the list.
speaking of Unreal 5, we can get rid of the Exit 8. That was my addition. I'm going to talk more about that game in other categories.
I was going to ask what the hell that game is.
Look,
'cause I
great
don't-
use of liminal space for horror.
Yeah.
From what I've seen.
Yeah, it's very like back rooms. It also it reminds me of a Mobile Ave in the beginning of Matrix Revolutions.
It's a subway station, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's a looping subway hall.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, that game, right?
Yeah,
got it.
so it's a kind of a showcase of the engine by a small team sort of showing off their proof of concept. It's very PT inspired, but like not as terrifying. It is a little psychological thriller. It's a spot the difference game, and that's how like you find I'll get more into it later, but
I saw the trailer for this one.
Yeah.
And no offense, I'm sure it means a lot to you, but that deserves to get cut right now.
yeah. Well, there's more to it than what they allude in the trailer.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
actually didn't. I never watched the trailer. I just heard Nextlander talk about it.
I
and,
have a question, which is Bomb Rush Cyberpunk.
I quite enjoyed it.
Bomb Rush Cyberpunk perfectly captures Jet Set Radio, but
Yeah.
it also heavily steals from Jet Set Radio in the process. So the question, and it's the Lethal League people, like they're good at art. So like I
feel like Lethal League was kind of even based around
a little bit,
that
yeah.
art style
They're a good
even.
choice for like rebooting Jet Set Radio,
Right.
Even though they weren't, they are rebooting Jet Set Radio, but,
Right.
yeah. I don't know. How do we feel about like basically making a spiritual successor and nailing that art style for aesthetic? Because I think it has a good aesthetic, but it has a good aesthetic because it's trying to be Jet Set Radio, which had a good aesthetic.
That would be fine in and of itself. But I also just don't know that it hangs. I'm just pulling up some visual aid as I go along with this. I haven't played it, but I have seen plenty of coverage
my only
of it.
argument for Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, and we can cut it. I don't think it hangs either. But my only argument for Bomb Rush Cyberpunk is that it looks like a Dreamcast game.
Right.
In a world where like you're
But-
either getting PS1 graphics or PS5 graphics, it looks
No,
like
you're
a Dreamcast
right.
game.
But there's also another game on here very much inspired by like Dreamcast and GameCube era. Like
that does it better.
art,
That's
yeah.
true. So Bomb Rush Cyberpunk is out. Okay. Who else? Have any of you played Chance of Sonar?
No, but
Nope.
I've heard of it. Alfred
Mhm.
recommended it to me.
I mean, I know what it looks like.
Yeah,
Is- I want to play it.
You know what? I'm
Same.
gonna do the same thing Andrew's doing because
Same.
I'm gonna look up
Pull
a
up a
nice
trailer.
visual, I'm gonna look up some visual guides
So-
here.
Initially, I was like, this game looks really good. And the problem with Chance of Sonar is that it's the way the game is organized. You're in a tower, and the bottom level of the tower is the church, so it looks very like Middle East inspired.
Yeah.
The second level is the army, so it looks like fucking the Empire in Star Wars. The third level is the wealthy, so it looks very like Baroque, Renaissance
Oh,
inspired.
All right.
And then the fourth level is like the scientists, and then the fifth level is a kind of a spoiler, but it's like the creators.
Okay.
So you go from like seeing like Aladdin style art to like Star Wars Empire style art to like Da Vinci and like style art, and then like weird plague doctor masks and stuff like that to like people wearing VR headsets and using laser screens.
This does look quite stylish, I have
Mm-hmm.
to admit.
yeah.
Yeah, on the note of spoilers, is it worth saying how we're organizing this and trying to steer around spoilers at certain spots?
Yeah, I was going to make a note of that because some categories are a little bit more spoiler heavy than others. Like, definitely, things
Yeah.
like characters, moment, and
I'm not
Yeah.
trying to
Right.
I'm not going to spoil any more of the story of Chance of Sonar until we get to narrative. So
Right.
I was gonna say we're going to have to spoil it for narrative, moment, and character anyway. I feel
which
like.
are
Right,
the
that-
which
that's-
are the three
that's
that
what
we're
I
doing
meant.
today.
Yeah. But
So-
I just I don't know that we didn't have that disclaimer so far, right? So
No, you were right to point that out.
Disclaimer: if you want less spoilers, this is a bad day because this is all character, moment, narrative, and looks.
Yeah,
Whereas the next day is just surprising, disappointing, best and worst. So
I have to
Um,
say, what drew me to this game was its aesthetic.
I think it has a really good aesthetic.
It looks beautiful.
I would like
That's cool.
to add it to the short list. Is what I'm pitching.
Okay.
I
Huh.
think it's perfectly reasonable. All
Um,
right. I gotta ask. Just looking at this list, Baldur's Gate 3. Obviously,
Yeah.
Andrew put that on there. I want to hear the argument because
Okay.
I don't know if I think it hangs.
Because I'm just gonna let you know, I played Divinity Original Sin 2 this year. Looks a lot like Divinity Original Sin 2. I'm not seeing where I don't think the budget went into the graphics, which I think is fine. I just don't.
I haven't played Original Sin 2. I played a good amount of Original Sin 1 Act 1. So, like, not even all of Act 1 of that first game, and a lot of that was with you, actually.
Yeah.
So, and maybe it doesn't hang if we're only picking, winner and runner-up. But I will say what this game does super well is, one, all the information is super readable, especially in a game like this. Knowing where you can actually walk is a really important thing to convey to the player. There's a very good use of color. Even when you're in the Underdark, it doesn't look like just, gothic horror. I can't tell what anything is, kind of like, maybe I'm spoiling some of my position on what's coming up, but it doesn't look like Diablo 4 or Remnant 2, where a lot of their take on what demons are or what an underworld needs to be is just kind of, unreadable and drab and whatever, right? As much as I enjoyed Remnant 1. But it's like, even when you're in that kind of situation where you would expect there to be no color, there's excellent use of color. It also very astutely makes good use of both the cartoony when it needs to, and as well as, like, you get, like, close-ups on characters' faces. Like, you're in those conversation systems. A lot of them look really great, especially, like, some of the stuff going on in Act 2 where you get to the people that are in the Shadow Curse, and they've got, like, the flame up again, everything lit by fire just looks so good, even if it does tank the performance, if I'm being totally honest. But yeah, it's just like, I do think the aesthetic both works from a, convey what's going on the screen, to as well as just making sure that it doesn't all just, like, feel boring or overly morose or whatever. I think it nails so much of that. Personally, I think we'd probably get further through this list before we cut that game, but I don't think it's going to make it to the top 2, so we can cut it.
So
but I do think
let's
it's
leave
strong.
it for now.
I'm sure it'll get its due diligence elsewhere.
I
Yeah.
Well, let's leave it for now because I've been called out, and I gotta say, I put Diablo 4 on here, and
Okay, that'll be our transition.
that game does have readability problems. I won't argue that, but what it lacks in readability, it makes up for in being the grossest fucking game.
What about Scorn?
Okay,
This
maybe
year, Randy.
this
Come
year.
on, come on.
Sorry.
It's just like everything's wet and squishy, and there's just like
It looks like
pus.
hell.
There's
Yeah.
just like pus things popping everywhere. But that's the dungeons are very demonic.
Mhm.
The overworld is like organized around a central city, and there's like a Siberian section, there's a desert section, there's a swamp section, and then there's like like it has a diversity to it, and all of the stuff that they design around that diversity, I think, is really well done.
And the cinematics look good.
Oh yeah.
We will get to the cinematics in moment or sequence because holy fucking shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I believe it.
Blizzard's always been good at that.
bringing it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it I don't know, like it's just demonic, but it is about the lords of hate and destruction and like
No, I
it nails
definitely
that.
agree. Yeah.
and it nails like the
Wait, you're talking about Diablo?
mm-hmm.
No. What? What a weird name for that type of game.
Yeah.
Like
Well, Diablo, it's called Diablo 4, but Diablo's dead.
Yeah.
Spoilers for
Yeah.
3.
Diablo's
Um,
daughter.
No,
Yeah.
it's Mephisto's daughter.
Mephisto's daughter.
Yeah.
Huh.
Lilith, the daughter of hatred.
Well, listen, we don't know the
and also, she's so hot.
yeah.
Got,
Let
like,
me-
the
That
horns.
trailer.
Yeah.
That trailer when they
Is that part of
showed
the
her
aesthetic?
like translucent foot
Uh-huh.
touching the ground,
Uh-huh.
that was
Yo.
dope.
I was into that, yeah.
Yo, you know
I like feet.
you know who else is hot and has horns? My tiefling character in Baldur's Gate 3. I was gonna
Yo,
mention
dude, just Karlach, dude. Come on,
Yeah,
you're not
are
even
you
far enough
kidding?
in the
Well,
game to get that
Karlach's not a
Karlach.
tiefling.
no, but my
She's got
tiefling
horns
is.
though.
My
Okay.
tiefling is also hot.
I don't know what any of you are saying.
So
Tiefling or demon
I
people.
do want to say so.
Randy,
I
are
don't
you
think
are you team Shadowheart? Or are you team Karlach? Or are you team?
Were this the 2 Mountain Dew flavors that just came out? or-
Here's the thing. Well, let me finish the Diablo 4 thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because while I do love Diablo 4's aesthetic, mainly what I love about Diablo 4's aesthetic is that Diablo 2 is a very dark game, and Diablo 3 went very cartoony.
Yeah.
And then they were like, fuck that. We're going to go super dark again.
I
And
appreciate that.
They nailed it. That being said, if I'm going to allow one fantasy aesthetic on here,
Which one of these two games has the better menus?
I think, what better menus? I'm going to give it to Baldur's Gate because they have separate menus for controller and
I would have
mouse
gone
and keyboard.
Okay, I will. Since that is your piece on Diablo 4, I would have argued farther in favor of Diablo 4 just because, like I said, I have played Divinity Original Sin 2. I played Baldur's Gate 3. I will say,
but
okay,
go ahead.
the one thing I will say, you want to talk about aesthetic in that game, okay? Talk about the character creator, okay? I'm fairly sure it's impossible to not make a hot character in that goddamn game. They all look
no,
fucking
it's possible.
No,
it's the opposite of the finals where everybody looks like a doofus.
Yeah.
I played through that game twice, and my first character definitely looked like a doofus.
Yo.
So it is possible. I don't know
Let the
how.
Souls community
I don't know if it's
get a hold of your character
here's
creator.
my
I don't know if it's fuel for Monster Factory like Street Fighter 6 is, but it's still
Street Fighter
like
6 is.
Street Fighter 6 definitely has the Monster Factory creator.
I don't
of the
think
year,
it's
but-
possible to make a hot character in Street Fighter 6.
but aside from the aesthetic characters in Baldur's Gate 3, I am telling you, it looks exactly the same as Divinity Original
And
Sin
that's
2.
fine.
If I could-
if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But the problem, the thing I'll say about Baldur's Gate versus Diablo is that environmentally, my vote is in the Diablo camp. But Diablo is an isometric game. You can zoom in. The characters don't look great, which
No.
is fine because you're not supposed to zoom in. It makes the gameplay harder. Baldur's Gate, where Baldur's Gate succeeds, is character design and facial animation and in a way that very few games nail that.
That's what I'm saying. They're hot. That's it.
They're hot, sure, but they're also the facial animation in that game conveys so much with so little in a game that already has fantastic writing.
Yeah, I will say the environments, I think, I am not impressed by the environments. Not that they're bad, it's just that I've seen them before. But the one place I do have to say that game succeeds is the characters do look gorgeous. And I mean that in not in just a hot way, but I mean they look gorgeous in the fact that the animation
They're
is
performance
incredible.
captured.
They're really good.
In the interest of time,
let's
move forward and we'll see if we get anything that can beat those two because this might all be for naught.
I think both of those games are going to get cut. Let's talk about the two games I think are
Sean,
going to
Sean,
take
what
the
did you
top
wanna
spot
say
for
first?
me.
Oh no, I was just gonna say the biggest thing for me with Diablo 4 was the concept art, and then
Dude,
seeing
that opening cutscene alone could win best aesthetic.
right. Well,
But
so it's tough because
the dude's blood went in, became a web. You
But
remember
yeah.
that?
yes.
That's cool.
Those people
I-
look real. It looks so good.
It is. Maybe I'm just not remembering my time with Diablo 4 fondly, but it was definitely from concept art to in game. On the first go around, I agree. But in a game where all of those assets are being reused over and over again, it just what I remember the concept art being, and obviously the translation to in-game stuff, it's not going to translate. But I was so hopeful because of how dark and demonic and everything. It felt like they were capturing it. But towards the end of my time with the game, it started to feel like it was more Diablo 3.
I could agree with that. Andrew was about to say something, but I'm going to cut him off and say Hi-Fi Rush is
a lock.
guaranteed, right?
Yeah, over my dead body.
It's one of the
that's
two.
half of what I was about to say.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay.
what's your other game?
Street Fighter 6.
Okay.
I actually was kind of so shocked that was on here, and I knew that someone would have to argue for it.
Really?
Because
Street Fighter 6?
I think
Yeah.
we
Oh
can
my God,
I think we can cut this off at the pass. And I think that we can say that
Well, wait. If we're going to get into locks or locking, is there anything anybody wants to add at last minute? It's Liza P isn't on here. The NASA Punk game.
I was gonna suggest that
Starfield
No,
doesn't.
Starfield does not win Best Aesthetic. I'm
No,
sorry,
I know.
it just
I
doesn't.
just wanted to say the word NASA Punk.
so
the NASA punk.
as much as I enjoyed Lies of P, I will just say I know it's not on here, but it looks good. But the level design I've seen better in
FromSoft games.
yeah.
Yeah.
It does not the level.
It's an imitation, but it's not a cheap imitation.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
But
That's kind of what I said on our Game Awards episodes we did.
Yeah. But it's like
it's fun seeing their interpretations of those characters.
Yeah, From Software, with the exception of Dark Souls 2, which had a lot of very wonky level design, the level design is outstanding in most From Software games.
Go back and listen to last year's talk about Elden Ring's level design because it is immaculate.
And Elden Ring wowed me with its level design. There were some places where I was stunned.
There were a lot of places I was stunned.
Yes, each new place you go to, you think is better than the last. But we're not talking about Elden Ring.
So there's a lot here.
No, what I was going to say is I'm going to work around the stuff that I think, because I can see right here.
I mean, we could just
5.
Yeah. Well, Alan Wake, we haven't talked about either yet.
We haven't talked about Alan Wake. I want to talk about System Shock because Andrew added that, and then I want to talk about Cocoon.
Okay.
Because I think those two personally, and I added Cocoon, but I don't think they hang with the rest of the stuff we haven't talked about.
Not. I mean, I also need you to refresh my memory on Have a Nice Death.
Oh, right, and Have a Nice Death. Look up. So if you're gonna look up pictures of Have a Nice Death, you have to look up. You can keep it muted, but you have to look up a video of Have a Nice Death because
it's the way it moves.
That is some of the best 2D animation I think I've ever seen in a 2D game. It looks better than most cartoons. It is insane, and the creature design for it's a Dead Cells. It's a Metroidvania, but not really. It's a roguelike.
It's funny because everybody was like really paying attention to this game, and then it kind of came and went.
The problems with
this looks like a late era Cartoon Network kind of style.
It's a lot like Billy and Mandy.
Yes,
but a little bit more detail.
Did it go early access?
It left early access this year.
That's what I mean. It had an early access.
It had an early access last year.
I think that's kind of what cooled everybody's jets. When you're not Hades.
Right.
It has a lot. It has a lot of gameplay problems. In terms of like making a roguelike like a Dead Cells and having like build variety, it's not very good. You find like 1 or 2 weapons that are just leagues and bounds better.
It looks better than Hollow Knight.
I agree. But I'm looking at what's left, and if we're going, there's another game on this list that if you're capturing cartoons, I think does a better job. So we can cut Have a Nice Death.
Okay.
So where did you want to go next, Austin?
System Shock?
System Shock. I want you to talk about System Shock.
Yeah, it probably won't hang. But I do want to call out that that game does something I've never seen before, which is it is a fully 3D game. It is not voxels or anything, but it conveys the very pixely look that the original System Shock had. Mm-hmm. I kind of don't know how they did it, like it's somehow somebody was like, no, what if it still looked like the way it looked when you got up close to a low res sprite in the old System Shock? But it does that with like high detail assets.
I can think of a couple other games that
I was gonna say
like a Short Hike does that.
A short hike is very PS1 aesthetic, right? Like this is like very specifically like if you think back to how,
like that era of PC.
Yeah, like you know how.
Okay.
Yeah, well, like Doom is a 3D level with 2D assets, right? And System Shock is very much the same way. And System Shock was also of the era where they didn't really know how to look up and down yet.
Mm-hmm.
But they still it was still
that took
much
till
like
Dark
Doom.
Forces.
Like kind
Andrew,
of. What's up?
Have you played Proteus?
A little bit. I know where you're going.
Proteus is the other game.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, like, I'm here for that. I'm here for that whole aesthetic because that stuff is like eye candy for me. It's
Proteus
like,
and Ultra Kill.
Yeah,
the games where the sliders on the menu start at the highest and you can only go lower resolution.
Yeah,
that's my jam.
So, it's interesting how they each have different takes on that.
Well, Ultra Kill specifically is very like, we're making a PS1 shooter because there's a toggle box to toggle the texture swimming from the PS1 in that game, which is amazing.
It's like it isn't trying to fake the illusion of being 2D, but it is still trying to evoke that mid-90s look, and it is a really interesting look. It probably doesn't hang, honestly.
Matt, you played it.
I did, and I will say this: one. I admire the art direction. I think I understand exactly what Andrew is saying. I admire the art direction. I also give them very big props for modernizing it in a way that's not just converting it all into 3D. And like, they did as much as possible to preserve a lot of the original, features and whatnot. And the thing that I would say, and the thing that I would, I think that completely eliminated it off this list. It is so difficult to tell sometimes what is important and interactable in those levels simply because of a lot of stuff goes from being textures to just like the environments just look, you get lost in just the textures in that game a lot. Okay.
Like a lot of stuff looks interactable, but isn't.
Yes.
Okay.
So there will be stuff.
I watched you play for like 10 minutes and I noticed that.
There's so much stuff on the wall that looks like it should be important and interactable, and you're like, no, this is just set decoration.
They got to give it the little Resident Evil shine.
And so, and it's just like, yes, it is insane because it's like your eyes as a gamer are drawn to things that stick out. And there are walls in that game with like machines and stuff on that, and you're like, this is surely something, right? It's like, no, it's just set decoration. It's all over the game, and it's in the entire game. Sometimes it's just difficult to see what is a wall and what is a door and where is a switch. I remember there was a one particular level where it's like...
I'll say real quick before you go too far is that I did not finish this game. And maybe that'll come up in another category depending on how much we value brevity. But I'll say early on in the game, you interact with more things than you don't interact with, but I also get your criticism of like, I don't get where the interactive part of this door is.
And to be fair, I just want to say, I did enjoy myself in that game.
But we're talking aesthetic.
Yes, and I don't want to seem like I'm like trying to trash that game.
No,
it's
a very neat look.
It is. Yes, I agree.
Yeah. I want to axe Cocoon because I could personally take or leave the aesthetic.
I was just about to say that.
I do like.
Axe Cocoon.
I think that game excels elsewhere. Yeah, little mobs.
I do like how everything is like bug themed. I do like,
and the instant warping to worlds within worlds.
So cool.
Is so
it
impressive.
Does a lot of really neat stuff, but no, it doesn't hang with. Now we have remaining. I say we cut Baldur's Gate and Diablo.
Wow. Okay.
Because I think what's left is all better.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
I am surprised at Diablo 4, but I will also say my judgment of those graphics are literally that opening cutscene. I think it's beautiful, but
we want to give these games their props, but we already know one of the games that's going to be at the top.
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. This is a completely unbiased judgment here in this studio.
Is everyone unanimous on number one in this category? I'm just curious.
It's possible. We'll get there.
Me and Randy are probably, but so
my number 2 is a bit of a left field one though.
I don't think that's that. Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I'm cutting Diablo. We'll leave Baldur's Gate until a little later. Let's talk.
Look, as long as Diablo 4 went first, we can cut Baldur's Gate.
However, we made a lot of those type of compromises. So
me personally, though, I would take Baldur's Gate over Atomic Heart, but teach
let's talk about Atomic Heart because I was about to say
because it's the one thing that game does right.
I, as a communist, I appreciated an alternate history where the commies won.
Yeah, the retro futurism of it all is fantastic. I mean, people said that it's BioShock-like, but I think it crafts its own identity. It's
who would have known that this alternative universe would have been so pretty
and so horny? Sexy robots and like old flying cars.
My argument is, and I don't know if it has a chance of winning either categories. My argument against Atomic Heart is that none of us made it all the way through because of the rest of the game.
I did. Did you really?
Did you?
Yes,
beat
I did.
Okay, never mind then.
Damn.
But also it will get its discussion in moment or sequence because there's a couple.
No, you're right. It will.
Yeah,
because that intro.
It's amazing.
So good.
It really sets you up for checks that can't cash.
Yes, it certainly does.
Because it's also so similar to like Half-Life 1. Like it just establishing the tone of your world and
that's
the only problem is that Half-Life 1 carries that tone through the rest of the game.
It's more consistent.
Yeah.
Listen, dude, that is a game that defines the rule of all style, no substance, because that is god damn. It's like I was so heartbroken
Oh, that was like
Hard.
one of my most anticipated games.
I'm
this
just like,
year.
I'm so pumped. I'm so
hella
pumped to play
excited
that
for it.
game. And I get to the first, like, you get to the bunker. It's kind of when the action starts and it starts tutorializing like combat and stuff like that. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to do this. This is like the tutorial
We'll
bunker.
definitely get to where the cliff happens. But the one thing I did, the last thing I just want to add to aesthetic, and I don't want to let it go, but I understand if
We can leave it.
But it is the best picking things up in a game I've ever seen. The object, like just sucking open all these drawers and having paper fly everywhere.
The glove with the weird tentacles coming out of it is great. Yeah,
it's like it's never been more fun to do that.
I thought, Matt, I thought you were coming up for like a nickname for me, or like a nickname for the games I like to play. All style, no substance.
I was like style guy.
That phrase does have problems because it's like when you apply that to movies, it's like, well, that's just called filmmaking.
Yeah.
But at the same time, this game almost has too much. Well, we'll get into it.
Yeah. No,
well,
but
So okay, so we'll leave Atomic Heart for now.
Yeah.
Let's move on to.
Did we eliminate Pizza Tower?
We didn't. I was just about to say, let's move on to Pizza Tower.
Yeah,
because when I said earlier that there's a game that captures being a cartoon better than Have a Nice Day.
Yes.
It's the artwork is like if Ren and Stimpy was drawn in MS Paint.
Frenetic.
It's chaotic.
Playing
and
that game
deranged.
gives me a headache, and I don't like it. But I think that's to the game's credit.
It's hilarious.
I think
it's a celebration of
maybe
accent.
somebody said this, or the way I described it to my wife was, oh, it's like Wario Land games on acid.
Yeah.
Nintendo wasn't making it anymore, so they took it to the next level.
Yeah, it's definitely melty face vibes from the whole thing. But
it's like angry Rocco's Modern Life, like
Yeah, pretty much.
It's almost like anxiety inducing too. Like it's
I don't think that gets cut yet.
That's
fine.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right. No other game has a reaction cam in the corner that shows your character.
Your character's literally.
So now let's
So
talk. Let's talk about I think one that might split the room a little bit, which is Street Fighter 6.
Yeah.
I don't know how much time have some of you other plebs. How much time have you spent looking at that muscle deformation tech? Because oh my god, it's so good.
I watched a trailer for it on YouTube. That gives me an opinion on it.
Yeah.
I have no idea. I saw you guys play.
Street Fighter 6 is in a unique position because Street Fighter 2 established how those characters look. Fuck 1.
Mm-hmm.
3 is one of the best animated 2D games ever made. 4 is
all the ink
style with the ink stuff and stuff.
This is where they went backwards because 5
was boring.
Yeah,
and I didn't hate the aesthetic of 5, but it was just very simple.
It was unremarkable.
And then 6 was like.
It's like
no, we're bringing that back.
It's very like graffiti and
inspired, and just like the animations on all those moves, the character designs, the new character designs on old characters, and the new character designs for new characters. Like,
it definitely felt like to me like 4 with like a modern twist with the graffiti to more
it's almost like this
street
is what
art.
5 should have like, kind of.
It definitely feels like the natural next step or next progression. That's the only issue that I personally have with the aesthetic. It feels like after 5.
That's why I thought it would be splitting the room, because it is Street Fighter,
right? But they do look fucking ridiculous.
But it looks, it's got so much attitude.
Yeah.
A little beyond just the look of it too is that the music complements the visuals too, and that like the hip hop vibe that they're going for, right?
Yes. I still have I still have that character selection menu music stuck in my head. Yeah.
Dan Bittner will sing that. He will do that when we're sitting at the character select screen, when we're going through the load screen. No doubt it will be a big hit at Combo Breaker this year. But yeah, I mean, like, yeah, it is. I mean, like, look, okay, Brandy, if you want to bring up menus, the menus in this game aren't great.
Nope.
But
I've seen them. I mean, we played it for the night.
But yeah, the look and sound, I think for the most part, they
Cut
they
to
nailed both
me,
of those
Dan,
things.
and Andrew trying to figure out how to play against each other that one time through digging through all of those menus.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Japan.
And even then, Austin, even then they changed like where one of those things shows up in the menu since then.
Yep.
I don't know that it got better, it was just
Oh,
different.
cool. It's like when they update an app and you have to play a scavenger hunt to see where.
Yeah.
A
Looking
little
at you,
bit, a little
Discord.
bit.
Yep. Yeah.
But if it's splitting the room, then I guess it's not number 2 then, right? If people
I was
don't
gonna
feel-
say,
I'm an
gonna
A on
say,
it, but I do
yeah.
like it.
How do you guys feel?
I'm gonna say nay on it just because I don't know.
John, you're the split.
No,
vote. You're like Kevin Costner in that one movie. Swing vote. This was
I
cool.
Oh my god.
I kind of so I said pretty much all that I really wanted to say. I didn't have a lot of FaceTime with the game, but I did did see what they were going for, and like I said, it kind of feels like a natural progression from 4.
We've definitely gotten to the cuts where it's like it is an honor to be
Yeah.
nominated. If like it's not gonna feel good.
I'm gonna say we cut Street Fighter 6.
Okay.
And I'm going to say, in the same vein, I am totally okay at this point letting Chance of Sinar go.
Wow. Okay, I was actually kind of considering that. So, because I was kind of on the fence about a few different games. But okay, if we're going, I'm trying to determine like what my basis for this is, because there's a lot of games on here that have outstanding graphics and good art direction. But I have to say, looking at Chance of Sinar, it's like that is actual art direction. That is aesthetic, not just technical achievement in graphics and
yeah.
whatnot.
The one thing I'll say for Chance of Sinar is that the way it deals with language is through characters, like Chinese or Korean, Japanese characters, and like every word.
Technically, English also has characters. The letters,
right, but it's not like an alphabet.
Yeah,
Like the way Chinese is organized is like they have characters, they have shapes for vowels and consonants, and then they organize those into those characters. You know what I mean?
That's impressive that I did not know that.
And so like the way Chance of Sinar will literally do it is like, here's the icon for death. Okay? And now this box with 3 sides means building. We put the character for death inside the box with 3 sides. That means graveyard. Because it's like building.
That is really cool.
Death. Like a lot of the designs of the language. Like there's one part towards the end, spoilers a little bit, you get to the scientist thing, and you have to learn how their number system works. And how their number system works is they have a symbol for each number 1 through 9.
Yeah.
A line means 0, and then they have a symbol for each number 1 through 9.
Yeah.
And then this corner means the ones digit, this corner means the tens digit, hundreds, thousands.
I just want to point out, weren't you all the fuckers that hated what do you call it?
Yes.
Tunic? Yes. Yeah.
No,
but
no,
it's
I liked Tunic up till in fact I loved Tunic up to a point. The
I was
game
gonna say,
turned on
This
me.
part of Tunic was not why I hated it.
oh, you know what? Okay, fair.
Yeah,
I was gonna
same.
say, to be fair,
It was the gameplay,
you know what? To be fair, my favorite part of Tunic was
the manual thing was
Oh
awesome.
yeah,
That
the
was
manual
great.
thing was the best
It
part.
was just the
game didn't want me to play it.
Why didn't I become a cryptologist for like the NSA or some bullshit?
I
Like
know.
I should have. That's what I should have done.
Crack that last Zodiac letter for us.
Yeah.
I ruined my joke.
You know what? I decrypted it and I'm just like, guys, this is a shopping list. It says eggs, milk.
He had his own fucking
his own
all right.
language. Yeah.
Hey Matt, have you played that game or no?
No, but I have had it recommended to me by a few people now because I did crack the tunic runic.
Well, so I've heard people recommend it to those like you and I who enjoyed Golden Idol.
Yep, I also enjoyed.
Yeah.
Yep,
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, there is one title we haven't talked about at all.
You're right. We have not.
No, there are 2.
Well,
Oh, one that
I was gonna say
reached out to
Alan
me.
Wake 2.
Yes.
Which because
All right, we
it's
kind of did discuss High Forever Rush.
no, we should. I mean, we should get into High Forever
We'll get
further,
into
but
it more.
it feels less controversial. But I mean, it's a Remedy game, so we already know that the art direction is going to be on fire. And like I mentioned this in the
Game Awards.
VGA episodes about the mixed media it does with FMV. You know, is awesome. I mean, it looks fantastic. Like the presentation of it and the lighting, and they still do the thing where it goes boom, and there's like the
text on screen thing.
I really enjoy the place setting for when you are going to the places to investigate, and you're getting different scenarios for different areas.
Yeah.
And how those, like, setting those completely changes the environment based on how it ties into the story.
I thought, because it's funny initially. I mean, I have a lot of qualms with this game, but I will get into in a different category. But the forest, I didn't find that very like visually compelling.
Right.
You do eventually get to the town, the very like Twin Peaksy area, but once you start playing, once it goes from Saga to Alan Wake stuff, and you're in the TV station in the city, and it's raining, and it looks all film noir, and then when you find the lamp and everything, and you're rewriting the stuff, and so I was like, okay, this is so much more like.
So funnily enough, that is I just
cinematic,
I just booted up my PS2, PS5 again, and we had left Alan Wake on pause, and that is where it was paused, and I unpaused it, and it was in the city, and it was raining, and I'm like, I'll summarize my thoughts on that game in just one sentence. It's goddamn beautiful. It looks so good.
It is. Yeah.
It looks so fantastic.
And at least for me on PS5 runs really well.
Runs great.
I got that. And you want to talk about sound being a part of aesthetic too.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
It's got binaural audio, which is incredible. And it's got some killer fucking music.
Yes. The music.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's a lot.
Wake. Yep. It's just everywhere. Yeah.
I like when you're like trudging through areas and all the spirits, are wafting around you. That'd be a tough one for me to let go personally. And it's funny because I initially I was probably going bat the hardest of us with Atomic Heart, just because I'm very personally into like that. But I would let that go for this.
I was gonna say I think we can
obviously hi-fi ain't going nowhere. So
I think we can cut
Atomic Heart.
Okay.
Those chrome ladies though.
They got curves.
They got those ladies are chrome.
They got shiny curves.
Yo,
so chrome.
Step on me, chrome lady.
Yeah.
Which I'm fairly sure one of them does at some point in the game.
And having been the only one that made it through that challenging ordeal, there's just. Like you were saying, Randy, like the animations for like opening drawers and stuff.
And when you're outside, it's like colorful. Like it doesn't look like Metro. It's not a very dreary future. I mean, it's very what do you call that?
The granny's house.
Like it seems like a utopia, but only like in.
It is funny, like on the surface, it's like.
I'm
normal,
sure
and then underground, it's like
there's some juxtaposition there,
right?
And
I mean, it's very Columbia, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like an Infinite when you get out onto Columbia and you're like, oh my god, and then you go like into the staff quarters and like the colored bathrooms, and you're like, ooh,
then the veneer starts to wear things.
It's very hyperchromatic.
So
I'm making up, but it's fine. I will say as last word for Atomic Heart. We've done retrofuturism, Soviet retrofuturism. That's what I want to see. It's cool. It hasn't been done before. At least not what I've seen. Who knows? Maybe Russia has.
But you don't associate that architecture with like progression and like
Listen, totalitarian regimes are like really good at art. You ever look at Nazi propaganda?
The best uniforms.
Oh my god, you're right. Oh my god! No,
there's a subreddit that I follow.
There's a reason why the Empire looks cooler than the Rebellion.
There's a subreddit that I follow that's just money. Propaganda. I showed it to you and Chris one night. It's just propaganda, but it's like sick. I want posters of all of it. If people wouldn't think I was a neo-Nazi
you just have to have like
at the same time.
You just have to have like black curtains that you can like rip a cord from your doorway and it just covers your wall.
And it just kind of is like a Norman Rockwell
sends the
painting.
wrong message if anyone ever finds it.
Yeah. I remember there was one on that subreddit. It was it's just like no one will go out with him. He wants to be a Nazi, and it's just like this dude just like on the couch. He feels all bad for himself. It's like what a great way. Hit him really where it hurts. Their dating life. No one wants to date you if you're a Nazi, bro.
So I want to say a short piece on Hi-Fi Rush, and then I was gonna say after that, can we do a room check?
Yeah, we got 5 left, correct?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we have 5 left. Okay.
So it's understated how absolutely gorgeous the animation is in Hi-Fi Rush. I know I compared it on the VG episode to the recent Spider-Verse movies with the differing frame rates, and like it's just very
the world design, the character design.
Yes, I mean the bouncing backgrounds and environments that bop to the tunes.
And listen, if we're gonna put sound in with aesthetic,
Oh yeah.
Nobody
It's
tops
bitchin'.
Hi-Fi
Yeah,
Rush
yeah.
in
There's a
terms of
reason why
sound
it keeps.
design.
There's
There's a reason why it won sound design. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
but yeah, it's like I said, I can't. Even just the opening intro alone will just like
Yeah.
hook you on it.
It's truly like you can tell it's a labor of love.
yeah. And
It's a love
and
for this medium, and
done
then
by
also
a
there's-
developer not at all known for this like
No.
type of thing. Like totally.
No,
or
word on the
stylistically.
street is they are getting properly rewarded for making that game though.
Awesome.
So.
Wow,
Good.
that's
Yeah.
that's pretty good considering I
Good to
think every other game Bethesda has published since then and before that have not been good from what I recall. You know, this is not actually
That's a much longer discussion.
that
but
is a
yeah.
longer discussion,
Well,
but it's like
this is Tango.
Yeah.
So
The
these
Evil
are
Within.
these are the people that made the Evil Within and Ghostwire Tokyo.
Which they are owned by Bethesda and then
But-
Speaking
Who is
of
owned by
aesthetic-
who is owned by
Microsoft.
Microsoft.
but you know what? You're right. There's a longer discussion, but it's like Bethesda, they need wins right now, and guess what? Hi-Fi Rush did them all the favors they needed. Too
I
bad.
mean, fucking Microsoft needs wins and Hi-Fi
Actually,
Rush
you're
did
right.
them
They
a
do.
favor.
They,
yeah.
yeah.
That's
no,
true.
poor Microsoft just can't catch a
Yeah,
break.
poor Microsoft
Yeah.
with all their
Poor
money.
Microsoft.
All right, so with that, should vibe check?
Vibe check. You want to do around the room
Yeah,
and everybody pick a top
2.
two?
Well,
Well,
yeah.
so-
Say your
Yeah.
well, say your winner, say your runners up. That'll give us some math.
Well, so
Powered
we left Atomic Heart for to talk about other things,
Yeah.
and I feel like we were ready to get rid of Baldur's Gate.
Yeah, Andrew, how do you feel about cutting Baldur's Gate from the top 5?
If I'm the only one really in its corner, look, especially since Diablo 4 is already gone and Atomic Heart is already gone, and I thought that one was even closer. I would say Baldur's Gate 3 is okay to go now.
Right,
It
so now
is
we have
That
four.
should
Done
make it
its-
easier.
Yeah.
done its biggest fight is against those two games. So
Yeah, I think I think Baldur's Gate deserves a lot of recognition. I feel like other games deserve, in this particular category, games deserve it.
That's part of the reason why I love the way that we kind of do this is because it's like the way that we're sunsetting things is like, it's just
It matters when you get cut.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So
all right. We got 4 now.
Who
So,
wants to go first?
I'll go first.
All right.
I'll go first, and we'll go
Pick 2.
counterclockwise. So you're last.
in the order that
All
you
right.
want them.
And Andrew, just so you know, you're next. The laptop is
Oh,
in
wait,
between me and Matt.
okay, got it.
No, Andrew, counterclockwise.
You're the head of the star.
I am going to say Hi-Fi Rush is my winner, and Chance of Sonar is my runner-up.
Oh.
Oh, we kept chances in R.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Good.
All right.
Okay.
Hi-Fi Rush Pizza Tower.
Okay.
I thought we cut Pizza Tower.
No.
We did not.
Okay.
That was in my mind. That was easy top 5.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait. Did we actually say what the top 5 are?
Okay. Yeah. The 4 left are Hi-Fi Rush, Alan Wake 2, Chance of Sonar, and Pizza Tower.
Oh, we cut Remnant 2, huh?
Yes, we covered them
Yep.
a while
Oh,
ago.
right.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay. I was wondering why we weren't talking about that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Where you at?
I'm gonna go against the grain here. You know what? No, because so if I were going for since Remnant 2 is cut, if I was going for outstanding achievement, like technical achievement, I would have gone for Remnant 2 and Alan Wake 2.
Mhm.
But I think to stay consistent, I think Alan Wake 2 definitely deserves a shout out. Both of those games deserve a shout out.
Mhm.
But I'm going to stay consistent with my logic. I think for aesthetic and art direction, it would have to be, I'm going to go Chance of Sonar as my
Okay.
primary and Hi-Fi Rush then. Because those
Okay.
distinguish themselves with their actual art direction.
Oh, yeah.
I kind of wish
And
we were doing an outstanding achievement for graphics because I think Alan Wake 2 and Remnant 2.
shout it out right now.
Yeah.
Alan
Okay.
Wake 2.
Okay, you know what? I am creating, nominating, and choosing now the ninth
Alan Wake
award.
2
Alan Wake 2 and Remnant
Goes
2.
to Sam Lake's face.
Yeah, Sam Lake's face. I think that game, both those games are beautiful, and it's a shame. I kind of wish we had that award now, but
You just made it. It's fine. I
Chance,
agree with your choices.
Chance of Sonar is my winner. I'm gonna go with Hi-Fi Rush
As your
my
runner-up?
As my runner-up.
Okay. Sean.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Hi-Fi Rush. I'm also torn between Chance of Sonora and Pizza Tower because so much of like I was saying, so much of their aesthetic is their identity.
Mhm.
For me, nothing like that acidy brain melt. Like
you're
the
gonna go with
cheese on
Pepino spaghetti.
Yes. I can't not go with Pupino spaghetti.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Dude.
Pizza Tower's my runner-up.
That's what you get for
Interesting.
snorting. That's what you get for snorting the Romana cheese.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, obviously, Hi-Fi Rush is my number one.
Mhm.
They like when we were talking earlier about character designs, just how like charming and how lively that city looked. But my number 2 is actually going to be Alan Wake.
I knew it.
2.
Yeah, I
So
We've made no progress.
Here's the thing. I like the contrast of having like something really
Yeah.
cartoonish and colorful, and then like this horror. Like
All right. So
If they're ready, if there
Yeah.
was another category, best graphics or best technical.
this isn't
achievement.
1998 anymore. They don't do best graphics.
the thing that Alan Wake does so well is not just looking good. Its
Yeah.
aesthetic is also very good. Like its
Yeah.
direction is also.
Yeah.
Its art direction is also very good.
That whole scene with the song.
Yeah.
Well,
that
that's
whole thing
that will come back.
aesthetically is so
That's a
wild.
vibe, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are you saying,
So
Andrew?
if I'm hearing this right, Hi-Fi Rush is a lock for number 1.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And
I
then
hear that.
What does
and then did I hear 2 votes for Alan Wake 2 and then 1 wishy-washy Chance of Sonar or Pizza Tower and then 1 vote for Chance of Sonar and Pizza Tower?
I think
which
it's
would mean that Alan Wake 2 was our number 2.
No, you voted for Pizza or
no.
Chance of Sonar,
I
right?
did vote for Chance of Sonar. Yeah.
Matt said
Right,
Chance of
so-
Sonar for 1. I said Chance of Sonar for runner-up. We got 2 Pizza Towers from you and
Hmm.
Sean, and then we got
I wouldn't be upset with Pizza Tower.
and then we got
All
an
right, well,
Alan. We
let's-
got an
Wake
Alan
as well.
Wake. So it seems
How
like
about we lock Hi-Fi Rush and then go around for a vote for number 2?
okay.
That seems
I think
reasonable.
well okay.
We kind of already did that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
We got
Start
No
Awesome
bias
again.
in this category.
Randy's the alone vote for Alan Wake,
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
not-
everybody said Hi-Fi Rush.
Yeah.
So it's a lock.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then we got 1 vote for Alan Wake. You, Andrew, and Sean said Pizza Tower. Me and Matt said Chance of Sonar. So it seems like Alan
Okay.
Wake's cut, and then we have Chance of Sonar versus Pizza
Okay.
Tower.
Oh, I
I would like to
miscounted.
put-
My bad.
I would like to
Yeah.
put Randy in the hot seat and make him solely responsible for
He's
the
gonna pick
runner-up.
Pizza Tower.
I am gonna pick Pizza Tower.
Yeah.
That's what I was gonna say. If we flip it and cut Alan Wake right now and say Randy, you got to choose between the 2.
Yeah.
He's gonna pick Pizza
You know
Tower.
what? I'm not unhappy with Pizza Tower.
I'm
'cause
not
it-
either.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
picking between Chance of Sonar and Pizza
I
Tower
do
as my
like-
runner-up.
I
so-
do think you know what, and I can defer to Pizza Tower because 1, it does have a very great looking art direction, and 2, I did not play Chance of Sonar. I looked at
Same.
screenshots. So
Same.
I'm
No,
f-
but
I
yeah.
put Chance of
Aesthetically,
Sonar
it's
on
crazy.
here,
yeah,
and I am totally okay with Pizza Tower being the runner-up.
I think
Okay.
Pizza Tower is a deserving
So-
thing, but definitely shout
Shout out to everything we mentioned.
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
that top
Yeah.
5, when we
Not
break down
Baldur's
the
Gate
top
3.
5,
That's when it gets hard.
That's-
Yeah.
that's when you know it's like these are our winners.
I know. I hate the fact that you guys do the only the first and second place because
Hey, that's
I
more
feel-
generous than.
Yeah.
to be fair, no, you're right.
Most
But
dominant.
the reason is a lot of times on these lists,
there's a top 3.
there's a top 3, and
like
we're
a
forced
podium.
to pick, and we're forced to pick a top 2.
Mhm.
And I just like, and it's like,
That's where the fun.
Yeah, no
comes
bronze
from.
medals in here.
Yeah.
I
Fucker.
fucking hate you guys.
Silver and gold. Silver and gold.
And there you have it. Hi-Fi Rush as the best aesthetic of the year, and with Pizza Tower. I was trying to come up with a pizza pun, and
Tour de Pizza.
Mhm.
That's the company. I
Pizza
think
Tower
that's
as the
developer.
topping on this award.
yeah,
Yeah.
I can't do it off the cuff.
Uh,
Put some nice pepinos on it.
yeah,
It's
really,
a nice appetizer.
yeah,
There you go.
really takes the dough this year.
Yeah.
Next up, best narrative. What did we feel featured the highest quality of writing, lore, world building, dialogue, drama, humor, characters, the whole shebang. Also, as Andrew pointed out before, watch out for spoilers. There will likely be many in this. So,
Yep.
And we'll try to put time codes in for you to skip ahead if you want to
Yes,
avoid
there will
that.
be there will be time codes. I mean, you're already listening, but
Yeah.
there will be time codes in the description for the next category if you want to skip ahead. But that'll also probably have spoilers for best character.
Yeah.
Oh man, this is a short list and it got shorter since the last time I looked at it.
What has been selected is Diablo 4, Final Fantasy 16, Chance of Sonar, Baldur's Gate 3, Hi-Fi Rush, Oxenfree 2, Lost Signals, Alan Wake 2, Like a Dragon, Ishin, and Mortal Kombat 1. Not to be confused with Mortal Kombat 1990.
From 1990.
Or Mortal Kombat 2011.
I guess
yes,
I'll
right.
start because mine was like last spur of the moment, last kind of.
You want to start with Like a Dragon?
Yeah.
Okay.
I find this was like my first proper Yakuza game, which is, not common since these
special
games.
moment.
Yeah.
You didn't play
No,
Oh,
zero.
wow.
I played none of any of these, but with this game, which I think didn't review terribly well for like a Yakuza game. These games are all narrative.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? This takes it all the way back. So I just wanted to say, like, I get it now. You know, I'm like kind of a
That's
Yakuza
exactly
fan.
how I felt when I played Like a Dragon, or Yakuza Like a Dragon.
Yeah.
Yakuza 7.
So it's like I totally understand
Mm-hmm.
the whole mythos and the cult following and all that. I recall at the end and the reason that I brought this up is how impactful the ending was and how like emotional it made me.
I mean, you can feel free to spoil it.
Yeah, so
We
it
gave
all
a spoiler
culminates
warning.
in like the entire game is, you meet this guy who's like your brother, but he's like not by blood. You were both taken in by the same guy, and then that guy gets killed at a meeting, and then you get separated from him, and then basically it all culminates to him being the guy who's like imitating you, and then you have to like fight to the death or whatever. But then this like emperor guy shows up, and he's like talking about how he's gonna hand over Japan to the British, and what that means. And the fact that they've been fighting each other to like keep the idea of what Japan is, or like, because everybody's from a different area and all these areas get bad raps
And
or
this
whatever.
is like late 1800s Japan, correct?
Yes. Like right around where the guns.
I was gonna say, I remember there getting
Like
guns
the
and
the
trailer,
end the end of
revolver.
Samurai. Yeah.
Yeah, so
The gun killed the samurai.
and it's just and then it's not right away. Like at first, the way you and this guy split up is like, you don't agree on how to honor this guy's passing and how to go about getting revenge, or whether or not to get revenge versus, honoring his memory or whatever, and upholding, the morals of like what his existence meant. But like I said, like it all culminates in this cutscene at the end where it's like these guys have been like basically trying to kill each other the entire game, and then they're kind of binded by their belief of like what being Japanese is, and how this emperor is trying to like pawn it off and like give it to the British or whatever. So then they're like, fuck all that, we're Japanese, and then he's like they kill the emperor guy. But no,
do you want to keep it?
It's
Or-
no. I'm
Okay.
fine with cutting it. But when I looked at the category and I realized what I'd played this year and what wasn't on here, I was like, it's only special to me. But those games are so narrative driven. That's all they really are. But it's like such a beautiful story.
Sean, let me
we're now-
preemptively before we cut this one. Are you cutting it because you're the only one who played it, or are you cutting it because you don't think the narrative will hang with other games on this list?
I don't.
Because-
Yeah.
Because it's fine if you're the only one that played it.
No.
can leave it.
What I'm saying though, so
I'm the only one
I
that
think
played
it
half
was.
these games.
I think it was just that it was like super special to me. Like I think the like this company and these guys have been churning these games out for years. I don't maybe think that it's so impactful because this was a remake of a game that came out previously. I think.
Only in Japan.
Oh, that's
Only in
right.
Japan.
Disqualified. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. So no, I wanted to add this because it's like, I really understand why Yakuza games get such attention, and now they're getting pooped out every twice a year.
I didn't
so.
add it to this list, but I played the other
Yeah.
Like a Dragon game that came out this year. The man who forgot his name.
God, there's two of them. One.
Yeah. And
Where in the hell is
and
Eric
I
from?
played it specifically because it was on Game Pass
Right.
and because you needed to beat it in order to play the demo for Like a Dragon Infinite
Oh,
Wealth.
really?
And I got hooked into that fucking story, and I did it in like 2 settings.
Really?
They are so good at
Yeah.
those characters and that writing, yeah.
Right.
And so good at the culture and ethos and stuff.
You don't want to put the other one
Japan.
on here, do you?
Nah, it's not. It's very short. It's literally it's a bridge between 7 and 8.
Okay.
So
Okay. Yeah. No, I more or less just wanted to bring it up because I think because of the time, I think it was if it was like in my case, it was the first Yakuza game that I played, and
Sure.
it kind of peels back the layers of the onion that make it.
You gonna go back? Try Like the
no,
Dragon
it's
now?
everything now. Like I don't know.
oh, you should play 7.
No, I am actually currently in the process. I didn't
It's
start
so
the other
good.
one because I
Yeah.
want to be ready for the next one
Mhm.
because of what Ishin it just like left me with wanting more of this incredible storytelling.
Mhm.
So, but no, it's more or less that it was because of it came out this year and I just think it was a really good story. So, other than that, I do think there's stuff on here that will be more widely voted for because of how it resonated with people.
Yeah.
So, shout out.
All right. I'm gonna ask Oxenfree too.
I was about to ask you why that's on here.
Because all right, so it obviously is far from the heights of After Party or Oxenfree 1.
Mhm.
It doesn't exactly justify its existence as a sequel.
I think it'll
But-
get its just desserts in moment or sequence.
Yeah, I agree, but it's decent enough. Like, it's like the characters are likable. It's just I mean, well, I should say it managed to keep us engaged.
Yeah.
And we played it in a sitting. It's not particularly long, but it's I don't know. I do think writers really need to learn how to create stories about people in their 30s without it constantly being about the same things, the same themes about having children or starting a family. No offense, but that's not what
Is that what the game is about? Because I thought you were about to say
it ain't everybody's path.
I thought you were gonna say we need to stop making story driven games being about nostalgia and
No, this actually doesn't fall into that trap. I so Oxenfree 1 is about teenager. You're a teenager.
Sorry, I should have said we need to stop making story-driven games about coming-of-age tales about being a teenager.
No, but I like the concept of doing a coming-of-age stories of people in their 30s. Because Oxenfree was them in their 20s. That was colleges. And
the Clerks 2 of video games.
This went ahead another 10 years.
Nice.
Yeah.
And
Yes,
but it's
and Clerks 2 also has to deal with a lot of the same stuff.
it does. But it's like, I don't know, there's other ways to have that narrative connect with that era of your life without falling back in the same tired cliches, in my opinion, especially having the supernatural wrappings, which is cool.
Pressure to start a family and legacy and
that was a big one.
expectation, things like that.
That actually sounds like
being an absurdist maybe pushes me away from that stuff.
You know what? Actually, that actually makes me want to play this game more now because I feel
Give it a shot. I don't think it nails that stuff all that well.
No,
I think
it doesn't all come together.
It also draws a lot on the first one.
It does
in a way that I wasn't a fan.
I mean,
of.
that said, the voice acting is good.
Yes,
and the writing feels natural. They're very they do a really fantastic job of just kind of the conversational. It feels like people are together talking in the same room, but it's it kind of just peters out. I don't know.
The execution is where it's
because the landing, we were there in the setup.
Yeah,
and then the landing or the ending does not land as hard as the first at all. And that's
To be fair, it's I suppose you could say coming of age tales are popular and powerful because that is a very powerful
universal experience.
Yeah, it's a very powerful time in people's lives where it's it's a lot of emotions, a lot of discovery. The world feels new. Looking back at the old versus I suppose being in your 30s, not everybody can relate to the pressures of adulthood because everybody's pressures are different, I suppose.
It was a lot. Well, the thing that I found off-putting, because I'm sorry, Sean, I did not mean that jab at all.
Fuck parents.
No,
my history is that they all suck shit.
Nice kids, idiot.
my issue was more that the characters talked about high school a lot, and I was like, by the time you're in your 30s, I don't think you discuss the meaning of like high school that much anymore.
some
Like
people do.
maybe I guess if you're really trapped or in a different,
I'm reliving it in my 30s. So
Yeah, I
speak for
guess
yourself,
that's true.
dickhead. No,
But
I definitely get what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's not like the traditional life
All right,
path for everyone.
I'll spoil it a little bit.
Yeah, spoil
the
that
problem
bitch.
that I have with it is that
It wants to be
there's not
existential, but-
necessarily a problem with wanting a family or having kids, but the problem that this game has is
Who
that
can relate?
it's like
it's the conflict they're trying.
well,
to...
she found out she's pregnant, and
Mhm.
you don't find that out until like midway through the game.
yeah.
But she knew the whole time, and like a lot of the game is like coming to grips with that,
Yeah.
of having an of basically being an adult and not fully thinking that you have your own life in order, and then getting the surprise of like, oh shit, I'm gonna be a parent.
Yeah.
But like the justification, she like flips on a fucking dime.
Yeah.
She's like scared. She's like really
'Cause the
scared, which
beginning-
is recognizable.
the beginning
Pregnant
hour is
women,
like
am I right?
is kind of a lot
You guys
about like
get it.
the
You all can relate.
the beginning of it was more about like starting a new job or being in an unfamiliar
Yeah.
place and you know
And then she just kind of flips on a dime and is just like super fucking stoked about
Yeah.
having a kid, and it kind of
Yeah.
comes out of nowhere.
And
I think
then
'cause
she
it has
starts
to do-
yelling at
it's-
you.
I
for
think it's the
stupid shit.
cycle-
She
I'm not
never
trying to
yelled
talk
at you.
about.
I
not
think
trying
it's
to
the,
talk about mood
I think
swings.
it's trying to do the cycle of like I'm looking back at my childhood and I'm gonna do different what my parents did. Like you
Yeah.
know, like it's like
Uh-huh.
yeah, I've seen that. In my,
Breaking generational
almost,
trauma.
almost yes, exactly. Almost every parent wants to
no.
be better than their parents. in a way,
No, but
right?
also there's a
That's
mechanic
all-
of like Oxenfree 1 had this thing,
But I love
it
my
had like a
parents, man. That's
time
why I don't
travel
want kids.
aspect to it. So you also talk to the future version of your own kid, and you don't know that it's your own kid until like
Oh
near the
yeah, I
ending.
forgot
Oh,
about
crap.
that
And
twist.
he's
Kind of,
just mad at you the whole game about how shitty of a
Yeah,
fucking parent you
he's
were.
like a giant like dick, and then
Yeah.
and it was the choice of being like, oh, would you still? It's basically implying that you could take care, you know, that you could get an abortion and not have to deal with this,
Whoa.
you know, more or less, or you could have the kid knowing that he's going to grow up to resent you, hate you, and not have a great existence.
Okay,
Yeah.
I would just like to say,
And you can't rewrite that path, I guess, with that knowing that information. It's basically this is an inevitability.
Okay.
Your kid's gonna be shitty and not want you with them, but you still give
my
them the gift
God.
of life.
Shitty?
Yeah, it's
okay,
kind of-
I will just say this. Okay, it does not.
we don't know
matter-
whether how good of a parent she actually is.
Okay, it does not matter how novel or how well explored a certain topic is. When a character is shitty, it just makes it miserable to play. That's I
Yeah.
will have to say. Listen,
Well, that's
it doesn't,
why we didn't come around on like what this character was meant to represent. It's like, well, I guess we don't fully know. She didn't seem like a bad mom. This kid just kind of
That's what I'm saying.
sucks.
Listen,
yeah.
it does not matter how you look at it. If a character is shitty, it makes a game miserable to play. You could do it a different way. What if it's like this person gets very sick? That's a different thing. It's like you know, they're
yeah, that
suffering,
would
but
have
it's
been.
like
You could
it's like-
actually tell the exact same story. Just like, would you still have a kid knowing that maybe they were going to die of an illness?
of an
You know,
illness, and
yeah,
it's just
yeah,
like
yeah.
you can't make. You need, if you want a story to be enjoyable, you need to make the characters enjoyable to be around and listen to.
Yeah, and he's not even shitty in an interesting way. He just
Especially
seems
not a
like
character
he
that's-
seems like a brat. Like,
yeah, especially like a character that it's like you're supposed to. It sounds like you know, it's a big part of the story.
Mhm.
I mean, case in point, Life is Strange 2. It's like I don't care
yeah.
how it is. It's like
if I don't
dude,
like hanging out with them,
if I don't
for,
like
for
hang
hours
out,
at a time,
if
then
I don't
I'm
like
done.
hang out with the character, I'm just gonna hate the story. That's it. Yeah, you
That's what-
ruined it.
That's what our parents' problems were.
All right.
Well, at least
Sorry.
mine.
It's
They
just
didn't
like-
like
yeah.
hanging out with me.
Yeah, it's like yeah, you're
Fuck.
right. It's not a true to life story, but also
Hang out with my
most
mom all the time.
storytelling. Most storytelling is not true to life.
Yeah.
It's
All right.
about
Count your
themes.
blessings,
Yeah.
We're
bitch.
cutting that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's move on. To,
Oh, wait. Okay. Did you say Diablo 4 was on that list?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I don't know what you had in mind with this, but, okay. Are you the one that nominated it?
Mhm.
Okay. I have a question for you.
Explain the narrative to me. Because I
Did
didn't
you
pay
play
any
it?
attention. I was just looking at the
Who
pretty
is this
cutscenes.
Diablo fellow? No, I do the Diablo games. I've played the first two and like half of the third one.
Mhm.
Do they tie in?
Well, they definitely have continuity, but do Diablo games have narrative or do they have lore? I feel like they have lore.
This one has narrative.
It does have a plot.
Yes.
It's not just here's the premise, because Diablo 2, the premise is literally like you're following this guy. He's waking up the what do you call it? The greater evils. You just got to go and kill them. That's the plot. There's not
Mhm.
really much else besides just the action of following this guy and killing demons. But you're saying there is plot development?
Yes.
Is there? Okay.
So it's basically like you killed Diablo.
Big
No.
mistake.
The three evil lords are dead, right?
Yes.
Because Diablo's dead, Mephisto's dead. I forget the other one's name. Baal is dead,
Shouldn't have done that.
and also like Deckard Cain is dead.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I think don't you find him at the? Oh no, he dies in the third one, doesn't he?
He dies in the third one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, like what I like about the story of Diablo is like your character is kind of you're just like, oh, you're the hero that's saving things and helping, right? But they have a really good I think Lilith is a really good villain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I think that because like there's a lot more narrative to that. They added in cutscenes and stuff that are really well animated. Obviously the intro cutscene, but even the other ones.
Yeah.
And
it really should have won an award for like best aesthetic or something like that. It looked really good.
There's a cast of characters which we will get into in the next category.
Okay.
Of like basically like a whole bunch of characters who are replacements for characters from 1 through 3,
Gotcha.
who are like trying to be the characters from 1 through 3 and
Gotcha.
kind of succeeding and kind of failing.
So
and
you've got Keckard Dane then? Yeah.
His name is Lorath.
Like the Dr. Seuss character?
Yes.
Yeah. No, that's Lorax.
Yes.
Lorath
Right.
is the last of the Haradrim, so he is the Deckard Cain replacement.
I thought Deckard Cain was the last of the Haradrim.
No.
Nope.
I'm already poking holes all over this
Yeah.
thing. Cut it now. Let's yeah.
We can cut it.
No,
but
wait.
it was-
No.
Hidden in his cupboard.
Genuinely, I don't know anything about the
Yeah.
narrative of the game. Genuinely, do you think it stands a chance? If it does, keep it on there.
I don't think it does because there are
It's the moments.
3 games on here that I put. Sean played Diablo 4 and didn't really seem as hooked by the story as I did.
No, I that's why I said it was the moments. It was the big oh shit moments throughout the story that
Mhm.
that kind of that interested me the most.
If I'm gonna throw my weight behind something,
More than the connective tissue of it, I guess.
Yes.
yeah, it's
The
definitely
demon
it's-
skin
it's
of
a
the web
loot-
of blood
it's-
she was crafted
It's
from.
it's a loot game, so the story is constructed through a series of moments, right?
Yeah.
Like it's not linear, it's not being directed as much. But if there's a game that I was going to throw my weight behind to try to get high up, I think it would be Final Fantasy 16 over Diablo 4. So
Mm.
I am okay with cutting
Okay.
Diablo 4.
All right, so
but just Lilith and Inarius they rule, and I will
Power
probably
couple?
I will find a way to show you guys a cutscene
Power
when
couple?
we do
Okay.
moment or sequence because
Oh.
Again, when it
Sick
comes
as
to
shit.
the angels' names, I get a little confused. That's the power couple scene at the end.
yes,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Lilith and Inarius are the
Spoilers.
ones who gave birth to the one dude who died. Yeah,
Oh. That eliminates.
Inarius is a fallen angel, and
Yep.
Lilith is the daughter of Mephisto.
So talk to me about the story of Final Fantasy 16 then.
What's Clive up to?
Is it?
Should we turn on active lore?
You don't need to. I never used it.
What's active lore?
They have a system in that game where you can pause at any time and it will tell you. It's like the X-ray thing on Amazon Prime, where you can highlight any of the characters in the
Mhm.
scene and read their backstories. And
I actually have to admit that's actually.
I've heard it. I've heard it. It's
Yeah,
helpful and not.
it's pretty sweet.
Yeah, and that it doesn't invade. Because
Well-
when news of that broke beforehand, they were like, "Oh shit, how complicated is this going to be?"
Well,
But supposedly it's not necessary.
I have to admit though, I did not know that was a thing because you're right. Like what happens when a story gets complicated? But what if you could tell more complicated stories when you have that tool?
I
at
think
your
that
disposal?
the thing is like, how many proper nouns do they want you to memorize? You know, it's like a
a decent amount.
So
Yeah.
we'll get there when we get to Baldur's Gate 3, but in the meantime, I do think that like regardless of what the story is of Final Fantasy 16, I think that's a neat feature, but go on and sell me on the story of Final Fantasy 16.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, this is a lot of pressure. Okay, so so basically, the makers of Final Fantasy watched a lot of Game of Thrones.
They loved it.
They loved it
Great.
so much,
Called out
and
to work.
they did. There was a lot of people very worried by that quote where they're like, "Oh, I don't want like a shitty Game of Thrones, and I don't want a shitty Final Fantasy." And I think I'm in the minority on this, but I think they did a really good job of blending what makes Game of Thrones with what makes Final Fantasy. So the whole story of the game is centered around a world where the magic exists, but magic comes from the earth. There are these crystals everywhere, and everybody has built cities around these giant crystals, and some people are born with the ability to use magic, and some people aren't.
Okay.
And you would think in a world like that the people born with the ability to use magic would be the people in charge. But
very
instead,
much like a Legend of Korra Season 1 thing where the Benders have a lot more power than the non-Benders.
Right. Instead, what ended up happening was that the people who can't use magic saw that they were that their power was threatened, and they enslaved all of the magic users and branded them on their face with this giant.
That's
like,
a good twist.
An X-Men
okay.
situation.
Yeah, and so they're called the branded, and they're the people who can use magic, but they're essentially slaves.
Okay.
And the whole game is that there are also a series of people called icons. So the gods in this universe, I'm going to sound like a crazy person. The gods in this universe are the summons, Shiva, Ifrit, Bahamut.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
the Knights of the Nine?
Yeah.
Did they make an appearance?
Yes, they do.
Wow, okay.
So what it is there are certain people who are born with an extra special ability. They're icons. They are the living human form of a god. So they can at any point summon the powers of a god.
Okay.
And Clive, the main character, is initially not an icon. His brother Joshua is the icon for the Phoenix, but then his mother, who is a bitch, she essentially has an affair with another king and plans that king to invade.
This is getting juicy.
And purposefully leaves the defenses low for the city. So Clive and Joshua's father dies. His mother goes away to another kingdom to marry another king.
Yeah.
And it is presumed that Joshua has died because there was another fire icon for Ifrit who showed up and destroyed the entire city.
Man, there's some real Game of Thrones intrigue going on. Okay.
So
family drama.
Clive passes out, gets knocked out, and then his mother enslaves him and takes him to the other city that she goes to and brands his face because he's a magic user, turns him into a slave. Yeah. So then the whole rest of the story, and he has a dog whose name is Torgal, who's lovely, and a best friend whose name is Jill. She is the icon for Shiva, and she is also lovely.
Yeah.
And they basically all get separated. And then Clive is in the middle of a battle because they use these god powers to fight each other, and then a bunch of soldiers just kill each other underneath it. Clive is in the middle of a battle. I could explain this game for hours, but Clive is in the middle of a battle. He sees Jill turn into Shiva. He rescues Jill, and then he gets rescued by Sid. Every Final Fantasy game has a Sid, and Sid is the icon.
Is he a pilot?
No.
Oh, wow.
Is
he a bassist?
No. He is the icon for Rama, the lightning god. And so he basically takes Clive back to his base, where it turns out that he is starting a revolution to free all of the magic users from slavery.
Are you explaining the entire plot twist right now? I'll just say
I just needed to get to that point.
Okay.
He takes Clive back to his base. Clive finds out that Sid is the leader of a revolution.
Okay.
Where all the magic users are trying to free all the rest of the slaves.
Rise up.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And then the rest of the game is about freeing all of the slaves, but also finding out that the crystals are the source of magic, but also they're sucking the land dry.
It's kind of a...
So you have to
That's
go...
Final Fantasy VII
Yeah,
again.
I was going to say that's like a Mako, Mako energy kind of...
And so you have to basically go and destroy all of these crystals with the assumption that once you destroy all the crystals, there will be no more magic users, and it will level the playing field, and everybody will be the same again.
Right. Can't be enslaved if there's no...
And then
magic.
there's another god named Ultima who's like the big bad.
Yeah.
And then you find out that Joshua is alive, and then Joshua teams up with you, and then there's like your dog's a god too, and it's pretty sick.
Yeah.
Who's got the longest sword?
It depends.
Who says fuck words the most?
Yeah.
Oh, they say so many curse words, but they're like well placed.
That's good.
Because they
okay.
rated the game M, and they're like, "There's gonna be cursing," and everybody's like, "This is gonna be so fucking lame." But it's like it's like the cursing in Game of Thrones. It's like
It's not like the,
It
it's not like the
makes-
cursing in the something of Paradise or
Strangers of
Paradise.
Paradise. Yeah, not the Chaos game. No,
Yeah.
it's
How
better than that.
You fucked your sister. Something like that.
Did somebody fuck their sister in that game? It's very Game of Thrones. Oh, he's thinking.
How much incest?
Not
Scale one
no
to- scale one to Game of
incest.
5 to 10.
There's no incest. There's a lot of
Damn it.
adultery though.
Oh.
I mean, that's very intriguing.
Yeah.
How many characters are named after meteorological terms or forms of weather? Does
Like cloud.
and what is it? Lightning, I think, was in 13 or whatever.
Yeah,
that was in
no.
13, yep.
13,
Clive
Lightning
Rossfield.
Returns.
Clive Rossfield is the main character, and then
Okay.
there's Jill and Torgal and Gav and
Okay.
Sid and his daughter Mid.
Okay, so
Named
so
his
His
daughter
daughter's
Mid.
mid.
so Bomb Cyclone
If
doesn't
only
fuck
they
Winter
knew.
Remix.
No,
No, that's a shame. That's a shame.
it's
I mean, that could stay on here for now.
yeah, it's hard to
Okay.
convey why it's
I mean,
great, but I like they made it less of a Final Fantasy story with the caveat that it's more of a Game of Thrones story, and I think that's
Yeah, it sounds.
it's the most interested I've been in a Final Fantasy story since 7.
I was gonna
All
say
right, so-
the intrigue sounds does like
Yeah.
you talking about that right there made me curious because
Yeah.
I'm so used to those games being super anime, and
Yeah.
it's like, oh, it sounds like it really brought it kind
More
of
mature.
grounded it in
An
a
adult.
more intrigue storyline. But
Yeah.
So
Sounds interesting. Yes,
Yeah.
definitely.
let's talk about a game that most people are very hot on the narrative for, but I know that at least 2 people here aren't. Alan Wake 2.
Well, Randy added it.
I
Yeah,
did.
so this game,
Although, does it get disqualified because it's just John Carpenter's In the Mouth of Madness?
Yeah.
so this was actually this is one of the games very much on my short list and potentially one I was gonna try and push for. One, okay.
The story isn't where they lose me. Like some of the delivery mechanisms of it are
so it's
wild.
like
It's the pacing.
No, it's like I think so I played Alan Wake 1. I'm playing through American Nightmare now.
I like the
okay?
first Alan Wake.
I love where they've taken the story, but also the care and craftsmanship that Remedy puts in all of their games, especially in the way that the continuity is linked. So before
Okay.
on, so I knew that there was a lot of continuity and overlap in these games. I was not aware how much continuity and overlap there was,
Especially with Control.
that requires a lot of care. I love the detective subplot in this one. Granted,
Yeah.
I am not all the way through it, but I like the detective subplot. I like the split narrative. I love what they've done with Alan Wake. He actually looks super badass now.
Yeah.
And I will also just say, I was red pilled about Alan Wake fan fiction by our friend Stevie over the weekend, and apparently,
What did they say? What does that community look like?
I don't
Alan.
know, but I just gotta say, I think it's badass as hell.
Alan drilled a hole in the book he just wrote and fucked it.
Also, I'm fairly
Like
sure.
that scene in American Pie? Or-
I'm fairly sure Stevie would resent the fact that I used the word red pill in the same sentence as the name.
That's not what that means. Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, I think that was gonna be probably one of my picks, to be honest with you. Granted, there's some stiff competition on this list, but I would like to say let's keep it.
Well, hold on. Here's my rebuttal, real quick, on the crossover with their other franchises. Your multiverse shit doesn't work when you don't own the license rights to
Yeah.
anything. Like it's a lot less effective when it's like, well, this is your stand-in for Max Payne. This is your stand-in on Mr. Quantum Break or whatever. And it's like I know Mr. Dorbs is kind of tragically who Lance Reddick was supposed to be. But if you're changing all that around, and it's like, I played Alan Wake 1 when it came out in 2010. So it's like, and there's a lot of moments where it's like, oh shit, it's that from there. It's like, I've played and I finished every Remedy game. And I'm still just like, I'm not on, message boards or fan wikis, but like if that was actually Max Payne, I'd be like, oh, holy fuck, that's Max Payne. Like, like I get it because it's, maybe that is effective for people that are looking for it, but if you're not, you don't notice it.
Listen,
Like if you played Alan Wake 1 and 2 and never touched Control, you'd be like,
listen, let's not get into the weeds with IP law.
But I think that is what makes it admirable is the fact that if there is that continuity, it gives you a reason to dig, in my opinion. It's a lot like
outside of the game or within the game.
both.
Okay.
So now it's an
so
ARG.
just to give you just to again reinforce my point, okay? Stevie was schooling me on this fucking lore. Stevie has never played a Remedy game.
There's a lot of people like that out there now.
I don't want to get into a larger discussion, but that's the problem that I have with it, is that the game narrative is not that good for the sake of having lore. And that is a very common thing with a lot of
Control
properties
was like
now
that
because
too.
of the MCU.
Yeah.
Where it's like, it doesn't matter if the writing of the characters is good as long as people have stuff to dig into wikis about.
Okay. But
You know what I mean?
To be fair, though, you know what? I see you're right.
Yeah.
I still think it's a very well written game.
Yeah. Oh, it is.
I only have the first few hours to go off.
There's moments where the brilliance comes through. I think for me, it's like,
all right. I'm gonna ask that we keep
it
it.
can stay for now.
We can keep it.
Yeah. But that was probably good. But there's a lot of there's some competition on here.
Yeah.
All right. Let me make
we'll
a bold insert in here. I really appreciate Hi-Fi Rush for its Saturday morning cartoon.
Damn it, that you took my exact words.
Yeah, I don't think it's
appreciation.
It's so happy. It's so like, even in the midst of what should be like a dystopian society, it is still very much like a man, we're all gonna make it after all kind of vibe.
It is.
And there are all kinds of reasons to like that I think will get better mention in the next two categories.
It will. That's where it shines. I just wanted to toss it on here because I agree with you 100%.
But given the passion arguments we've had for the past two games and at least one we have yet to talk about, I don't know that it's going to make it.
No,
I say we can cut.
The crew of characters are adorable, but it's
I'm looking through every list, and Hi-Fi Rush has been added by Randy in every list. Did you know you put it on worst games?
He even put it on.
Did you just put it on everything?
He just went on a copy paste spree.
It's not even a remake.
Okay, let's talk about. I got a quick one I can get out. Chance of Sinar. I don't think it hangs.
Okay.
It has the story is told in a very interesting way.
Yeah.
Because you go into every area and you have no fucking clue what anybody is saying to you, and you slowly decipher the language. And then throughout the game, you slowly decipher all the languages, and then you learn the overall plot, which I will spoil now, is that the people at the top of the tower...
Oh, I'm going to take... I don't want to listen.
I won't spoil it then. I'll just say it doesn't have...
The people at the top of the tower have a dark secret? I'm sure.
Yes.
Yes, wow, that's not surprising.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I won't spoil it for you guys, but there is a larger mystery that reveals itself through the game, and I really like the way that it is delivered. But I don't think it beats... any of the rest of this.
I think I will probably... That should be the next game I play. I feel like I'm going to love that game.
It's on my list.
Yeah.
All right, so that's gone. So now we have...
Is it Mortal Kombat time?
We got to talk about Mortal Kombat, and then we're done talking about everything. Oh, no, then we got to talk about Baldur's Gate.
Never heard of it.
Yeah. All right. So... Mortal
why
Kombat.
is this Mortal Kombat 1 and not just Mortal Kombat?
So before we say anything, we should say this is a twist, on the past canon.
Have you played it, Sean?
No.
All right,
I'm asking, genuinely.
Oh, it's kind of like a reboot of Deadly Alliance with the timeline, and they literally call chapters Deception and Armageddon, like that era.
They say all three of those names from that era, right? Deception, Armageddon, and what was the other? Deadly Alliance.
Listen, guys.
They say all three of those before the story is done to let you know that they are hearkening back to that era.
So I know, Matt, you played 11. Sean, did you play 11?
I played 9.
Okay, I played 9 with you.
I may be a nerd. I'm just not a fucking nerd.
The only thing I was going to say is you also have to finish, and I thank Andrew for this. You have to finish Aftermath, the DLC of 11.
I did not do that, but I did finish the new trilogy. I did not finish the DLC.
Okay.
Okay.
You didn't finish
Aftermath? All right.
Thank you for the
What's
reminder.
What's interesting about this one is that it is, and I'm one who appreciates subversion of your expectations in stories.
Sure.
And Mortal Kombat 1 ostensibly is a reboot, where it's like, hey, we're going to start the whole timeline over because Liu Kang is now the god of time, and he got to take over the hourglass and start everything over again. And yet somehow, despite that, they still managed to defeat your expectations and still have it simultaneously work into the previous timeline, and also do something new at the same time, right? So they rebooted it, sequeled it, and did something different, all in the same story mode. The things that I would say against this one are that when they are trying to pull the wool over your eyes early on in the game and say that, hey, this is a reboot,
it has a stronger final act than
yeah, it has a much stronger final act.
Yeah,
And like the first act of this game is pretty weak.
Yeah.
And not only that, but it's like as the way that narrative and gameplay like would intertwine is they could be pushing it further a little faster, you know?
Yeah.
This is still more of what they've been doing for, since 2011.
They're reintroducing characters and stuff.
And like, it's not that it doesn't go cool places, because it does. And of the games I played this year, it is still probably my second favorite story. But it does have some significant weak points in its corner. But yeah, it's still a fun ride. If I had to say what was my favorite Mortal Kombat story, it was probably 11.
Me too.
11's the best.
11 is the gold standard.
That's the thing I count against it is just
is it just because it's a little bit of a
it's
downgrade
just a sequel to 11 and it's not as good.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Which is
even
hard.
I think even you yourself, Randy, admitted that it did not hit the high notes of 11.
It does not. Yeah.
No.
I think that alone. I was kind of surprised to see it on here, just because you had said that it was not.
Because I still really admire, especially like the upgrade in tech for like their presentation and the direction and how the transitions from cutscene to fights. Like the campaign is beautiful, and like they do a lot with like the characters actually change costumes, and the performances outside of Megan Fox are good.
Mm-hmm.
So, question: does it still have 5-minute cutscenes followed by a 2-minute fight and then a 5-minute?
Sometimes,
sometimes, but sometimes not.
Sometimes,
honestly,
sometimes, but sometimes not.
Honestly, that is when I started playing 11, I was like stunned by how much plot there was, and that is also another very intriguing.
They're covering quite a
plot. The's a lot of backsstabbing and alliance changing, and it's like I think it does it
absolutely.
great. It has a very
it is
comic
heel
book
turns and face turns every scene.
Yeah.
It very much it feels very much like embraces like kind of comic book structure, where it's like you have a large cast of shifting characters changing sides and these things happening. I like that. But anyway,
boy, you don't even know the half of it either. Like, that's the funny part.
I was gonna say the third act dials that up to 11.
Oh yeah. It's still it is still fun for all the reasons that kind of narrative is fun. But especially if we've got people who are like significantly in the corner of a couple other games on this list, maybe it doesn't make it.
Maybe not. I will
games
say
I played, it is my second.
Their hands are a little tied in some ways because the roster is weaker by emphasizing characters from the 5th generation of those
a little
games,
bit.
So but they still, with who's there, they do a good job.
They have to rewind, and they can't just keep focusing on the same. They need
you're totally right. It's just going from that selection of characters in 11 to this. It's like, oh, wow.
I'm just thinking like the third act. I'm just like, my God, hidden ending. Time Luke shows Liu Kang is Raiden's father. My God, it's just like
you're not far off.
You have no idea.
Yeah, you're not. You're not as far off.
And there is a particular scene that we'll get into later.
Yes.
So.
Okay.
Okay, so we got 4. Are we cutting Mortal Kombat, or you want to leave it?
We probably have to, just because, especially with how impassioned you were for Final Fantasy, I don't think Mortal Kombat's going to hold up against that. So
fine. Okay.
All right, Andrew. We got one game left to discuss.
Baldur's Gate.
Let's talk about Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah.
All right, so let's get
And try to keep it as brief as possible.
okay. Let's get the negative out of the way first.
I'm gonna
Is
go
that
order a pizza.
Andrew, you don't even need
Yeah.
to cover. You don't need to cover the negative. I doubt there's a soul on the planet that is going to criticize Baldur's Gate's.
No, we can talk about the
plot.
negatives. I'll get into the negatives of Final
the
Fantasy.
negatives are real short too, and honestly, so are the positives. It's like the negative is the plot is pretty by the numbers. It is like
it's a fantasy plot.
It's gather a couple of MacGuffins and beat the big bad, right? But the
I assume it's more about the characters than the through line.
The strength of it is how much those characters weave into that plot.
Yeah.
Like,
Yes.
just and all of those characters, like, this is what everybody praised Mass Effect 2 for.
Yes.
Was having strong character stories, and these are even more seamlessly integrated into the grander scheme of things, and that's the strength of this game.
I mean, that
for
sounds
sure.
a lot like a D&D campaign. It's like it's not really about
be.
the quest. It's about all of the inside jokes and murder that you and your group get up to.
A little bit, but also imagine that, like, complementing all of those, like, inside stories are some of the best performances you've ever seen.
Well-developed characters, not murder hobos.
Oh my god, it's so fucking good, dude. Like, you get to the end of oh my god, the end of Astarian's plotline, which I think I have on Moment or Sequence, is just like, god, just acting like that scene out. Like, not only is that the culmination of, like, a plotline that they've been building for however long you played that game, somewhere between 60 and 100 hours, but also, like, just, you know, emoting that much, like, just that raw performance of that character reaching the end of this, like, this relief of ending that plot line is amazing. And you get that for, like, basically every character in the game. Some of them aren't as strong as others, but they're all pretty strong.
I think that, like, this is some of the best character writing I think I've possibly ever. Like, the way and also the writing is so interesting to me because it doesn't fall into, you would think a Dungeons and Dragons is a role-playing game, right? And people like to, like, role-play Dungeons and Dragons like they're in, like, medieval times.
Yeah.
And there's a bit of that in there, but, like, the writing is like, this is its own world.
Yeah.
This is not part of our world, and as such, the writing kind of feels like a D&D campaign where people nowadays are, it's hard to explain. People nowadays are talking in the way that they would talk, as opposed to everything like a Final Fantasy 16 or like a Immortals of Avium, as I showed you guys the opening cutscene.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
like, yeah, there are the proper nouns that we got to go through and the character names, and, you know, it's still the D&D lore, but the people, like, the problems are relatable. The things people are saying are real.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, the emotions are very real. And
I'll also add to that too, is that because we got to this before when we were talking about that mechanic that they added to Final Fantasy, which is, like, you don't, like, even though it would be appreciated in so many games that have that, you know, that complicated lore that Final Fantasy does, they don't really need that kind of system in Baldur's Gate 3 because they ease you into the complexities of this world, in my opinion, so naturally, right? Like, something I really applaud Game of Thrones for is that when they're first introducing you to, like, the idea of the Mad King and what people think about, you know, the state of magic or not in that world, is, like, it's all introduced through, like, casual conversations between people on, like, what they believe or don't believe and what they experienced and regret and things like that. And I do think that Baldur's Gate 3 does a great job of only establishing a couple of things that you need to know at a time before it introduces more things. And then by the time that you are getting to the whole end of the story and you know, like, all the intricacies of all the politics that led to this decision and all the different races that have to work together and why they don't want to, I feel like by the time you got there, you were never overwhelmed by the amount of proper nouns that they had to bestow upon you. Yeah.
They ease you into it.
I think.
Yeah, exactly. And that is a thing that is much easier said than done.
Yes.
I think it goes without saying too. The draw of the game is the story that it's telling.
Mm-hmm. Specifically the character story.
Right, and that's what I mean. And as you said, how it interweaves and how all that you're experiencing has an effect on each individual character. And I think the complexity of that is what, obviously got it such well reception from even outsiders to this D&D narrative / video game world. You got, I don't want to just say, hey, it was a big success and the right people were talking about it and then made it an even bigger success and Larian's an indie studio and whatever. But I think the outreach that we see is a testament to how well crafted it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't want to say that it was solely the narrative, because there are a lot of like really cool gameplay mechanics that they do that probably Nudaboom is familiar with from Divinity.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, it is the combination of those things that made that game so well received, for sure.
The last thing I'll say about Baldur's Gate is that it also does choice very well.
So that's actually what I was going to ask, because I've heard a lot of impassioned like analyses and stuff of this game, but I wonder if that was always from a solo perspective, and because the choice based stuff seems like such a significant part of where that where that goes. But did either of you play? I mean, did you play co-op or try it? Like
Andrew did,
yeah,
I believe.
Yeah. So
was that a different experience that took away from it or add to it? Like
Nudaboom has played at least a little bit of multiplayer as well, and the thing is that it's like. And this is going to be.
I was curious how the choices all affect each other. If there's one person.
No,
in charge.
yeah, this is gonna be like a software design thing that makes a lot more sense to Nudaboom and Austin. And I'm sorry, Randy, but like it's just like the way that they separate away like what the role is of each player and how everything works out is that basically nothing that happens in single player is like exclusive from how it happens in multiplayer. And also the things that happen in multiplayer are fun for a lot of the same and a lot of different reasons. It's pretty difficult to describe, but I guess like the gist of it is that it's like, no, those choices.
I mean, I'm complicating the game. Like, I mean, I think that's cool. That
it's like, okay, so
an option, let alone something that involved.
Trying to summarize it as quickly as possible is that it's like when you're playing single player, you have a party of 4 players. When you're playing multiplayer, up to 3 other people can control those other 3 players, right?
Or make their own character.
Their own character. Exactly,
yeah,
right?
That's how I played.
Exactly. So, like, because of that is like, you can get a lot of the same experiences and some different experiences, and some of those different experiences come from your friend being chaotic, or just from you not having perfectly communicated everything between the two of you.
Well, it works. It works like D&D, right? It's like who gets to talk to who.
Yeah, that's
and
what
they get to make the decision.
That is what I told Cicero when he was like, "What do you want me to say?" I'm like, "It's your character. It's your dialogue. Say whatever you want."
Yeah, get in the character. Read the line in your character's voice.
Yeah.
And feel that.
So it is a slightly different, but also in a lot of ways largely the same experience between single player and multiplayer. Just because of the way that they divvy that responsibility up, it's a little hard to describe without being able to just show you, honestly.
Yeah.
But
Kathy did mention, because they were playing with me, I was playing on easy. I had a bard, so I had high charisma, and a character with guidance cast. So basically, all my charisma checks were guaranteed to succeed. Because of that, I got through the tutorial in that beach area. Kathy was like, I'm actually seeing dialogue and scenes that I had never seen before. She actually pointed out to me, she's like, that last dialogue choice, she's like, this is the first time I have not seen it end in a fight. And I was like, hey, that's pretty cool. But she's like, I haven't, like, you're already showing me scenes and stuff that I've never seen before, which I thought was quite impressive. But she's also,
and
like,
you know what's funny? She's definitely never made it out of Act 1, you know what I mean? Like, so she's only kind of seen, like, the same, like, handful of hours, like, maybe 15 hours of the game. Yeah. And, like, that loop, So,
but I thought that was impressive, that it was like, okay, there's that much variation. I think we need to move on from...
So we're cutting it, right? No. I'm kidding.
Yeah, it sucks.
I'm kidding.
Over my dead body.
What do we have left?
We have.
Yeah, well, what was the impassioned versus disillusioned argument on Alan Wake 2?
We have Alan Wake, we have Baldur's Gate, and we have Final Fantasy.
That's what I knew it was going to come down to, and these
Yeah.
would be my top 3 picks. This is why I hate this top 2 fucking shit.
Hey, we only started with 10 this time.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, whatever we cut is third.
It's true.
It just doesn't get a final shout out and a bronze medal.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't mail them a trophy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, at this point, it seems likely that Baldur's Gate is probably
I
a
think-
lock, and then it is between Final Fantasy and Alan Wake.
And
for
Alan
two.
Wake, yeah. I would say let's go around. Yeah, I think you'd have to be stupid not to give Best Narrative freaking Baldur's Gate. It's one of
Yeah.
the best written stories, and truthfully, one of the best D&D style games that feels like D&D because of the way it's implemented. I'm sure we could, you guys get the idea. You got to give it to Baldur's Gate 3. You
Yeah,
gotta.
I think that's an
the
easy
freedom
lock.
of choice that they were able to implement in a structured narrative like a video game, but make it feel like the freedom of choice of a Dungeons and Dragons game is remarkable. So
All right, so
all right,
let's.
so do you want to go around the room and say
Yeah.
Final Fantasy versus Alan Wake and see
Going
what
around the
people
horn?
think?
Yeah,
Sure.
Start with
Okay.
Randy.
yeah.
All right,
Oh,
Randy.
really?
We'll go the opposite direction now.
I mean, one of these appeals to me more, so there's going to be a lot of bias in that.
That's fine.
Oh
Yeah.
wow, that's kind of
Because
yeah.
I'm conflicted about a lot of elements of Alan Wake, but it more falls apart for me in the
Execution.
the execution and the gameplay
Yeah.
rather than like
All right,
you know,
we're not voting on best gameplay. We're
no,
voting
I
on
know
best
that's
narrative,
what I'm saying. It's like I would almost be more likely to read a book of Alan Wake 2 or watch a show where somebody else play it than
Funny you mentioned that.
yeah.
That's fine.
But I do choose it. That's
Okay, Alan
yeah.
Wake.
Alan Wake.
Yeah,
is-
and same thing for me. It's tough having. I'm assuming you're the only one that played Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
Not that you didn't give a good
No,
argument.
you definitely did.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna start like
And
stop
just
my feet
like,
at this one.
and not to just kind of repeat everything that Randy said, I also had my personal issues and the pacing and the execution, and with that said, I still enjoyed the narrative. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Alan Wake.
Yeah. Well, I was the one who had nominated Alan Wake 2. You have me fairly,
Actually, I think I did.
You have me very strongly
Randy did.
convinced about Final Fantasy 16. You have me
Mhm.
convinced that it is a very, very good storyline. I almost kind of wish I had checked it out first and I could make a direct comparison. In fact, it might even have a much better narrative than
I
Alan
will
Wake 2.
say
Wait. But I think Alan Wake 2, it deserves something, I feel like.
Okay.
And if it's not going to be about its art, I feel like the next thing is the story, because I
Okay.
don't think there's any particular moments or sequences. I think of other better sequences, and I don't think it's the best game of the year, but it's like it's so well done. I feel like it deserves something.
Okay. Andrew. Not that it matters.
Yeah, I haven't played either of those games, but everything you were describing about Final Fantasy sounds way up my alley, so I probably would have gone Final Fantasy, even though at this point I think we're locked.
Yeah, we're 3-2. I would have said
Yeah.
Final
Yep.
Fantasy, but
Right.
it sounds like Alan Wake
you
is the runner-up.
can. I mean, if like you played, you're the only person that has played both.
Uh-huh.
And and
Tell me
They
why
both-
Alan Wake
they both-
sucks.
No. So the thing I was saying about Final Fantasy, the reason I'm okay with Alan Wake beating it is that they both suffer from a similar issue, which is pacing. Final Fantasy is way too long. I just described to you maybe the first 8 hours of a 60-hour game.
it's funny because that my criticism where I was like, Alan Wake is like 30 hours. It's like a horror title should not be
Yeah, and
30 hours.
and
Stop with that.
And Devil May Cry game shouldn't be 60, but here we are.
Yeah, I was gonna say, when you said it's like, oh, it's way too long. It's like, oh, you mean like every other fucking game that comes out these days?
It's Final Fantasy, you
Yeah.
know.
Well, at
it's
least
like,
you expect it from Final Fantasy
Yeah.
at least.
Yeah, there's
like-
like
it's
40
like-
hours of just leveling that we're not talking about in
There's
between.
40 yeah.
That
and
8
there's
hours of
20
story.
hours of cutscenes in
Yeah.
that 60 hours, you know. And it's like, man, those cutscenes are really well done.
Beautiful.
The resolution to the story is really well done, I think, in a way that
Satisfying.
the positive I will say is I think that Final Fantasy nails it sticks the landing in a way that Alan Wake didn't for me.
Okay.
And I know Matt hasn't finished it. You haven't finished it.
No, yeah.
The ending of Alan Wake is
Far,
like, ugh. But
You know, you can do
you
the
did beat it though, right?
yeah, but you can do the
new game
patch,
plus. Yeah,
yes.
you can fuck off.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not playing that game
That's
ever
my-
again.
It was
That's-
not worth it.
I think
I was joking because yes,
Yeah.
when I started it and I was like, I could just go through the parts that I missed, right? You're not gonna fucking force me to do all that shit again because, like you said, it's almost goddamn 30 hours.
Yeah.
It's like that was good and all, but it's like I don't rewatch a movie right after I finish it.
like for me personally, I think Alan Wake 2 shines more in moment or
Moments.
sequence.
I agree.
think this shines. Final Fantasy shines more in narrative for me, but I also am like.
Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be a democracy. I mean, it's like, as far as the voting goes, that's just sort of gather the
Democracy.
Yeah,
well,
where
if
we're
I
at.
didn't win you over, then I'm not just gonna assert my authority.
It's hard
No,
to win
it's
me
not
over on
editor.
anything inspired by Game of Thrones, but
Yeah, exactly.
It's tough too
Uh,
with the lack of like even just an hour or two of experiencing the
It's
narrative.
tough because I think if somebody else had played Final Fantasy, they might be with me,
I was
but
gonna
I'm not
say-
going to ask you to play a 60-hour game. And it's like, I know what you're picturing in your head when they're speaking. And like, I'm just saying, like, from a dialogue perspective, it's way more Game of Thrones than Final
No,
Fantasy.
this is probably
Well,
the
the-
first mainline entry that seems like it's geared
That's-
towards a Western audience
It is,
more than
yes.
a
Yeah.
I was gonna say the
There's a lot
track.
of sex in it, too.
Oh,
yeah.
shit,
Come
wait,
on,
Not
hold
as
on.
much as Baldur's Gate.
You see boobs?
Not as
Let's
much
be
as
clear
Baldur's
here,
Gate.
Austin. Let's be clear, okay? Right?
Baldur's
Sex
Gate gets the
sells.
most sex award.
Yeah.
this year.
We here at Hot Button, we are the kingmakers, right? Whatever
Yeah.
we pick as our game of the year
That's
for
what my
whatever
tattoo
category
says.
goes on to sell tens of millions of copies.
Right,
Yeah.
correct.
So,
A lot of
So,
influence.
do we want to save
So-
Square Enix or not? Is that your question?
what I'm saying is that if Square Enix wanted to raise the possibility,
Yeah, send me
of
$10,000
having
and I'll
Final
edit Final Fantasy in as winner.
of having Final Fantasy 16 in our contenders, then maybe they should have made a PC version where I could play it as opposed to the PS5.
It'll get there
So,
eventually.
True.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm
Just
totally,
like Alan Wake.
No, I am totally fine with Alan Wake taking second place.
Okay.
I'm not gonna fight that hard for Final Fantasy 16.
Is there a
I'm
musical number in it?
No,
All right, Alan Wake 2 wins the.
There you go.
The whole game is a musical number, the way they
Yeah.
compose
the
those
music
games.
is good.
Austin, I agree with what you said. I think if I had played Final Fantasy 16, I think I probably would have sided
Same.
with you. But I that's the problem. I didn't, so I can only go by.
I somehow added a sheet to the Excel.
Yeah, I was
Okay,
wondering
well,
who did that.
that was me. My belly.
But you
did.
you almost won me over with fucking.
Cool.
It.
All right,
all
so it's been declared. Baldur's Gate 3 is the best narrative of the year, with Alan Wake 2 taking the silver medal.
Unrelated. Do you get the checks from Remedy? Yeah,
No, they're
supposed to be.
cleared.
They're supposed to be paying us off.
yeah.
Yeah, it's,
They're paying us off for second place.
yeah.
Rumor has it that game actually didn't sell that well.
Alan Wake.
Yeah, which I was surprised because it was like
Ooh,
all
maybe they
over
should've-
the press.
Maybe
Is
they
it
should have put
digital?
in a physical version
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, they didn't do a physical version or a Steam version, so maybe
Yeah, weird.
Yeah,
Weird
how
that
that
they didn't
works.
sell a ton of copies. Yeah, I don't know. Strange.
Yeah.
Anyway.
They did say 10,000, but it was 10,000 Thai baht. Which I mean, like,
Yeah.
what's the exchange rate?
I
It's
forgot
like-
about
It
that
was-
shit
it was
because I was
10,000
boycotting that.
V-bucks.
I was boycotting
Yeah.
that game because I couldn't get it on disc, and then
All
eventually
right.
I caved. So this will tie well into the following category: best character. Who did we think had the best growth or arc, or who just plain looks cool? Maybe they have top quality voice acting behind them. You get it. Also, real quick, what are the rules on whether they're required to be new or not? I know
Oh,
Resident
no.
Evil 4 can make that dicey, but
No,
Okay.
I put
or Spider-Man.
I put
don't-
Ashley on here.
Yeah,
So
And
I get
and
why.
Louise.
Yeah.
So-
And Louise,
and
yeah.
you put the merchant.
I did.
I'm totally okay with old characters because especially like if it's a remaster of a game where the character is the exact same dialogue, but like Ashley, Louise, and the merchant all have new
Yes,
dialogue,
yeah.
new voices,
They explored
new
them a
writing.
lot
Yeah.
more.
Ashley's way better in the remake.
I
than
agree.
100%.
I mean,
Yeah.
and like if we're like if I want to pull out a past year as an example, Resident Evil 3, the
Jill from that,
Valentine-
yeah.
Jill Valentine in Resident Evil 3 is one of the greatest video game characters of all time, I will say.
Oh, absolutely.
That's when
Personally.
she definitely came into her own.
Even if that game wasn't the best Resident Evil
Yeah,
game, but
it's fine.
Yeah,
she was so good. So yeah, it absolutely makes sense to include recurrent characters.
Okay.
I should have.
Just wanted to be sure.
I should have thrown in Shodan on there for System Shock.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I want to
Oh.
nominate, just because I
Okay.
bet Shodan's a
A classic, yeah.
yeah.
You
one of
still can if you want.
we have enough to talk about. And
right.
I'm not going to
so
argue.
I can just delete everybody but Karlak, correct? We all decided
Nope.
this?
Nope.
He's the best character of any video game ever, and I'm in love with her.
She's so good. She's not good enough to delete everybody else that's on the Baldur's Gate 3 list.
Damn it.
Literally
I tried.
was just pinging someone today, and Baldur's Gate 3 came up. Someone who I've never talked to about video games, and Karlak was brought up, and I was just
rules.
like, everybody
Engine.
fucking loves this game. Everybody loves this
Inner
game.
chest.
Oh, so real quick, Matt. Unfortunately, Penis Head from MechWarrior 5 isn't from this year. That's from a couple of years ago. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was going to bring that up. And the second question I was going
Caught
to
my
ask
eye
is,
as well.
Penis Head? That
Well, you know what?
We were all co-oping it. There's like there's all these soldiers that you can meet that become your pilots.
Yeah.
But the avatar for one is a dude who I swear to God is just wearing a very phallic shaped helmet.
Yes.
And he looks so sad.
Yeah, it's literally so literally on top of that.
He's like frowning when everybody else is not.
Yeah, the pilot portraits in that game are really absurd, but one in particular, not only is it a helmet, but it's pretty much like a
There's no neck.
There's no neck.
Yeah,
It's literally there is no neck on it, and all you can see of his face is there's just a tiny window in the front of this helmet where his face barely makes it out, and he looks so upset. And yes, it is a very phallic looking helmet.
And you know, friend of the show, Dave, would anytime like you were late to sign on to play, you'd get demoted down to Penis Head.
Yeah. Penis Head was the punishment. That's a shame. I thought that came out this year.
All right.
well, go ahead and we can strike through Penis Head.
Yeah. All right. So with that,
What a loss. He would have won if it weren't for if it had come out this year.
Oh, yeah.
Of the ones this year, we've got Gav and Mid from Final Fantasy 16, Turgle and Murren from Star Wars Jedi Survivor, Lorlath and Nayrel from Diablo 4.
Talk about proper nouns.
Ashley Graham and Lewis Sarah from Resident Evil 4. Chai, Peppermint, Cinnamon, and Corsica from Hi-Fi Rush.
Yeah, at first look, I thought it was semen.
Homer from Forspoken. Is that the cat?
Yes.
Okay, I remember that. Pura and Addison from The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom.
Oh, Pura, right?
Pura? What did I say?
Yeah, it's
Right?
Pura.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have a hard job.
I know. Karlak,
Have fun with these.
Shadowheart, Gale, Lae'zel, and Astarion, and
Astarion.
and Raphael from Baldur's Gate 3.
God damn.
You only know that last one because it
All
was
right.
in Soul Calibur.
Nora the preferred upgrade fridge from Atomic Heart, which I'm so glad you added this
Hell
before I
yeah.
did. The Bracken from Lethal Company. Some last minute additions to games I already went through. So the Merchant from Resident Evil 4, 808 from Hi-Fi Rush, which is their cat. Pepino Spaghetti from Pizza Tower. I also had Riley and Jacob together from Oxenfree 2 Lost Signals, and the Cosella brothers, the Koskela brothers from Alan Wake 2. Do you remember them?
They're the two
They're
that own the
the-
coffee company.
They're the Finnish like
Yes.
like basically like libertarian
Yeah.
prepper dudes that fuck the government.
All right, I've got some cuts to.
Me too.
Here.
Yeah. Hold on, wait. Before,
So look, I'm very familiar with Hi-Fi Rush, and I think there are some top contenders from Hi-Fi Rush.
Yeah.
And I think the ones that we can cut are Corsica and 808 for sure.
Yeah. I like Corsica.
I like Corsica.
And the thing is like if you're picking 808, what you're really picking are Peppermint. Like telepresencing in through 808.
No, you're totally right. I really just threw 808 on here because I like the design and them in the loading screen, but also just the name is so.
Yeah,
if you're familiar with what 808 means in music, then that's
sure. Like what's actually good about 808 and Hi-Fi Rush is that 808 is the cat, like a robot cat.
Yeah.
That Peppermint is
Whose head can come off of,
telepresencing.
yeah.
Is telepresencing through this cat, and so by proxy, this cat is doing some very sarcastic eye rolls and all kinds of like really good like animation gags because because Peppermint is so fed up with Chai, like just
that
being
comes out through her,
just being a moron, and like all of the animations around that are so good.
You get to see the cat imprinted on the
the delivery of Peppermint through the cat 808 because of Chai is so good.
Now I know I know
but
people
if we're gonna say a best character, I don't think 808 or Peppermint make it.
I know people were hot on Luke from Street Fighter 6, but I think Chai should take the
Himbo.
for the best
Himbo
himbo twink of the year.
Okay. Best
I
twink
agree.
of the year.
If you're gonna say best himbo of the year, Luke isn't anywhere close to Chai, dude. Like Chai is
all right, good. I just know
better.
people like them, but
Okay. Andrew, Baldur's Gate 3, pick 2.
Yeah.
Pick 2. You know what? I'm going to make a
2
choice. Karlak and either Gale and Asterion, based on what I know from the first conversation I have with these characters. Is that it? Is that correct?
Oh, no, I don't even think Gale makes the list.
Okay.
No, I put Gale.
Karlak is a contender.
Okay.
Astarion is for sure a contender.
Okay. Those are the two. Done.
Andrew, would you agree top 3 out of the 6 we have are Karlak, Asterion, and Shadowheart?
I think Shadowheart is close with Raphael.
Yeah, it's tough because Raphael's not a party member.
That's the thing is, like, when you were asking before about, like, best performance, I was like, dude, I would have a really hard time between Karlak and Astarion is getting all the nominations.
Yeah,
but for me, it is...
He's a dick and a...
Like, Astarion is a very nuanced character in, like, all kinds of ways. Karlak is a very happy-go-lucky character with, like, a very tragic, like, backstory and, like, ultimatum kind of thing. Both of them are fantastic for that reason. Raphael is not a playable character, but he is a character that you run into constantly who's very much, like, the conniving asshole that you love to hate, you know? And he fucking nails that role. And Shadowheart is the person whose, like, world has been rocked by, like, finding out that everything that she knew was maybe a lie, you know? So all of these things are such good contenders, and that's why, as good as Gale is for being, like, the British comedian in this troupe of characters, he's still not even on the level of these other ones. If I had to pick 2, I think it's Karlak and Astarion. And I would weep for Raphael and Shadowheart.
Okay, yeah, I agree with I agree with Karlak and Asterion.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So we can strike the rest.
I'm gonna cut a bunch of mine. I put the brothers from Alan Wake 2 because of their commercials.
They're very memorable.
Are funny.
So
They're
good.
very memorable.
I think they're the best part of that
Do
game.
they?
Yeah.
Are they also the ones that in the beginning offer the tours of the mountains? But
Yes.
that's
them.
Yeah.
No, that's
And they also run the amusement park Coffee World.
Yes.
No. They see. This is why I'm glad that it won best narrative, because it's just like while we can't pick
did
them,
win.
I
it's
acknowledge
like,
its strengths.
It's part of the narrative. Yeah.
Riley and Jacob can go. I like their chemistry, but that's mostly just in the vocal direction.
I just think Jacob is a good character and Riley isn't.
I know. I'm with you on that. But I think there's something that they're dynamic when, especially when they're just first starting to work.
It's
together.
very similar, but much worse version of the Peppermint and Chai dynamic. Where one's just a lovable idiot and the other one's just like a
and also like
ass.
a complete disservice to like the Lola and oh shit. Now why am I blanking on his name?
Oh, the after party characters.
Yeah.
And also a disservice to the
2
characters
after party
from
protagonists.
Oxenfree 1 as
Yeah.
well.
Can we say definitively that the only 2 Hi-Fi Rush characters that are making it this far are Chai and Cinnamon?
Yeah. Although
I like Peppermint.
I do like Peppermint.
I do like Peppermint.
You like Peppermint more than Chai or Cinnamon?
Oh, so
No.
yeah, exactly.
No, but I love Peppermint.
I know. I like
No,
Peppermint as well.
Peppermint's good, but like Chai and Cinnamon, if we gotta pick 2
Chai
from
Chai
that
is
game.
contender for the
Milo and
the
Lola.
winner.
It's
Yeah,
going
Milo
crazy.
and Lola. The winner of this fucking category. Chai
Yeah.
is so good. And Chai, the thing about Chai is that Chai, like Cinnamon, is the comic relief in a game full of comic relief, and it's so well done.
The concept of a robot having to draw on his face with Sharpie to express himself is such a
which is like kind of the same as the Lego movie, but also still different. And oh my god, the combination of like which we'll get to in moment or sequence, but it's like Chai and his fever dreams combined with Cinnamon is like just a winning formula, because Cinnamon is willing to break the fourth law.
I like there's a part in the at one point when he's reflecting on all of this positive reassurance that all the characters have, and then when it gets to Cinnamon, he's just like, I like your pants.
I was gonna say the thing about Chai is that like in a really like a cast of characters that could all take this category, he enhances everybody around him.
Yeah.
It's like his interaction with everybody
It's how
else
well
makes
they play
them
off
better.
of
Yeah,
it. Yeah. All right.
So are we going with chai or cinnamon?
Chai and cinnamon.
Chai and cinnamon
We're
for
leaving
now.
two.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Pepino
Peppermint
spaghetti
gets
could
cut.
go as well. But I love that name, and I
Over
love
my dead
Yeah.
body.
Okay. I mean, I think the design, like, I love it. It's so expressive.
Yeah.
And
No, I'm joking, of
Okay.
course, but yeah, it's man.
I will say,
Pepino spaghetti.
I will say Homer from Forspoken can go. That cat was done dirty
Yeah.
because she just leaves him in a box at
Right.
the doorstep of the judge, and then
And then
doesn't
at the end,
doesn't even come back for him at the end of the game.
she's a bad.
He's just sitting in the window of the judge's house and looks up at a sparkling star and smiles, and that's Homer's ending in that game. I
No
just wanted
offense-
to
listen.
shout out the cat.
Listen, that cat probably
She did.
probably a better home than
That's
true.
She did save the
She
cat
could barely-
from her apartment fire.
She did save
instead
the
of
cat
money.
from her apartment fire, but to be fair, they did light the apartment on fire because of her.
Yeah.
So,
it's
yeah.
not the most likable.
No, she sucks.
No, yeah, she's not. Yeah,
Okay, so
Okay.
Homer's gone.
Yeah.
Homer's gone.
all fun and nice.
Austin, tell me about these. Tell me about the Star War.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Turgle,
Is he the little frog guy who's
Yes.
voiced by Richard Horvitz?
he's voiced by Richard Horvitz. Imagine if Invader Zim was like really like Woody Allen, just like really anxious all the time. Hold on. I gotta find a clip and just play it real quick. Here we go.
Welcome to Kobo.
Cal, so glad you're back. You missed all the action. It was horrible.
Did something happen?
The Raiders paid us another visit. Took a shine to that droid you found.
See,
They took her, Cal. Carried her right out. She's been droid napped.
My saloon better be okay, Turgle. I think you brought this down on us.
I'm innocent, Mr. Grease. Promise.
You're gonna need to paste that in chat for me.
Okay, yeah. I'll
He's
post
really
it in chat.
flexing those
Yeah.
throat muscles,
Ooh.
just like.
Yeah, it's just like I wouldn't call it best character by any means, but I just have to shout him out because in a game full of people who just cannot stop being serious.
Well, that's the funny thing. There's such a stoicness to probably everybody else, and then you have this little like.
yeah.
And just to be clear, that is the actual voice actor from Invader Zim.
That
Yes,
is,
that's
yeah.
Richard Horvitz,
And,
yeah.
and
Yeah, I was-
Raz and
and Raz,
Psychonauts.
yeah.
Yeah, because I was like, man, this is
I didn't know he was in that game until like after it came out. Like,
Right.
And
Yeah.
and
that
Daggett
really struck.
from Angry Beat.
Yes. And
Yeah.
and then Marin is the Night Witch.
Oh yeah,
And we will get to her. You can cut her. We will get to her in moment or sequence. She is part of. She's from the first one. She's the love interest, but
Mhm.
she is part of like a society of witches in the Star Wars universe who just fucking hate the Jedi. And every time you have meetings with all the Jedi and they're talking about like their code of ethics and shit, she's just constantly rolling her eyes in the background, and that's why I love her. Because part of the reason I love that game so much is just her just having my reactions to everything the Jedi do in Star Wars.
Right.
Yeah.
And she ain't wrong. I mean,
I'm going to leave Turgle on for now.
okay.
It's too early to cut him. He's adorable.
What about the two from Tears of the Kingdom?
Okay. So we all know Pura,
I was gonna say.
Do we?
which version?
No, we don't.
Yes.
the DeviantArt version.
Yeah, there we go.
Yes. Now officially legal, so we can make fan art of her.
mhm. Well, she went
Oh,
back
boy.
in time. She was old.
She regressed. Yeah.
yeah, she was old, and then she did some experiments on herself to make herself young and hot again.
Yes, that's
Yep.
it.
That was just a joke thing because of the meme, the fan art.
I was
big
gonna
air
say. I was
quotes.
like, listen,
Okay,
listen.
I
If I had to
remember
pick out one memorable thing about Pura is the fact that she's young and hot again.
Yeah.
Or actually, technically now older and hot again because she was a child in the first game.
And we can also I also put Addison. Do you remember Addison?
I think so. He was the he's the construction company guy.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? I was thinking about putting him on Moment
Mm-hmm.
because at first in that game I hated coming across him.
Yeah.
But then after a while, I actually genuinely started looking forward to the puzzles because at the beginning of the game the puzzles are all boring, but then by the end of it, you really have to
Yeah.
get
Yep.
creative with the how you solve those puzzles.
So there's a construction company in Tears of the Kingdom for those that haven't played it.
Yeah.
And there's this character whose job is to just go around Hyrule and put up signs for this construction company.
Yeah.
But he's just really bad at his job. So basically, it's a series of puzzles in the game. You struggle across this guy who's panicking, and he has a sign on the floor and then a bunch of other wood, and you basically have to get the sign to stay up on its own using your powers.
powers.
All of his signs only have one post, so they're all unbalanced. They'll always fall over, and he's literally standing there holding it up because he can't let the sign fall.
Yeah.
And then when you actually do balance, you say let it go, and when you do balance it properly, does he put a second stake in the ground? No, he reinforces the bottom of the first one so that it's just being held up by one. I thought that was one of the funniest inside jokes. Like, no, just put another stake on the other side and it won't fall down. And it's like, no, he just reinforces the first one. I was like, I thought that was actually a clever joke.
Yeah.
No. That's the.
Do you think they hang or
no?
We can cut them.
Yeah. I think. That game did many things right, but the characters were not. No one was posting on forums about the characters.
Matt, I have not played as much Lethal Company as you. Who is the Bracken?
The Bracken is one of the monsters. Personally, my favorite. I think I just want to give a little.
I think the mimic bugs are funny.
The mimic bugs are also good. There are many good ones. I want to give a shout out. My favorite monster does not attack you directly. Will only attack you if it can sneak up on you. And is very quiet. So you can defeat it just by looking at it. The problem is it's quiet, and often it does succeed in sneaking up on you. But one of the best things is when you turn around and you see your buddy get snatched by a big black creature and just get yoinked into the darkness, and you're like, "Hello, where'd you go?" And it's like my favorite.
That creates for
monster.
some fun.
It's a well-designed monster.
Okay, but
how about these Diablos?
Diablos. Okay. Well, I kind of covered it a little bit. Basically, there is a sorceress who is trying to fight the powers of evil, and then she gets seduced by Lilith into essentially sacrificing herself in order for Lilith to come back into the world. And her daughter, Narelle, tries to save her and fails, and then basically has to spend the rest of the game learning based off the little bit that her mother teached her, taking over for her mother. And she is, I would probably say, the actual main character of Diablo 4.
Yeah.
Like, she is so good and well written, and like the internal struggles that she goes through, and like the sacrifices that she makes, because
she lost a freaking arm.
Her arm gets cut off. Yeah,
it didn't stop her.
She didn't stop her.
Yeah,
and then at the ending, she has like a Lord of the Rings moment where she's like, "I'm gonna take this boat out of this bitch." You're like, "All right."
Yep.
And then Lorath is, like I said, he's the last of the Haradrim. He is the successor to Deckard Cain, but when he comes into the role as the successor to Deckard Cain, he is like a fucking drunk.
Okay.
And so you spend like a lot of the game. Basically, you meet him at the beginning, and he helps you at the very beginning, and then he goes like, he keeps going like, "Oh, well, meet me in the next town, and I'll help you. We'll figure out what to do next." And every time you come to town, he's just drunk and throwing up, and he's passed out in the stables next to the fucking horse shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, and he is also voiced by the same guy that voiced Sid in Final Fantasy 16. And
oh
wow, his voice is like super deep. I forget, Ralph Ineson? Is that his name?
Oh shit. I know that name, and I know I've heard other roles that he's been in.
His voice is like insanely deep, and it's awesome.
Oh god, I know for a fact that I played or watched something very recently with him in it. I swear to God, I know I did. I'm gonna look it up now because it's like I know that name.
But if I would like to keep one of these on here for now, and if I had to pick, I think I'd pick Narelle.
Okay,
I agree.
Laura.
Yeah.
But they're both.
All right, how do you feel about Ashley Graham and Louis Serra?
Yeah, I was gonna
and
say,
the merchant.
the merchant too. The 3 RE characters.
I mean, it's like the merchant will always be a cool like staple of Resident Evil, but Lewis and Ashley are Luis, sorry, are so much more fleshed out.
They're so much
in this
better.
game than
Yeah.
the original 4.
Okay.
And especially like, I mean, really, both of them have they're actually like characters more now than just plot devices. I
Yes.
guess. Particularly with Ashley, like you know, being more like capable, and they did kind of just turn Luis even to more of a badass than he was, and like, you know, and kind of following his motivations along the way is like compelling, and he has a really good final moment. I mean, I'd say spoilers, but it's
RE4.
the same, you know.
It leads to the same conclusion.
The same conclusion still happened from,
Yeah.
you know, over whatever, back in from 2005. So, you know, he doesn't make it out, but his sacrifice feels a lot more, you know, meaningful this time. But, I mean...
Does he take it over the best that we have to offer from
Unfortunately,
Baldur's Gate
yeah,
and-
comparatively to what's already on this list, I don't think any of them are going to probably make the cut, but... happy to see them here for a little while.
I don't know if this is what I remember Ralph Ineson from, but he was in Chernobyl.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
which
well.
might be but it's like he's been on a lot of stuff.
Yes. He has a very unique voice that
Yeah.
rules. All right, so are we cutting all the RE4 characters?
I think there are I think there
Yeah.
are better options out
Okay.
there. If I had to give it to one of them, I would give it to Luis.
Fantastic game, but yeah.
I think
I agree.
Luis they really I think did him justice.
It's a lot more depth this time.
Yes,
Alright,
a lot
so-
more.
Just so we're all aware, I'm cutting Luis last
Oh, okay.
out of the
Yeah.
three.
that is important.
Let me get to...
And all good performances all around.
How about Final Fantasy?
Yeah, I was just going to say, let me cover the 2 Final Fantasy characters. So, as I
Guy
said...
names his daughter Mid.
Well, so
It's not with the context of today's vernacular.
hold on, I got to Google something. Her name is not actually Mid.
Oh, is that a nickname?
Yes. Because his name is not Sid, it's Sidolphus.
So
But
she's
everybody calls him
Man,
Sid.
That's a way
my
better
my
name,
guess
that's
was
why.
Yeah.
Midursia.
Midgar.
That's not. Nope.
Come on.
Mediocre is actually her full name.
Medusia.
Her name is Middleol.
Okay,
Middle of the pack.
close enough.
And she is so basically
He called her mid lol.
Final Fantasy 16 spoilers. At the end of Act 1 of the game, Sid dies, and
What the hell, man?
Clive takes over as Sid. He takes the name Sid because it's like a, it's like a beacon, like a calling for the resistance. So he doesn't want people to know that Sid is dead because then that means the resistance is dead. So Clive starts calling himself Sid.
Last name
And then-
Vicious.
When Mid hears that Sid is alive, or when Mid hears that Sid dies, she comes to join the resistance to basically take his place, and she's an inventor. And it's the whole reason her character exists essentially is like, it is a world where, like rigid gender roles fit. Women are elegant and men are tough, and she's the character that's like, I'm a tough woman, but it's done.
She a tomboy? Or like she has short hair and she wears.
She doesn't
like,
have short hair. She's
okay.
also got like a Scottish accent, which is great.
Oh, that's, now
You
you're
should have
speaking
said
my
that
language.
first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she's just like, she's just like, she becomes a little bit of comic relief.
Gotcha.
In the same way that I said about Merrin from Jedi Survivor, like she becomes the person who's like, when all these royals and
Yeah,
people are like talking politics and talking shop and stuff, she just comes up and basically just tells them how stupid they're being.
Yes.
God,
Yeah.
don't you guys miss when games weren't political? My
Yeah.
God. Ugh.
And then Gav is he is Sid's right-hand man, and he is basically like the stealthiest person in the entire universe. So whenever you're like, we have to invade this entire city and kill this king, he's like, I'll be right back. And then he just sneaks in and comes back like 3 levels later and is like, so here's all the information you need to know. But he gets fucked the fuck up throughout that game. He like loses his eye, so he has an eye patch, and he gets injured. And he's like he's like the only person in this group full of people who are trying to free all these magic users from being slaves who doesn't have magic. He's like the normal guy, and he's also the most capable. And so like, and he also like, there's a very sweet story where you go into this village that has been like slaughtered, and you find a pregnant woman hiding in a thing, and then that's when in like a cabinet, and you bring her back to the base, and then that's when Clive and Gav sit down to have a drink, and Gav talks about how he always wanted to start a family, but the resistance always came first. And like, there's a very touching story, and then you get to the end of the game, and, you know, Clive is like, I can't be the Cid. We need a new leader for the resistance. And then they pick Gav as the leader, and he's like, I didn't think I could lead it because I'm the one that doesn't use magic. And they're like, we don't fucking care. You fucking rule, dude. And yeah.
He's the Mike Ehrman-Trout. Okay, he's the most capable person on the team.
Pretty much, yeah.
The most capable person on the team who doesn't have some twisted agenda. He's just there to do the job.
We picked you because you got the most heart. And that's what the resistance means.
Essentially, yeah. But there's just like constantly like scenarios where these people get fucked.
And he's like,
they're like, we're about to die, and Gav just comes in and saves the day like 800 times, and the game just like doesn't acknowledge it. And then finally they like at the end they're like, no, dude, you're the whole reason any of this happened. He's like the Neville Longbottom of Final Fantasy 16. You know, people are like, Harry Potter's not actually the lead character. Neville is. Gav is actually like the lead.
Oh, Neville. Okay, sorry, I flipped him and somebody else in my head. It's been a while since
super
I
handsome
was in the
guy
world
now.
Yeah, I saw those pictures.
And Malfoy looks like
hero.
a heroin addict.
Oh man!
All right, so
I don't think
Tom Middleton or something like that.
Yeah. So where do we stand on these two Final Fantasy characters compared to Nora the perverted upgrade fridge?
No! I'm just so happy that the fridge that wants to fuck you has stayed on here for so long.
I will say, I kept wishing this character back on screen just because I thought the main character was very dry.
Oh yeah, I mean, and it's funny because whoever voices that's also a standout performance amongst the rest of the VO work, which is admittedly fairly poor.
Yeah, especially the main character sounds like he kind of phoned it in.
He's kind of a flat line, and she has so much attitude.
She has so much attitude and personality. I see better picks on here, but I just got to say.
No, I love that horny fridge. I think that embraces the weirdness of the game more.
It made me so uncomfortable.
What?
And that is a testament to the writing.
Yeah.
In a true,
it gets explicit.
Oh, right, exactly. In a true alternative universe where
like your character is also uncomfortable with it.
Right. He's turning her down.
Doesn't everybody want a fridge that's gonna just like talk sexually and dirty to you?
Not particularly.
I was gonna
just need it to cool my Diet Coke. That's it. But
all right, so are we cutting Nora?
Yeah.
God damn it!
No, that
long live the sex fridge.
I agree.
I wish that every character could have had that personality. But bravo to you're right. The voice,
I don't know whose decision that was, but I'm glad.
So shout out
the loneliest person on the
team.
On the staff.
Can we make the fridge like sexy and like talk about draining you and stuff? What do you guys think?
God.
Yeah,
I just like every time you like the character tries to fight back or tell it to like.
Oh, I love it when you struggle.
Yeah, that's it. It's just like, oh, I like a man with attitude, and it's like, oh God, she does not want to take no for an answer. Oh, yeah.
All right, we've got 8 characters left, and I don't think we're going to end up with our number 1 and 2 being both from Final Fantasy or both from Hi-Fi Rush.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And which
so given those, because I don't have experience with Final Fantasy, if I'm looking at Chai and Cinnamon. As great as Cinnamon is, Chai is a rounder character that is also great.
Because it's also what Austin brought up is that it's also everybody playing off of him is like is what works. So.
I will also say
Chai enhances all of his scenes.
Yeah.
I will also say I have we never cut either of the Final Fantasy characters. I still have Turgle on here and I still have Neyrel on here. If I had to pick one of the characters, I mean you played Diablo 4, Sean, but
yes,
like. Of those characters I added, I think my favorite is probably Gav. So I'm gonna cut mid. and Turgle and Narel.
Yeah, no, I think that,
Unless anybody has a problem with, unless anybody wants weird Richard Horvitz frog on here.
like you said about Narelle,
like
like
him.
yes, the unwillingness to quit and just this like driving force of like this true spirit. Like I think you said it really well. It's like that's the true main character.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're the hero, but it's not your story. You're just kind of being drug along, and she is very compelling. But Gav seems more, you know.
It's also in a way like what you said about, weirdly enough, about the sexy fridge is like she is a standout. Her and Lorath are a standout in a game full of okay characters.
Yeah.
And like she's really well written, but it's like, you know, Astarion and Karlach are also stand out in a game full of a bunch of insanely well written
Right,
characters.
exactly.
So like it's all within the context. Narelle is the best character in Diablo 4, but
Yeah.
is Diablo 4 even close to the best written game?
No.
You know, compared to what we have left
Right.
here. No,
Honestly,
I don't think so.
I mean, I'm upset Narelle made it past Nora
Mm.
in the list of being cut, because that means something here.
No, fuck,
But-
fuck the horny fridge.
No. I mean, I know.
Don't fuck the horny fridge.
The
That's
game wouldn't let me.
Yeah,
Rip your dick off.
Yeah.
We should cut Cinnamon while we're at it.
Yeah.
Okay, cut Cinnamon.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Sorry, Cinnamon.
now we have
This reminds me of the dog's name from
1,
Stepbrother.
2,
Heel, Cinnamon.
3,
Cinnamon.
4, 5 characters left.
That's pretty good.
All right.
Mhm.
Yeah. All right.
You want to
So-
list them real quick?
Yes, I will list them. We have Gav from Final Fantasy 16, Chai from Hi-Fi Rush, Karlach and Astarion from Baldur's Gate 3, and Peppino Spaghetti from Pizza.
I literally said, I was like, no, I get it. There's not really a lot of
Yeah, I'm cutting them.
dynamic
It's
character explanation there, but
There's
yeah.
none.
It's
I'm
He's
glad-
just an
It's a-
insane pizza
yeah.
chef.
Yeah,
It's a fun
no,
group.
yeah. Right. I'm glad that he made it to top 5. I like
All right.
this habit we're getting
Default.
into 4, and then do an around the room kind of
Yeah.
Mhm.
test here.
All right. Do
Just in the waters.
you want to do the around the room thing real quick? And also, are we limited to one character per game?
No.
Like if Andrew wants to, can
We
he
should not.
Can
We
he
shouldn't.
No.
say,
There's no
No.
rule.
No, there's no
like
rule.
I would probably try and have some diversity, but there's no,
Yeah.
this isn't a.
Well,
Yeah.
because we cut Cinnamon because Chai is the better Hi-Fi Rush character. Before we go around the room, should we
No,
talk about
no,
Astarion versus Karlach?
Well, so real quick, Austin, right, is like I cut Cinnamon because not only is he like the second best Hi-Fi Rush character, but also because there's no way that he is the second best character behind Chai and a Baldur's Gate 3 character, right? Like
Okay.
like he would have to be at least third, which is
Okay.
why I said we should cut him, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Corsica and Peppermint are lesbians for each other.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The next one.
Well,
Yeah.
I hate to break it to you, but a lot of people are lesbians for each other in Baldur's Gate.
I
Yeah.
As a matter
do.
of
I
fact,
do
every-
love that Peppermint has like a robotic like. parts
I
and
fuck
stuff.
it.
Everyone's
Cyborgs are awesome.
sexuality in Baldur's Gate is so fluid that they will fuck you no matter what is going on
Fucking
your
A.
end.
It's
Yeah.
true. It's true. They
Yeah.
will. Yeah.
Mhm.
All right, around the room. Who wants to go first? It could be Sean this time because we did it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess in clockwise order of some
Okay.
sort. I'm the Karlach. Not
We didn't really talk about Karlach and Astarion all that much.
Well,
Yeah.
I think we kind of covered it in the
That's true.
narrative part. Like, trust me, I believe you guys did. You guys trust me. You talked about Karlach.
Okay.
And it's like
Karlach has a heart that is
an
going to kill her.
infernal.
An infernal heart that is going
Yes.
to kill her unless she returns to hell.
Right.
And also, I'm in love with her.
Yes.
Yeah.
wow, you and the rest of the internet.
I know.
That's why
It's
I was
true.
like, I said Karlach first, and I was like, oh,
And
showing my
Astarion,
hand way too
Astarion
fast.
is a vampire that is under the control of the vampire who turned him. And we will get more into that in moment or sequence, unless we have to.
Yes.
now.
Don't get into it too much. I
Yeah.
just started playing this game,
Yeah.
guys.
So, my order is gonna be Chai, then Karlach.
Um, I'm gonna just reverse that order. Simply because 3 people today have gushed to me about Karlach. Okay,
Ooh.
I know I just started the game, but
They
I'm
gushed
like,
to you about
Yeah.
yeah. They didn't
She's-
gush like the fridge though. You know what I'm saying?
She's mine. Back off, Andrew.
And I'm going with Chai.
yeah.
I you know what? What was the last option? Not Asarian, the one
Gav.
Gav. I just can't speak to that character, and I think
No,
Chai-
I love-
I think he's. We can cut Gav.
He's my third.
He's your third. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm not even gonna.
No,
pick Gav, so-
not for the list, but the what you've like told us about him,
Mhm.
I am like more interested in.
He's also a little bit of a himbo.
Yeah, we love
which
that.
I love me a himbo.
Yeah. But no, I think you've made a very good argument for him to make it this
Yeah.
far through.
All right, Andrew.
This.
I'm gonna go Astarion and then Chai.
Okay.
Hmm.
I'm gonna go Karlach Chai.
There you go.
Oh,
Wow,
boy.
that's like
All
That's
right.
why I said I'm not even picking Gav. So
So I'm gonna say Chai and maybe Turgle, but I do think
we
think.
cut Turgle.
Oh, did we?
Yeah.
Yeah, unless
Oh,
you
okay.
want him.
Long
Nah,
time ago.
nah.
Yeah.
I just thought that was a
He's
enjoyable
so
clip.
fun.
But
The rest of the game isn't though.
Yeah.
then in which case I'd say it's Chai and then it's between then Asterion or Karlach, I guess.
Yeah,
I think
that's
that
why
those
I
are the
said
most
we didn't.
impassioned,
We didn't pick.
like,
we didn't really talk
or
about
passionate talk, yeah.
specifically Asterion or Karlach. Asterion.
Yeah, so I was gonna say Karlach is like a very happy-go-lucky. Like she looks like a demon, which is kind of like the whole tieflings thing. But she is like the most positive character you'll run into in Baldur's Gate 3, despite the fact
That's
that
funny
she has a
because
terminal.
I just googled
Yeah.
a picture and shit. I thought I was looking at
No.
Diablo.
Yeah, despite the
She's
fact
awesome.
that she basically has a terminal illness, she is like
Well,
She has
the
an
most
infernal
upbeat
machine that
character.
runs on very
Yeah.
specific
it should be brought up that she has to be happy-go-lucky because if she gets angry, her
Yeah.
heart will explode.
Oh, that's
faster.
fucking funny. I
Yeah,
like that.
Yeah.
and then she jumps all over the area, and
And then
she can help
Astarion
hurt you.
is like he's dancing with the possibility of being power hungry, but also he is like a slave to this greater vampire, and he kind of like sees an opportunity in his future, but he's not quite sure how to handle it, kind of thing. So that's
He's
his
also
whole
like
deal.
extremely like theatrical
Mhm.
and
Yes.
Okay.
People
He's
tend
a
to call
thespian.
He's a thespian.
yeah, I've seen people call him Hot Stewie from Family Guy.
I don't know if I agree with that.
I mean, I could kind of see it.
Yeah.
They are polar opposites. I don't know if
Okay.
there's a
Yes.
time in Baldur's Gate where you will make a decision and both Karlach and Asterion will agree.
Yeah,
That's
exactly. Yeah.
that is maybe also true.
Yeah.
Astarion tends to like you rolling with the id of your brain.
Yeah.
You know?
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Karlach is more like, yeah, let's do it. We got this. Like
Yeah.
that's Karlach.
I can help you make up your mind. She's like the uplifting mother figure that I think we
Not a
all
mother to
want
me.
in a relationship.
You know what I mean?
The strong woman that picks you up and carries you around.
That
Yeah.
sounds pretty good.
She's the Rosie the Riveter.
All right. Then I think I
that's
gotta.
really good.
I think I gotta go with her then.
Okay.
Yeah.
So does that mean it's Chai and Karlach, but we have to pick who's
Yeah.
the winner and who's the runner-up?
Yes.
I
It's them
think
versus
Chai
one another.
was unanimous for being in this top 2.
He
Yeah,
was.
yeah.
He was unanimous. Okay, so that means that Chai wins and Karlach gets second
I
by
think
the
so, yeah.
numbers, but I don't know because Karlach rules and is the love of my life.
Yeah.
So keep that in mind before you
Mama.
make such drastic decisions.
Yeah.
We tried to kiss and she burned my lips, but I didn't care.
The scar is just a reminder that you were
All
once
right,
there.
is everybody? I'm the biggest Karlach defender.
Well,
here.
hey, like we said, it's not like
It's not, but how do people feel about? Because
I love Chai, but I wouldn't stand in the way of you wanting to nominate her first.
I was gonna say
Okay.
this is like it's completely either way is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't feel strongly.
Yeah,
that way about
that's kind of where I'm at as well.
Andrew, as the only other
Yeah.
person who's played both games to completion, how do you feel about Karlach versus Chai? Because you
Karlach
picked
is
Asterion.
she's such a close second. I'm not hurt by this at all. Like, dude, honestly, like, if anybody wants to know from me, like, why I like Karlach so much, I just show them that scene from Act 3, where she beats that guy, and then she has that introspective moment.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh yeah, not only is that like a performance contender scene, but it's also a major character scene as far as this, you know, category is concerned. So,
right.
I managed to get through that spoiler-free for Nudaboom here.
Thank you.
But yeah, it's like, yeah, she nails it, right? Like, just the character's a 5 out of 5, the performance is a 5 out of 5, like, and Astarian's great too. You just kind of have to see both of them, I guess, and let me know what you think when you get around to it, Matt.
Okay.
It's funny hearing what you guys are saying about these two characters, because at the Game Awards it was the nomination.
That's what I was so surprised by, Randy, is that, like,
what's his name?
Because
Astarion?
Neil Newbon.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, I was surprised that like he went with the Golden Joystick and the Game Awards nominations, when I thought it was so much closer that it would have been hard to get, so specific on just one performance. And matter of fact, if we're going just performance, I'd say the narrator even does such a hell of a job that it's hard to narrow it down.
Maybe you need a cast category. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, but as far as character goes, it's those two I think are the strongest. And still not by a wide margin, because Shadowheart, Gale, Lae'zel, Raphael, they're all great,
I think
in different ways.
We need to settle the order. Karlach.
I mean,
and
everybody
Chai.
said you don't care, but I feel like the support for Chai is higher.
Does Karlach play air guitar?
No.
If she were
I wouldn't be
about
surprised.
700 years in the future, she probably would.
Yeah. They're similar characters. Honestly, they're not that dissimilar.
They're really not all that different. Yeah. But
I'm
Chai
totally
Chai
okay
never
with
has to
Chai.
face his mortality the way that the way that Karlach does.
So we've now for best character we have Chai from Hi-Fi Rush, and then Austin's waifu Karlach from Baldur's Gate 3 in second.
Yep.
Yeah.
Don't say waifu. That diminishes it. Just wife. She loves me, and I love her. And I fixed her heart
even though
so
it
that we
burned a
could
little
do
bit.
it.
You fixed her heart, like physically, but also like emotionally as well. Yeah. Gotcha.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, and finally for today, best moment, or best moment in sequence, as Giant Bomb used to phrase it. Basically, like, was there a scene or level in something that truly stuck out to you? It doesn't always need to be playable. It could be a cinematic. I see a few fourth wall, like real life reactions we had to stuff that also very much count. And again, spoilers probably ahead. So starting with the talk show in Alan Wake 2, We Sing in Alan Wake 2. I have using the switch lamp and rewriting the narrative for the first time, also in Alan Wake 2. I guess if they're grouped together, I should just... The opening of Atomic Heart. The next 5 are from Baldur's Gate 3. Telling Karlach you love her.
Wonder who added that one.
The House of Hope.
Could be any of us.
The House of Hope. Cazador. Custom genitals and character creation.
Oh, yeah.
High-level combat. 2 from Chance and Sonar, figuring out the first complete language, linking the people. Firestarter, in parentheses, Mission Impossible stuff from Cyberpunk 2077, Phantom Liberty.
Look, if you know, you know.
If you know, you know.
There's no other way to put that than Mission Impossible.
Gotcha.
Unyielding Flesh and Question of Self from Diablo 4. Jill's Revenge and Finding Whiteheart in the Chocobo in Final Fantasy 16. We have the Whirring level, the how do you pronounce it? I forget. Rogue Fort boss fight. Talking to everyone at home base while Chai is knocked out. The Lonely Boy intro, the Number Girl escape sequence, the Invaders Must Die Tower Raid, all from Hi-Fi Rush. Having a full band in Do Re Mi and Jackbox Party Pack 10. The Unlimited Players mod and the Spencer Mansion moons in Lethal Company. The Pyramid and the bar fight from Mortal Kombat 1. The Rotating Mansion from Oxenfree 2 Lost Signals. 8-player split screen from Quake 2 Enhanced Edition. The Cube Maze boss fight from Remnant 2. Luisa's better death scene in Resident Evil 4 Remake. A Second Chance, and Find Grandpa in Spider-Man 2. The Jedi relationship discussion and teleporting boss fight in Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Juno Gambit's AI conversation and Operation Starseed Clone Planet and awkward small talk in space, all from Starfield. First time that's come up today. Texting Ryu and Cammy in Street Fighter 6. Spotting the anomalies in the Exit 8. Collapsing a building with the enemy team inside in the finals. Built for Rails Shrine in Tears of the Kingdom, along with the Fire Temple and cheesing the Cube Golems from The Legend of Zelda. Where are we starting with this?
Let's start with some easier cuts.
Okay.
So the bar fight in Mortal Kombat 1, I don't think is anywhere near as good as the parody.
It is not at all. I just like it because I think the way it's choreographed and there's a lot of kind of comedy even in it.
Sure.
Yeah, but no, it doesn't.
Yeah,
nothing else in that game holds a candle to
everything else on this list.
Yeah, because even
the bar fight, I think it's cut.
Even the what is it? The little like filming the Johnny Cage filming the movie part is sort of cute and fun. It goes on a bit too long, but
both of them do, arguably. Yep.
Let's say no. I think it counts. I was going to say the Unlimited Players mod in Lethal Company.
That was also on my list.
It's a great moment, but it's not part of the game.
Fucking fight me now.
I guess technically it's not part of the game, but it did make the experience for me.
But it still counts.
Yeah.
I'm going to be fighting for that for like one of the top spots because genuinely.
Do you think? Because I was going to say what I was going to say is when you first added that I was like it's a mod, but then I was like but it's still a moment. And I think it beats out the Spencer Mansions.
Fair.
Because the Spencer Mansion was only good because we had 8 people.
You're right.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? Okay, so let me pay
Say
some let me say my piece. Okay, the reason I added the Unlimited Players mod is called More Company, by the way.
It makes the game way better.
It does.
It does. Honestly, probably, and you know what's funny? I mean, I guess if you wanted to qualify, it was not last year, it was this year. I've been playing Lethal Company. We looked up. We know you can have more than 4 players. We downloaded it, loved it. I bought Randy a copy of the game. Okay, now Randy, ahead of time, everybody in that room was just like, Randy's not going to want to play, and you played it, and you were like, this is genuinely charming and fun. And
I was just as surprised as anybody.
Are you kidding?
Yeah,
it had 8 people together.
To be fair,
this guy was creaming his jeans.
While you guys were having that discussion, it was right after we were done band practice, and I was talking to Randy about Lethal Company. I was like, they're all in there. Just download my copy and try it. And then when I got home, he already had a copy. For him.
Okay, the Spencer Mansion is just a very nice homage.
It is.
When you walk into the higher level moons, so the basic gist of it is that if you go to these abandoned moons, you have to go into these abandoned installations and grab scrap. The later moons are very clearly modeled after the Spencer Mansion from Resident Evil. I thought it was a great, like instantly recognizable. You can cut that one. I think playing that game with, I think we had 7 people was probably genuinely some of the most fun I've had in a video game in months.
It makes the game so much better. I don't know why it's a mod. I don't know why they allow you to have that many people.
So,
but no, we can keep that for now. Any other easy cuts that stick out to
so I'm gonna go for a couple from Hi-Fi Rush just because if we're only gonna get down to 1 and 2,
we're gonna do that now.
Make it.
All right.
Yeah, well, because that's what I'm familiar with, right? Is like, okay, I know that you're not going to get what do you call it? Lonely Boy intro, Number Girl escape sequence,
Invaders Must Die Tower Raid and the Whirring level all together.
So, and the Rochford boss fight is the Beethoven, the classical remix.
Yeah, I would say Lonely Boy and Number Girl for sure.
The Perfect Dark final boss, Perfect Dark. Perfect Drunk final boss.
Yeah, the thing is about like you and Randy are way into Whirring, and I had to look that level up, and I looked it up, and I was like, oh. This was maybe one of the most boring parts of the game.
Are you fucking with me? That's like my number one with a bullet.
Do you remember when I brought up the prospect of cutting the Lethal Company mod and Matt yelled at me? I don't feel like raising my voice, but you can pry the whirring level from my cold dead fucking
that's
hang.
That's exactly why I'm not proposing cutting the whirring level.
Right, but I think that's the most epic moment in the game. I mean, it's genuinely one of my favorite songs of all time, so I know there's going to be some personal connection there.
But to me, Invaders Must Die means nothing to me, but that moment meant so much to me in that game.
I think just how well this was synced with that song, because that's a lengthy, track, and
I think we can cut Lonely Boy and Number Girl because just there's way stronger moments in that game.
Sure.
And I am not trying to cut Whirring yet because I know it means so much to the two of you. But to me it meant so little that I couldn't even remember what part of the game it was. You are cuckoo
bananas crazy. I will say that the reason I put the Number Girl song is of the licensed stuff in the soundtrack, that was the one I was not familiar with at all.
Chainsaw,
whatever. Yeah. And the
Izuki chainsaw, or whatever that Japanese band is.
And I was like, oh man, this song rips ass. All right, so or whips ass, rips.
Yeah, whips ass. Say it smells. Smell-o-vision.
What about
man? This song farts, dude.
It's an attack on all the senses. Hi-Fi Rush.
No, Lonely Boy and Number Girl, I think, can get crossed out, and then we'll keep going.
All right.
I thought I had a third, and I was not trying to cut
that game is full
because
of
I know
moments.
It meant so much.
I think the thing about the whirring thing too is it's not just the song itself, but it's also that is the big. It even does the hero whipping shot of everyone on your team together finally and all contributing at once to the across the city skyline.
No, I know the tropes it was going for. I don't know that it necessarily nailed it. Like I said, that part of the game was pretty forgettable to me.
Right, we'll put a pin in this for now.
So, we'll come back to it.
In the spirit of chopping some stuff off, these two Star Wars scenes.
Okay.
You showed me the one, which was actually kind of rad.
I think I showed it to you and Andrew.
Yeah.
There's a part in the game where essentially it's you and Marin, who I talked about before, and she has the ability to teleport, and you don't. And then the Empire comes in with this giant walker, which you cannot beat.
Yeah.
And then there's a boss fight, which isn't really a boss fight. It's just an interactable sequence where they take all of the traversal mechanics that you have learned. They're very Uncharted and wall running and your grapple hook, and then they add the teleporting in because she able to make portals for you.
Yeah.
And so you're just jumping off of walls into portals and teleporting to different areas of the levels, and then sliding down a hill, jumping off, grappling to a point, running on a wall, jumping off into a portal. It is just the culmination of. You played it, right?
Yeah. No, that's why I brought this up, is because the
culmination of every traversal mechanic they added, which it's so much greater than the sum of its parts.
And this actual sequence is your introduction to that new mechanic, and it's so epic.
Yeah.
It's
insane.
Really, I hate using that word, but it is so heart racing, and it is really good.
Yeah, and then the Jedi relationship discussion we can cut, but I just love that part because it's that Marin is a love interest, but she's not really a love interest because Cal's a Jedi and he doesn't
he's got to be a celibate in this weird sexless cult.
And basically,
they're priests. Right?
There's a time where they're stuck in a cave together, and they have this discussion about how much why would you deny yourself something like that? Yeah. Is it really going to make yourself worse at the Force? Is the galaxy hinging on you not falling in love? Yeah, and then they kiss. And it's just
and then all his powers just get sucked out of him, right?
Yeah, just wait till the third game where he turns into Darth Vader.
Yeah, that's every other Jedi that's fallen in love and went south.
We can cut that, but I wanted to call that out because I just love that the game addresses that. Yeah. They made a love interest and then came up with the problem where they're like, well, Jedis can't have love interest because the last time Jedi had a love interest, he turned into Darth Vader, like Sean said. And then they're just like, no, this is bullshit. You can still use the Force and kiss people.
To be fair, it's not his. Well, I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah.
Not to get too deep into the Anakin / Darth Vader shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that I did want to keep that one sequence with the teleporting because
Yeah.
it's so awesome.
Do any of these 3 Starfield segments hang?
I wanted to
So,
talk about them.
I was gonna actually.
Well, Matt put one on.
Yeah, I was gonna actually ask because I was like, if you go through yours, I can go through mine as well.
Okay. So yeah, I have two. I had 4. I cut it down. I had 2 missions on here.
Yeah, I need to be reminded too because
Yes,
I've all but
that's
wiped this
why
game from
Andrew
my memory.
told me to put the things in parentheses because the mission names tell you nothing. So Juno's Gambit is you stumble onto a space station, you go inside the space station, and there's these 2 guys arguing with a computer. And you find out that this was like an AI that a mining company made to mine some planet of something or something like that. But the AI has gained sentience and now realizes that it doesn't want to mine anymore.
Yeah.
It wants to live. It
And play
wants to
solitaire.
travel the galaxy, and it wants to learn.
Oh.
And it wants to love. And it wants to do all the stuff that
Yeah.
humans do. And these 2 guys are like, this fucking computer's being buggy. We're just here to shut it down, but it won't let us, and it's being antagonistic. And then they're just like, just go shut it down for us. It won't let us do it. Maybe you can talk it down. And then you go talk to the computer, and it has like this beautiful like speech about humanity and how it shouldn't be denied humanity just because it was created differently than you were. And
why was I built to feel pain?
Yeah.
All of those memories will be lost like teardrops in the rain. Sort of,
For real. And then then you get to the option where like you go into the mission and you're just like, oh, I just got to deal with this computer that's being nasty, and the computer is basically just begging you for its
Why
life.
was I programmed? Oh, Jesus.
And then you have the option to either shut down the computer and quote unquote kill the AI or kill the 2 guys, and then the word will never get back to the mining and release the AI to the universe.
What'd you do?
Oh my god!
I released the
Yeah,
AI. I
like
killed
her.
those fuckers.
Goddamn!
Yeah.
You know what would have even made that better is in the middle of this like passion monologue, an option that comes up that just says "hit the switch" and you just kill it in the middle.
can.
Of
You get the option to shut it down every single line of dialogue.
Oh god, that's
Yeah.
wonderful.
Yeah.
that's
that,
wonderful.
that actually sounds hilarious.
That sounds
just walk
so
up
funny.
mid.
Just walk up to just walk
Yeah.
up, just be like, I finally learned to feel.
I've got to say, man, like I've played plenty of RPGs. I've seen a lot of science fiction, whatever.
Yeah.
I have never come across a piece of science fiction that was like, choose between actual humans and an AI and decide who lives, and I side with the AI. It has never happened. Like in Cyberpunk, there's a side quest for this with the taxi company. And I was like, nope, sorry, fuck you, you're not real, right? Like
Yeah.
every single time. And so it's like, I am
Robots is
waiting.
people too.
I am waiting for one to convince me that I have been making the wrong choice this whole time, but I have not yet come across it. So I'm going to cut that one if that's okay with you.
Yeah, sure, that can be cut. I don't think Starfield.
Okay.
Spoilers for the rest of this podcast. I don't think Starfield belongs near the top of any of this shit. I just want to talk about it a
I was
little
gonna
bit.
say, yeah.
And then
It's funny
Operation
because we all played it.
Operation Starseed, you land on a planet and you meet a clone of Ada Lovelace, and
Okay.
and she says
That's very specific.
this planet is in trouble, and then you find out that this planet was an experiment done by a guy who figured out how to clone. So then he cloned FDR, Genghis Khan, and some
Great.
lady ruler from Egypt, and basically gave them each a third of.
Assembling a team.
No, he gave them each a third of the planet and then a bunch of other clones and said, lead the way you want to lead, and we'll see which one survives.
Wait a second.
Oh.
This
And
is
he put
just
them all
Clone
in high
High.
school.
Essentially, yeah.
Nothing bad ever happens to a Kennedy.
And so you just have to go from from settlement to settlement and just talk to Genghis Khan and the Egyptian lady and FDR and
It's
basically
a different Egyptian
decide-
lady from Cleopatra.
it's not Cleopatra.
Yeah, I
I
was gonna
forget her
say.
name. It's something with an H.
Hitler.
No.
Hippolyta or something.
No,
Hippolyta.
it's
No,
right
H.H.
on my
Holmes.
ears.
Yeah. But yeah, we can cut that one too. It's just such an interesting idea wasted.
I think
you might say that is the subtitle that belongs under Starfield.
Yes.
you also left out the part when you're running in between the settlements on the planet, the 5 to 10 minutes of walking through nothingness.
I did leave that part out.
Yeah, that is a real. I have a lot of thoughts about Starfield. None of them belong in best sequence.
That'll come up, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna butcher this, but it's Hatshepsut.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. See, do you know why this is why I called her the Egyptian lady.
Okay.
It's
Right here,
so
it's
hard
right
to
here.
pronounce.
Why didn't they just use
I know, I see
Cleopatra?
it.
I don't
Yo.
fucking know.
It's
Matt,
Hatshepsut.
I've got a
It rolls
Google
off the
Doc
tongue.
open. I've got a Google Doc open with 10 bullet points with just the heading of stupid stuff in Starfield.
Yeah.
So we'll get there, but not in this category.
We'll get there in most
alright.
disappointing.
Yeah, this isn't
I'm sure.
worst game, guys.
Yeah, most disappointing for sure. Okay, so we could get rid of awkward spell talk in space? Question mark?
So I put this on here because it was the one genuine moment of joy that I had in the game. Wow, we're really ragging.
Damn.
There's a point. It's probably just.
Are you okay?
What? What's up?
You were like, it was the one moment of joy I had in the game. I was like, oh, jeez.
I mean, I'm exaggerating only a little bit, but anyway, there is I believe a random encounter. You run into a ship, okay, with a college professor on it, and she's been sent out on this like field research thing, and she asks you to like take a quick survey or ask you a couple questions. At the end of it, she's like, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm, gonna head out. But her jump drive needs to sit there in charge. And she's like, oh, this is going kind of slower than usual. And you have to sit there for a full minute while you make this awkward small talk with this woman. And small talk turns into like a genuine conversation. She talks about, she's like, I only brought like a couple books with me. And like, I want to go back and get some more books. Like I read Pride and Prejudice like 3 times or whatever. And then there's this long pause and she's like, yep, jump drive is still charging. All right. And you have to keep going. And I thought it was hilarious.
That's actually a very human.
It was a very, very human
Otherwise
moment.
kind of a sterile game.
Yes, in a sterile game. I had to bring it up because it was good. It's such a good moment.
Starfield's some light shines through the shit in that game.
You could say that maybe the universe and all the stars that you see in the sky, the vastness of infinite is Starfield. And then those little stars are the sparkles in the game.
I get what you're
and
saying.
1 out of every 100 of them has something interesting on
Yes.
Yeah. Mostly,
Starfield is the vastness of nothingness.
Yeah.
Is what I'm trying to say.
Mostly nothing filled with tiny specks of dense matter. Is a good way to put it.
like space.
Like space.
Okay. Let's talk about Street Fighter. Because I think
this one moment that you have here, I don't think is going to make the cut.
No.
And, yeah.
I just want to talk about it. You get a cell phone. Luke gives you a cell phone in the beginning of the game, and slowly throughout the game, you get the phone numbers of all the Street Fighter cast, and you text with them, and that's like how they deliver some backstory and dialogue for the characters.
Yeah.
And Ryu, because he's like a monk that lives in the middle of nowhere and doesn't believe in technology, like gets
He's a
phone.
hobo.
He's a hobo.
He travels from fight to fight and fights people and then doesn't really do anything else.
Yeah, and Cammy is like she's like a military person who doesn't take anything seriously, and it's just the writing in those 2 text threads shines through so much because like Cammy is like this hard military person who's just very utilitarian, and then she learns about emojis. And then she just starts sending you like cat pictures and stuff randomly. And then Ryu is just spending like half the game trying to figure out how a phone works. It's like texting with your dad.
That's great.
It's just, we can cut it. But the writing for those 2 things is so well done.
Just sends you like the default Bitmoji person.
No, he does the thing where he signs all his texts Ryu. And you're just like, dude, I know it's from you. That's how phones work.
He sends a picture of him looking down at the phone up to the ceiling.
I'm gonna trim 2 of mine. The finals one that was just like I'm gonna talk more about the finals probably on the next episode, but like it has almost like Red Faction Guerrilla type destructibility in it, and that was the most enjoyment I got out of that. And it is an objective-based shooter, or you can, rather than focusing on your mission goal or even like shooting the enemy team, you could just kind of, especially if you're the big dude, just kind of go around and collapse entire structures and basically change the way like the layout of the map even can work. Like, because like the loot you can.
There's a vault that you have to capture, and you can run into the room and try to shoot them and steal the vault, or you can just throw an explosive on the floor below the vault and blow it up, and the vault will just drop down into the room that you're in.
Yeah,
right.
And so, like, the destruction is not surface level. Like, it really changes the gameplay.
It's the most time destruction in a multiplayer game has actually, like, affected gameplay. And, like,
I was going to say, when I saw this on there, I was like, I could just imagine you being the big guy.
That's what I did. I basically Kool-Aided Man through all the pillars, and all the buildings have structural integrity. Yeah. So eventually everything got wobbly and fell over, and like 2 people died. I
nailed it. Yeah, I knew for certain that since you put that on there,
because it's the one thing. Like if you jump into that, you're just like, I just want to see if this can be done, and it turns out it can. So it's like, but if if it accounts for it, but but that we can get rid of that one, and then I'm going to explain very briefly the exit 8, just because I know I'm the only one that's familiar with it.
Okay.
So it almost came out more negative than I intended it to, but it is a spot the difference game, but it does that in a pretty intelligent way. Basically, you're in this endless looping hallway. If you find, you kind of have to memorize as much as you can, and if you see one, it's called an anomaly. And if you see if you run into an anomaly, you turn around and run back to go forward. And if you don't see an anomaly, then you keep going, like,
does it have
straight through
the aha moment of like immortality?
Yes, exactly. But it's some of the anomalies are subtle and others are blatant. Because they can get freaky at certain moments, like but also like humorous. Like it's like, for instance, like in this hallway there are posters, and like sometimes the text and the images will change around on the posters, or other times the hallway will be like, oozing something out of the walls or filled with gas, or the NPC that you walk past, their face will change. Sometimes there's audio cues that won't pop in, like, and that's why it's like some are difficult. They'll be like, oh, you have to memorize the amount of like doors there are, and you're looking at the panels in the ceiling and on the wall. But it's like, I don't know, it was very satisfying. You basically have to resolve 8. It's a 50-50 shot, but you got to do it 8 times in a row in order to escape, in order to get out.
Exit 8.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. But depending on what you encounter, because there's a lot of different ones. You might not even see them all
right
in your first run, because it's only about a 45-minute game, but it costs like $3.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
which is dope. So
I hadn't discovered this until I saw it on the list many times.
Yeah,
but I'm very interested. I'm definitely going to try this.
Yeah. It's once you're successful. Yeah, it's like it's a good just sit down. And at first you almost like don't really know what you're doing, because it tells you what the hook is. But once you're on it, it's like and it makes that engine look good. I can honestly say, like, I was like, that's my computer. I mean, it's a simple game, but it's like Unreal 5's got some lighting in it. Mm-hmm. Best head bob I've ever felt in a game. If that makes sense.
Well, you really got to nail it.
Yeah. But yeah.
So 90% of your development work is on the head.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay,
yeah. But like you said, your objective is just to decide whether or not, like, which direction to go. But it's and it is like you said, it's like when you're like, like that. Yeah. This is the difference after searching around for a few minutes. But I can let go of it.
I like it.
Okay. Yeah. So let's cut. Do we have anything that's an easy cut for Zelda?
No. Let's hold on. I have a couple easy cuts. They're not Zelda though. I'm gonna go through them real quick. So the Cube Maze boss fight in Remnant 2. So we've all played some version of Remnant, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep. I have now played all 3 of them partially.
Yeah. So the
first one.
The whole thing about Remnant, it's a 3-player game. You die, you get downed, and then people can use their dragon hearts, which is the Estus Flask, to revive them. There's a boss fight in Remnant 2 where the boss doesn't actually fight you. It's just a labyrinth with a bunch of cubes in it. And all of the cubes have a bunch of gray sides and then a glowing white side. And if you shoot the glowing white side, it exposes like a break in the rock. And so you have to navigate through this labyrinth, shoot the white sides, and the cubes are constantly turning over and going towards you, and you have to stand in the spot where the hole that you've now exposed is, because if you stand in the wrong spot, you'll get flattened, and you don't get downed, you just straight up die.
Yeah.
I mean, we got squished by things already in that.
Yeah.
That is actually, so I haven't made that point, but that sounds very, very clever.
Yeah, so there's 3 parts of the labyrinth, each have 2 cubes, and then there's a cube floating in the sky, and if you expose all 6 of the holes on the 6 cubes, then the thing in the sky gets exposed, and then you can shoot it and you can win the boss fight. but you have to split up into 3 parts because the labyrinth comes in 3 parts, and you have to do it on your own, the 3 of you, and like.
Well, if one person dies,
and if one person dies, then you have to either just give up or you have to navigate to the other part of the labyrinth and take over for them, and it's just a perfect example of how to design a boss fight that is not just kill the thing, not a DPS check.
Who shoots at it the hardest.
That's a pretty good choice.
Yeah. But I'm going to cut that because it doesn't hold up. And then I am also going to cut the 2 Final Fantasy 16 ones.
Okay.
Because I don't think they hold up. But Jill's Revenge is, so I said everybody who uses magic gets kidnapped in the intro to the game and becomes slaves. So Jill gets kidnapped by like some king. And since she's the Shiva thing, he uses her to just murder people relentlessly. And when you rescue her, she has a bunch of trauma, basically being like, I don't want to use my powers anymore. I've killed far too many people. I didn't want to do that, but and she almost dies because she refuses to use her powers right before you rescue her, so he almost kills her. And then later on in the game, when you go to destroy the 5 crystals, his kingdom is one of the ones that has the crystals. And he's standing right in front of the crystal before you destroy it, and you think it's going to be a boss fight. And then Jill just loses her fucking mind, turns into Shiva, and just murders the fucking dude. It is so satisfying.
I'd like to imagine
he's such a dickhead.
It's one of those spam sections from Azura's Wrath. Where
Kind
you're
of,
just slamming
it is
like
kind of.
X.
The Final Fantasy 16 has a lot of that.
Oh, I love it.
Kind of stuff. And then Whiteheart the Chocobo. So you have a Chocobo as a child, and
it runs away.
No, it risks its life to save you.
Oh.
Because Clive is about to die, and the Chocobo jumps in front and gets stabbed in the eye with a spear. And then you can't find the Chocobo, and then 25 to 30 hours later in the game, you get a side quest that you don't have to do, where somebody says, there's a white Chocobo that's going around and, like, saving people from, like, the monsters that are appearing all over the world. And they're like, you need to go find that Chocobo. We need to know if it's real or something. Or no, Gav asks you to get a white Chocobo feather so that he can make a little trinket for the pregnant girl I mentioned. And so you ask around about a white Chocobo, you find it, and then you find out that Whiteheart, the Chocobo who's been saving everybody, is your Chocobo from childhood. And then if you do that quest, then you get a Chocobo, which makes traversal in the game faster.
Noted.
Yeah.
Is it like a loving, rejoining of old friends?
It's like one of those. It's like one of those fucking videos where like the dog sees the soldier
military.
Come
Yeah. I know exactly.
It's like one of those, but in Final Fantasy.
Gets the zoomies.
Yeah.
We brought it up a bit in character, but I think we can let go of Luis's death, and it's good, and it's an improvement over the original game. We know it's coming. And the game knows that you know it's coming.
Yeah.
So,
no, they I think that's it. But I think they knew that Luis deserved better after he got a good reception, because if you play that, this game, the original RE has been out for a long time. He basically just dies in a hallway, not even a particular, just a hallway.
It's a lot more heroic this time around.
It's more heroic this time. That's a better Luis's heroic death. They gave him a heroic death, and also just a way more expanded role in that story. If they go into his background of why he was there and what he was working on and all that good stuff. So they did a good job.
Would you be frustrated to find out that the only reason they had to cut certain things, like this was all in the original like script for the game, if it's because the size of the Nintendo GameCube?
No, that it was on 2 discs.
Right. Well, they couldn't do
That's
3.
all you need.
Because it's like 5 gigs per thing.
It's not. It's one.
No, I think it's like 2.5.
Okay.
I think.
I thought it was 1.5. Maybe.
Or maybe 1.5.
I think it was 1.8 per disc.
Okay.
You just had to wait 18 years.
This was their intention the whole
cut
time.
and lose his death.
Yeah. And also another one, just because this was a revisit, the opening of Atomic Heart is beautiful.
Yes.
I love the vastness of it.
Yes.
When you go
The
up
scale.
in the car, the scale of it,
The
like
music.
Like the amount of
reimagined
characters on screen at once, or just NPCs in the city doing things.
Not
it's
to mention
so striking, but
just the the fictitious like history.
Yeah, all the
this,
implications.
all of the
yeah.
monuments.
Say,
that
like
tell-
the music is like Bioshock Infinite, where it's like, what if Russian music got real popular?
Yeah.
yeah.
They play around with so
A
much.
lot of really weird inventions that.
yeah.
I was blown away at the like the release trailer or whatever.
Yeah, me
and I
too.
was like,
following for
I
a
bought
while.
it on PC because I keyboard and mouse.
It's on Game
for
Pass.
FPS. Oh, actually, I think I played it on Game Pass.
Yeah.
No, so when I played it on Game
And
Pass for
optimized
PC,
well.
that's exactly what I was
Yeah,
getting to. I know this has nothing to do with what you're talking about, but in that opening sequence, I was like, oh man, this is gonna. I had my
Me
old
too.
PC.
I thought it was like this is gonna
I
tank
was
my
like,
shit,
yeah.
and
I was
yeah.
like, oh wow, this is incredible.
Yeah.
And it's like it looks really.
It
good,
does.
too.
It's eye popping.
So
But
that's
yeah,
a cool sequence.
I-
definitely,
it is.
for
I
sure.
probably
Right.
spent like
Are you cutting that?
Yeah, I love it, but I think there's too much else.
Yeah, it just
I
sets you
think
up for disappointment.
I probably spent nearly an hour of that game just exploring.
I ended that
so,
too.
yeah, where
Yeah.
it's like there was so much detail to check out and like news papers,
seeing what
and I'm like-
dialogue people spit
and
out.
it's like yeah, and that's it. And it's like I want to listen to it all. It's so mesmerizing.
it's really interesting.
Yeah.
All right. What if we cut custom genitals?
Man,
This
you guys
early?
you guys are such killjoys.
This early.
Like, look, custom genitals is a great feature. I really appreciated the girlfriend reviews bit about it. That was pretty great.
More options than
yeah,
Cyberpunk on the genital.
I mean, about the same
the
number
same?
of options,
Okay, alright.
But it
still-
comes into
still
play
pretty
more.
funny.
Oh,
I was gonna say
Because
okay,
there's a lot of nudity in that game.
okay, gentlemen.
they're banning
Gentlemen.
Xbox users for streaming.
I went into Baldur's
Hold on.
Gate 3 and I'm like, I am going to play this with the sole purpose of getting as much pussy as possible
Whoa.
in one single run. And then I saw the character creation screen. I realized the pussy is inside of me the entire time. That's the really thing. You can cut that entire sentence.
I was gonna say, why are we not using bussy?
So I was gonna say,
Dude, I got pussy. I got pussy.
Yo, you got
game's
tussy,
wild.
tussy and pussy and all the other
I'm
stuff.
drowning in all the ussies.
Yo, so but anyway, no, I just so I did not play Cyberpunk. I did not know that was also a thing. But I as I was going through it, they have character creations have made great strides in allowing you to create a lot of different
people, all different shapes and
yeah,
sizes.
all different
and-
shapes,
yeah.
different sexual sexual
just
identity,
need-
gender identity,
Yeah, yeah.
voice.
I want to have
body
a
type.
dumpy.
Totally.
You can.
I just want a big
You
dumpy.
can.
Call my character Humpty.
Humpty Dumpty?
Yeah, Humpty with the dumpy.
Humpty Dumpty?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think that was the first time I had ever seen a genital selector in a game. I did not know.
You haven't played
Cyberpunk,
Cyberpunk,
yeah.
Cyberpunk,
Yeah.
yeah. But no,
Sorry,
I just
they
thought
beat
it.
him to it.
or Age of Conan.
Oh, that's going
right,
back.
yeah.
Well, hold on. Age of Conan didn't do the gender separated from sex thing.
It's true.
Oh, maybe not.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
And voice.
what I'll say about this, like somewhat related to it, is that a friend of ours, also named Matt, when asked about like his party or whatever, it turns out that he sold all of his characters' underwear so that when you get to the camp, everyone has to be nude because they don't have any underwear anymore. Which is just a fascinating systems
That is,
thing
that
you
is-
can
that
do
is
in Baldur's
genius.
Gate 3.
That is genius.
It's very funny just to be like, oh yeah, no, like this character is now in this, which is funny, and he goes, oh yes, well, I sold everyone's underwear, so they actually can't change back into clothing now when we go to sleep. Yeah.
All right,
I'm just kind of in awe.
I'm going to cut the genitals.
for
And
it.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I'm going to circumcise this entry.
What about? Nothing
wait.
nothing for the tiefling boy pussy. No.
No.
Austin, you want to get into Spider-Man? Because
Hold on. I'm also going to cut high-level combat because I added that, and then
Oh,
I'll
yeah.
get into Spider-Man because there's just a satisfying power curve to that game.
For high-level combat, what I'll say is that I did have an entry on the spreadsheet saying finding an outside-the-box solution for Baldur's Gate 3, because there are so many. But this is kind of in the same vein. I didn't really, like, I cut that one because I thought it might not fly. No,
I think the other 3 entries we have for Baldur's Gate are better.
Yeah, and it's also, that's just a hard one to articulate unless everyone on the call has played it, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Spider-Man.
Yeah, the main reason I wanted to bring up Spider-Man is just because it hasn't come up yet on any of the categories today. I
Okay.
don't think.
So these are 2 missions in the game. One is a main mission and one is a side mission. A second chance is, so the whole game is about, in Spider-Man 1, you find out that Harry has been in like a tube because he has a disease that's killing him, and his father is the head of Oscorp, so he's finding ways to heal him. And
He's a bit of a scientist himself.
Yeah, exactly. He finds a way to heal him, the symbiote.
I was gonna say, does it have some horrible side effects to it?
Yeah, Venom.
There you go.
But he essentially he gives Harry the symbiote, and Harry comes out of the tube and surprises Peter and MJ as like,
Yeah, I'm
"Hey,
totally fine.
I'm alive." And
Yeah,
then
where was I?
That night,
Don't worry about
they
it.
go to Coney Island.
Yep.
To the carnival, and there's a mission where all you do is just play carnival games with them and ride roller coasters and Ferris wheels.
That sounds
and shit.
very charming.
And it
reminds me of
it ends the way you think a Spider-Man story would end. Somebody attacks. And then
Yeah.
Spider-Man
I was gonna
has
say
to-
the quieter moments and having that really just opposed to
Yes.
like reminds me of in like Red Dead 2 and late in the game you go on that like date with
Yeah.
that with like your old flame and it's
Yeah.
like
Yes.
the calm before
it's a lot.
the
It's a
storm
lot
and
like
all
that. Yeah.
And then,
Well,
that's
I'm
cool.
dying, sweetheart.
Yeah.
And then
I just
afterwards,
wanted to capture this moment.
and then Coney Island's a smoking crater
good.
afterwards.
No, I love the
save
parts
it,
in that where like you do the hammer thing
Mhm.
to hit the bell,
Mhm.
and then Harry does it and he just breaks the bell off the
Yeah.
top, and it's just like the small smatterings of like loosely letting you know or letting you're watching MJ and Peter kind of be like, what the hell?
It's also the first time that like you run into Miles and Genki at the carnival
Yeah.
too as well.
And then they all meet.
Yeah.
I'm tutoring this kid.
Yep. And then Find Grandpa is Find Grandpa is a side
I
mission.
can just imagine that on a shirt or something. A
It
bootleg
just sounds
shirt.
like a hilarious
Well,
band.
So there's an app called the Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man app.
Spider-Man has his own app.
Yes,
Yeah.
that Genki created, and that's how they give you side missions in that game. They're optional, but it'll just be like, here's somebody can submit to the app and be like, I have a problem I need Spider-Man to help me with. And then you get like a touching, there's one where you have to like help a guy at the high school prom pose to his
Doesn't Spider-Man got better things to do than
right, which is why you can ignore them.
Yeah.
But
no, I know, but I didn't know if this was like an emergency line for I'm actively being murdered.
so that's
or, can you help
No.
me prom
Listen, when you
away?
give it access to an app to everybody, it's gonna be like,
it's true.
I
You're
dropped
gonna
my
get-
gum in the
right.
friggin' grate.
It's gonna run the game. Yeah, web it out for me.
Some
Yeah.
of them are like, we're being attacked. They lit a building on fire. And some of them are like, I need help, my girlfriend. But this one is like, this one is interesting because it is panicked, right? It's like, my grandpa went missing. I don't know where to find him. I'm in Central Park.
Just
and
wandering around feeding the
Yeah,
dogs.
He's literally on the bench on the other side
Yes.
of a tree.
But you essentially
really?
No,
this
I don't know.
grandpa this grandpa has
that's
I'll say like a deteriorating state of mind.
Sure.
And he
It's
is
very thoughtful.
Yeah. he has a trouble remembering things. So he
The
goes
opposite of thoughtful.
he goes to this park because that is where he met his wife, who is now dead. And he relives their first date. And he's sitting on a bench. He's sitting on a bench.
Can you imagine having Alzheimer's and then just having to figure out what Spider-Man is every day?
Yeah.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Who the fuck gave me a heart attack? Every day you have a mini heart attack. Sorry, go ahead.
So the mission changes because it's a side mission, so you can do it as Miles or as Peter.
Mhm.
And I did it as Miles, and then I looked up the Peter version of it because Miles likes a girl,
Mhm.
and they just started going out, and Peter has been with MJ for a while and is thinking about proposing. So then, like, this guy reliving his past with his wife, who is now deceased, he has like that old man energy. He's got a lot of life lessons, and the life lessons change based on whether you do the mission with Miles or you do the mission with Peter.
Well, you
And it's
can't
just-
let the deaf girl get out of your arms. Is
Yeah.
what I'm trying to say.
And it's a very heartfelt, touching mission in the middle of a game where a lot of stuff is exploding. And
Yeah.
it's another slow down moment, but
That's also
way
sounds
more
very-
optional.
This guy's
and
Sounds very
this-
touching.
the
Yeah.
old guy's veins
I,
in his legs.
I would have
exploding.
loved to see that quest continue. Like, there's like a Find Grandpa Part 2, but he appears in increasingly absurd places. Like he's like at the top of the Brooklyn Bridge. And he's like,
this is Mr. Magoo his way around the city.
Yeah. This isn't the Starbucks.
Walking down with a cane.
Yeah.
Right.
Down the
Shuffling.
down the
shuffling.
cable. Yeah.
I'm gonna get rid of both of those.
All
Um,
right. You were also the only one that played through Chants of Sonar, so I don't know if you wanted to discuss
Yeah,
those
I'm
as well.
curious.
While your platform was still
I
warm.
can't talk about one of these moments without spoiling it. So I'm just gonna cut that linking the people one, and then figuring out the first complete language is just a thing of like it's very satisfying, and the dialogue changes. So it'll be like you learn the word for me, you learn the word for you, you learn the word for like, you learn the word for music, and then it'll be like me like music. A guy will say to you.
Oh.
But then when you learn the complete language,
Like
all of a
that.
sudden you can go back to everybody and figure out what they were
Previously,
actually
yeah.
trying to say, which is just like, man, I love music. And there's just a dude like shredding on a loop next to him, you know? And it's just like, and you do that multiple times, because that was the thing with that game where I was like, I figured out the language already? That doesn't make sense. I'm only like an hour or so into this thing. And then you go to the next level of the tower, and oops, they have a different language than the first people. So you have
Right.
to do it all over again.
Interesting.
All right.
And it gets
love the
harder.
prospect of,
It gets harder and harder to figure
educating
out.
you
They
on
have the more educated the people are, the more words they have, and yeah.
Makes sense.
Also-
Now, new question. New best character, Chai or Loot Guy? He plays. He riffs on the loot.
No, there's a lot of loot guys in Chance of Sonora.
Yeah,
The
that-
one thing that unites people who speak different languages is music. They all love music.
Yeah, fair.
Universal
Which
language.
Plays
Real
a-
quick.
just play a role.
Linking the people. I didn't know Human Centipede got into the video game business.
It's Human Centipede, but with language.
Yeah. Can't
Alan
visualize
Wake
that.
2, other than We Sing, which I'm pretty sure I know what that is.
Well,
how
I
about those other
did
two?
we end up kind of mashing two of them together a little bit?
No, the talk show is different.
The talk show segues into the other one, though.
It does.
Okay,
But
because
I'm talking about the multiple talk show levels where you increasingly like shit gets weirder, and then it culminates with We Sing.
okay, I almost think there's a bit of setup from one into, but it's fine. I mean, if we're gonna go with,
let's say we cut talk
Sure.
show and
Yeah,
then
yeah.
include it all
and
together.
I mean, there's funny moments in that too. But you're right; that's also broken up a
Yeah.
bit.
Yeah.
I think I'm just envisioning them all together because of like the
Mhm.
kind of a. But
Well, it sounds like the musical part is the kind of the climax of all that.
It's the
payoff.
climax.
Oh,
It's the
absolutely.
payoff.
It's
Yeah,
the payoff.
definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, it's if we're going with the musical number in the TV station, it might be the best level in any game ever, because
Yeah.
what you don't realize, the real life band, who is a fictional different band in this universe, is retelling the events of Alan Wake 1
Yep.
to you while you're playing. So it's like you do action shootouts in this like theatrical studio backlot, and then the FMV like footage is kind of like on top of the screens in the environment.
Yeah.
And there's an entire choreographed dance number like that
Yep.
the actors perform.
Mm-hmm.
It's magnificent.
I also got to say, I've only ever seen the YouTube version of that song, and I've seen it multiple times because that song kicks ass.
It's great.
But yeah, it's
But there's
like,
gameplay in it too. Like there's actually, that's why the song is like 13 minutes long. It has to be, because the way that they sync it is clever. But it's like you are fighting enemies and like solving puzzles within that. Like it's
I am by no means disqualifying it rather, because I looked it up online. But what I am saying is that I did look up about 13 years ago. I did look up the previous Alan Wake, when that same band played the same fake band
right.
in Alan Wake 1, because Children of the Elder God is one of my favorite video game soundtrack songs ever prior to Alan Wake 2,
Yeah.
which I still have not played. And I went through this same journey of like, maybe I like Poets of the Fall, and then I check out some of their other songs, and I was like, no, this fake band that they do like as a joke is actually way better than the real band that they do.
Well, good
like,
good thing that won't play a role here, but it's I don't know if there's a way to star this, but I'm sticking very close to this.
But like that song is so good, having not even played the game.
And it's so out of fucking left field, but like still somehow feels fits. Like
my question is, We Sing is absolutely a top contender.
Yeah.
Is using the Switch lamp also a top contender?
No.
I
thought that was cool. Like, it's specifically there was there are moments in this game that are genuinely terrifying. Like, and the something that actually made me jump is more innocuous describing than in action, but it was like. When me and my partner Liz were playing it, and you're at the taxi, and you flick the light, and it's a police car. It shapes into a police car, and the sirens are on, and it blows you out. And it's like, I just think that's an interesting mechanic. It's the same with the rewriting of the novel to change it, like the environment. Like I
notice how all these mechanics are in
the Alan Wake section. The Alan Wake stuff is great.
Yeah.
Saga stuff is boring.
Oh man, maybe that'll come up later in there or other.
But no, I just think it's a neat tool.
Yeah,
and it's sort of fun to see what it does.
Nothing tops that badass musical performance.
Yeah. Exactly.
Austin, you and I are the only ones who played Baldur's Gate 3
all the way through. Matt's
all the way
playing
through
it now, but yeah.
Man, because it's going to be hard to convince you to take Telling Karlak You Love Her off the list, isn't it?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, compared to Cazador and House of Hope,
I think if we're going to go with one of the three, how do you feel about House of Hope? I think that's the best.
You think that's the strongest? I think, honestly, House of Hope and Cazador are both so strong, I'm not losing sleep over either one of them getting caught as long as the other one makes it.
I think House of Hope is a little stronger.
Okay, all right, I will take that.
Telling Karlak You Love Her, I'm just going to say my piece on it. It's very cute. You have the option to be like, you get the typical video game relationship options. And the way that game works is like you pick an option, and then the game switches camera perspectives to the other person, and then they respond to you like any dialogue game. But when you tell Karlak you love her, you have the option to be like, I don't see this going anywhere, to be like, we're really good friends, to be like, I love you. And when you pick I love you, the game literally like does not leave any buffer room for any. It just cuts right back to her, and she just goes, "Oh my god, I love you too." I've been dying to say that for years.
That's sweet.
Like, and then she just like starts. She like her character completely changes because, like I said, she's like really reserved and like doesn't want any emotion to overcome her, and then she just like starts burning and is just like just like freaking out, and it's very cute.
That does sound adorable.
Yeah. Cazador, do you want to talk about Cazador before we cut?
Yeah, Cazador is the culmination of Astarian's plotline. This is the guy who has been basically making Astarian's life a living hell an unliving hell. Yeah, I mean, like
I'm gonna take off my headphones for this part.
I'm not even gonna get like I'll let Austin signal you, but I'm not even gonna get too much more spoilery from here. But it's like just the emotion that Astarian conveys at the resolution of this plotline is worth it alone. And there's also a couple of different ways that you can handle it as a player as well.
Yeah, I will say that
all of them are interesting.
I didn't experience it the same way that you do because the mission changes whether you bring Astarian or don't bring Astarian.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So I think that's why I go with House of Hope over.
Okay.
House of Hope is Raphael's part, right?
Oh, a signal new to him that we're done spoilers.
Yeah, we're done spoilers.
He told us a social security card number.
Okay.
He missed it.
Yeah, House of Hope is super fun. It's 100% optional.
Yeah.
And it ends in a surprise musical number where one of the characters in the scene...
Wait, there's another musical number?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Oh my.
And it's like this is like it's rare for this game. Like this is the only time it actually happens in the game is in this moment. And not only is it like
when musical
this,
numbers are most
So
effective
I
when they're
think this
unexpected.
Alan Wake altered the book pages.
Yeah.
so not
Rewrote them
only
in
is
there,
it like
too.
not only is it like this bizarre like heist mission where you break into hell to like steal something so that you can get out with that artifact, but it also ends with the musical number in a boss fight where the boss is like a character you've been running into for the whole game, and that character is an active participant in the song. Like he is singing the lyrics in a part of the song, and as an added bonus, in games where magic is cast, usually there is something called silence. So when you cast silence, it will prevent somebody from casting spells because they can't say the magic words. Now, if you cast silence on the character who sings in this song, in this moment of the game, his part of the lyrics are actually muted.
I love
Which
that.
is
That's actually pretty clever.
it's an amazing attention to detail.
That's
Yeah.
the kind of
and-
interaction stuff about D&D, because it's like, you know, your imagination, your perception checks. It's like all that stuff. Like I live for that, and the fact that so much of that is so well translated in the game
Yeah.
is amazing. I love that.
Because
it's
it's a
very good.
heist mission also, you can just walk in there and try and kill everyone, but you're gonna fucking die because you're in hell. But it really forces you to think about the D&D aspect of it from like the using spells not for combat part. I think,
Yeah.
because it's
Yeah.
because it's a heist and you're trying to be secretive and stuff.
And it's also probably worth mentioning that boss fight and several other boss fights throughout the course of the game kind of play out like a raid would in Destiny. You know,
Yeah.
like there's like a special like mechanic that comes into play for that boss fight. It is not the only one that works this way, but it is one of them. And so, yeah, it's like, it's also one of those boss fights where you have to think about it a little bit differently because there's like an extra mechanic or two in play that you were trying to work around.
Okay.
That's awesome.
That's
Yeah.
pretty cool.
All right.
I'm gonna cut one of mine.
Okay.
The having a full band and the
Oh, it's so good.
I
though.
know it is, and I think so. 4 of us in here have done it. Sean, I don't know if you've played any of the new Jackbox.
I have not.
So there's a music rhythm game. It has a note highway and everything that you use your phone to tap. But the way that they do it, it's 9 players, and all the instruments they give you are like kazoos and thigh slapping and like.
Okay.
So if you
farting
and
and
farting, yeah,
people
beatboxing,
screaming.
yeah. So if you
Is there a washboard?
yeah, so if it'll just there actually there probably is. There's
we played the 1812 Overture. You know the song.
there's a huge range of sounds and instruments. Yeah.
Yeah, and I played a
The
cannon.
yeah.
And I just had to hit the.
So
with a
nice.
you're
cannonball.
meant to crank the volume on your phone, and so it's just like a cacophony of like it was Flight of the Bumblebee but with fart noises.
You know, nature's bugle.
Yeah, and
Nature's bugle.
I'm gonna put 5 of them on my fingers.
and it's fucking hilarious. But it's also more realized than it should. Like there's unlocks. Like the scoring's a little weird, but whatever. You're mostly trying to work together anyway. But they replay it the track back to you how you did, like performance wise. But then we were scrolling through and like trying to get every song we
believe,
called.
It's all royalty-free music and music from the Jackbox
Yes,
games, but they
yeah.
do such a good job with the royalty-free music.
Yeah.
In a way that like a Nintendo
Gets you weirdly excited. Oh
Like-
yeah, like what Wii music should have done. and it was
exactly like
stupid,
it's
yeah.
like we're playing like Beethoven's Fifth or whatever, but it's a dubstep remix
Yeah.
or something like that.
Yeah.
You know?
No, I think that's fascinating too,
Yeah.
and I think I'm glad that there's like Jackbox exists and still
Oh, me too. I'm
going to
talk more about it and the other games in there, but that one is a big
because
standout.
it feels
Yeah.
very reminiscent of like I don't want to say because games way long ago were less interactive, but
yeah,
it feels like that was like the natural trajectory of what you were supposed to be doing.
yeah, totally. That's why it's like it's pretty involved.
I
And
don't
Guitar Hero
know.
destroyed it.
God, I mean, Alan Wake and Baldur's Gate are they're gonna be hard to beat, but
Yeah.
I think that this
Hangs.
occupies the same space as the unlimited players mod in Lethal Company. Like I think
It also occupies the same space as another one that I know I'm gonna have to
I
say
would cut
goodbye
that
to.
one before the Do Re Mi one.
So yeah, they for Quake 2 Enhanced Edition, they did something so outlandishly dumb and ambitious. I don't even know why they did it, because who besides me has the capabilities? but they did add a 8-player split screen option, which may be the most fun thing socially I've done in a video game all year, and it's shockingly not difficult to follow. I mean, assuming I guess you have a wall-sized 4K projector.
I was gonna say that's the detriment against this is that
How does
you
that
need
fit?
8
So
it
dead
does.
space.
The top two it's 2, 3, and 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so
Yeah.
unfair advantage.
I think it's
little bit,
I think
but-
it's like a flex to just be like, well, we can render this game 8 times because it's
Yeah.
from 1990.
Yeah.
you
And
know.
the Xbox for some
7 or 8
reason
or-
can connect 8 controllers at once.
Exactly,
so,
because I think
yeah.
you can only do it on that in the PC version.
Yeah.
But
All right,
um,
I've
that
got a
Nintendo
proposal here,
Switch.
Randy.
Yeah.
Because I want to be clear
but it's so fun.
that this is so great to include in
Yeah.
that game, and so awesome that it exists.
Yep.
New category: best 8-player split screen. Just goes to Quake 2.
Yes,
Enhanced
thank you.
Edition.
I want to hang
so
the medal up.
Runner-up
So
Lethal
that-
Company.
So that's the thing is, if we were gonna make a joke category, it would be best 8-player moment.
yeah, it would be that. And we still have 3.
And we
Lethal
have,
Company.
We
and-
have 3, and I think that
and
for
fu-
me
and fucking
personally,
Do Re Mi.
and Lethal Company edge out.
Do
Quake 2.
Re Mi is the funniest. It's just that the Quake one is like something I've only dreamt about since I was a kid. Like, you know, it's like I imagine being like 7 and being like, what if more people could play GoldenEye all at once?
Right, but
like,
playing Rock Band
So,
with 8 people.
all right, here's-
No, you're right. Yeah. We're already
you
playing Rock
sound
Band
like
with
that
8
today,
or 7
right?
people. What's up?
Your impression of yourself of going, what if more people could play GoldenEye? You sound like that today.
Yeah, that's just you now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Andrew.
My knock against Do Re Mi is that we tried to play it and then it just did not work on my phone.
I forgot that happened to you, which was unfortunate. The only other issues we ever ran into in that game was when it tries to play the finish
It had
song
some
back.
server issues.
But I know for Andrew, he just couldn't.
No, I
He
didn't,
got, like,
I didn't know
fully
that.
locked out.
Mhm.
Yeah, we couldn't fix that problem, but no, they can go, and I think it's just too hard of a hill to climb with these for the Baldur's Gate, Alan Wake, and
Since Andrew's
Hi-Fi Rush stuff.
Since Andrew's experience was tarnished, we'll take Do Re Mi out, and we'll take Quake out. We'll leave unlimited players mod in.
You know
for
what? I'd say if you're gonna cut those 2, you can cut that as the third as well. I think that's a good ruling.
All right.
Someday when Lethal Company either approaches or surpasses its 1.0 release, probably I'll join you guys.
The
in that
year
game.
is 2030.
Yeah.
I just have not found the time for it yet. Someday maybe I will.
So
All right.
so we're whittling it down. What else has not been discussed yet?
We have not discussed the Cyberpunk mission.
Yeah.
We have not discussed Diablo 4. We have yet to really get into the rest of the Hi-Fi Rush moments.
Yeah. Well,
We have not
save
discussed the pyramid in Mortal Kombat 1, and we have not discussed Zelda.
Austin, you forgot to mention the mansion chapter
yeah.
in Oxenfree 2, which is I wish the rest of the game took risks like that.
Yeah.
Because that's what brought us back after kind of waning on it. There is a moment where you're investigating this old decrepit house, and the screen will slowly turn sideways and fully upside down while your friends are chasing after you. It's a fantastic little scene. I remember it fondly because it's even the ladder, you have to slide
so,
down and run to the other side.
The
and
level is all designed.
all the objects are
like a
sliding
mansion,
around.
but then the handrails along the
that are
will become ladders that you have to climb, and so the level works regular but sideways and also upside down. All the stuff on the ceiling then becomes stuff you have to climb over.
It's pretty nifty.
Yeah.
And at no other point is there are set pieces like that. But it was it definitely was the one that the part of that game I admired the most. But I think it's again just too much of a hill to climb here.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Next on the chopping block.
Yeah, looking at the rest of this list, I can get into the Diablo 4 stuff because I also think it doesn't hang.
All right.
I have 2 Unyielding Flesh and a Question of Self. Unyielding Flesh is a mission very early on in the game. It's a side mission. You meet a woman who's like, I don't know where my husband is. We have to find him. And then you go into like a forest and you find a dude chained up to a tree that was skinned alive. And you find out that he has he was tired of his sex life with his wife, so he hired a dominatrix who turned out to be an actual demon. And so she brought him...
man, classic mistake.
Yeah. So she
been there before.
She brought him to this forest and said that they were going to have some fun, and then she tied him to a tree and skinned him alive and tried to use him in a ritual.
Ooh, lad.
What I wouldn't give.
And then you have to then... so that you go back to the wife, you tell her where her husband is, she goes to him, and then you have to go around the rest of the forest and find the demon, and then you kill her, and then she drops a dagger.
And his skin?
No. She drops a dagger, and then you have to give the dagger to the wife, which she then stabs her husband in the heart with to end his suffering, and then you can take the dagger out of him, and then it's an item that you can use in Diablo.
Is it good?
It's all right. It depends on what class you are.
She goes, like, look at you.
Yeah.
How embarrassed are you? No skin,
Yeah.
huh? You're paying for dominatrix. Now look what happens. You got no skin. How do you feel? Pretty embarrassed, I bet. Anyway.
And then there is another mission called A Question of Self, which is, so I said, like, basically the entire cast of this game is like the new class of Diablo people, and they're all like not prepared to fight Lilith because they thought Diablo's dead, it's over now, and then Lilith comes and they're like, oh fuck. So there's a witch named Tysa who is also a part of like the main cast of people helping you fight Lilith, and you go to different, you go back and forth between the different people. Lorath has missions for you, Nayral has missions for you, and Tysa has missions for you, and you go to do a mission for Tysa and she's not there. And then you talk to this guy who's like, hey, I was supposed to make a delivery to Tysa. I can't find her. Do you know where she is? And you're like, no. And then so you go into her house, you read all the notes, and you find out that you basically find a bunch of journal entries where she is having a lot of anxiety and panicking a lot because you're relying on her to be like the witch that undoes this spell that Lilith put on the world, and she doesn't know if she can do it. And then she says, I am going to go to this forest to find this thing to help me do this ritual. And then you find out that there is a demon who is another one of the daughters of hatred that's not Lilith, who feeds on people's insecurities, essentially. Like, the more you doubt yourself, the worse, the more access she can get to your mind. And you find out that she's been having so much, like, imposter syndrome that she's about to be taken over by a demon. And then you have to go and you have to kill the demon and rescue her in order for the...
He's probably got plenty of food in this world.
Yeah.
You know what, you ready? You know what would have been a great twist to that storyline? She becomes a therapist and just feeds on the insecurity of all of her clients. That would be a great...
But the best part about it is that you can't just kill the demon. You have to kind of convince her that she is worth it. And then, the demon will be defeated. And it's like... It's a very well done mission in like a world where everything is just shit and everything is falling apart and demons are taking over. It's just like, even having like your main cast of characters be like, fuck, I don't know if I can do this, is like, I don't know. I really appreciated that.
I like how the solution is you need to like pump her up and like give her an ego boost. Like, no, you got this. That's absolutely such a good interlude in what I imagine is a very serious game.
Yep. Yeah.
That's pretty funny. That's really
But
good.
I'll cut both of those. I don't think they hang with the Hi-Fi Rushes, Baldur's Gates, and Alan Wakes, and
still got Legend of Zelda,
and we still got to talk about Zelda. Yeah.
Well, we also haven't discussed the pyramid yet from the end of Mortal Kombat 1, which Matt will be a spoiler, but I don't think that'll take away from the enjoyment of it.
Okay, go for it.
I don't know if anyone cares. Who else finished?
How do you explain that without explaining the entire back half of the game? How do you explain what happens without explaining the entire back half of the game?
There's the surface level explanation is fairly spoiler-free.
Let's keep it surface level for Matt's sake.
All right.
Thank you.
Surface
I do
level
appreciate
spoiler
the
is
consideration.
Yeah, the surface level spoiler is that it is what would you guys say, about 20 minutes of pure fan service and jokes.
Yes,
and,
there's a hilarious. They get a hilarious nod when they kill the combat kids as like almost like a bit. Like they set them up, and then I guess that's their wink at like, we know you guys didn't like these characters as much as like we thought you would. So.
I like them. I thought they were all right.
No, they're fun. They're fun
too.
They're fun to play as.
Yes, they
I
are.
think it's more of their personalities didn't resonate the way that the other.
I think Cassie Cage is.
Cassie Cage is great. I agree.
But I think you said it perfectly.
It was still funny.
It must have been. You're right. Like the story bit, because I remember my favorite fights were learning their moves and playing as them. They were good. They worked.
Andrew, continue. I need to hear you explain this without spoiling.
Okay. It's gonna be a very difficult dance. Even Randy went further.
Let's say
than I would have.
spoiler less.
Just
because
pause for blanks.
Like a 5%.
And we could do this like a
100%.
ad libs where you could just fill in the blanks with your imagination.
Yeah.
So after MK11 wrote itself into a corner and MK1 is on its surface a reboot, they find themselves in a situation where they found an interesting way to make this not a pure reboot where you just erase everything that happened from the previous timeline. And in this absolutely ridiculous, like, off-the-wall nonsense of an ending that it just puts a smile on most people's faces. Some people would find it kind of tiring, but personally, I enjoyed the hell out of it, and it is a whole bunch of puns and weird references.
They randomly generate enemies for you to fight.
Yes,
and they get pretty unique, and it's not the same every time. And
I have seen streamers get different gags than what I got.
Yeah,
and some of them are really, really great. But the thing is,
and they're only single rounds, but
yeah, and they found a way out of the previous corner that they wrote themselves into, and then wrote themselves into this new one instead. But it's just it was a fascinating follow up to what seemed like an unsequelable
somewhat of
story.
A spoiler. This is a multiverse game.
You don't say.
And the word multiverse has become a little bit of a dirty word, but this is the most fun and stupid way to possibly handle it.
And you're also, for like the big bad, you are given the choice to choose whoever you want to close out the story.
Oh yeah, also,
so the whole roster unlocks basically, and
I will say,
and then there's a stinger.
I will say, DBZ fans will fight you on the time travel and the multiverse stuff, because they've been doing that stuff for years to bring back characters.
I'm talking about the MCU and,
and
the Spider-Man movies and all the, I mean, I love some multiverse movies, Everything Everywhere All at Once and Into the Spider-Verse are two of my favorite movies of all time.
Yeah.
It's just that when sometimes it's done well and sometimes, most times it's not.
The Flash sequel.
It goes back to our conversation we had in narrative about Alan Wake, where it's like sometimes they write to fill a wiki page more than they write to make an interesting story.
Yeah.
And sometimes those wiki pages need a lot of callbacks to make people feel good about spending $21 on a movie ticket. So,
I personally say this one stays for now, but I know we're getting down to it. So we haven't
you want to do the Cyberpunk one?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I was going to give Andrew a break if we wanted to do the Zelda ones,
breaks.
Okay.
No, and
work.
And I'm the only one who finished this.
You
this
said
expansion, right?
I got halfway through, I think, and you said that I would know what you were talking about if I played it. So I don't think I played it.
I plan to.
Okay. Okay. So there is.
Don't worry about spoilers, though. I don't care.
Same.
There is a mission in this game where it splits into two different paths for, actually.
Is the game Escape from New York?
Is the game Escape from New York? No.
The narrative setup.
No, the narrative setup is Spy Thriller. So
No, did you see Escape from New York, Andrew?
No, I guess not. This is based on my assumptions of what Escape from New York is.
Okay.
The president crashes in a plane.
Yeah.
In like a bad part of town, and you are Kurt Russell. Yeah, okay. It's kind of Escape from New York.
That's hilarious.
It's all right that it is.
But it definitely travels a lot in James Bond and Mission Impossible, and this mission in particular is the Mission Impossible one. So, which is why I put that in parentheses.
Do you hang on
Impossible stuff
on wires?
Let's see. All right, dude. I'm gonna go through. This is gonna spoil the entire mission, but basically, you start by casing these two people that you are going to steal their identities to get into a meeting with this guy. Okay.
Yeah.
And these are like two foreign arms dealers and whatever, right? Like whatever. So you're at a casino, very James Bond in and of itself.
Sure.
You are asking them questions to try to figure out their personality and their responses to certain things and how they talk and things like that. And so you are building the Mission Impossible like voice chip basically while you're doing all that. And then at the same time,
peel your face off.
It's like if somebody has an allergy or if they don't drink, like you want to make sure that you represent, like you're paying attention to how these people actually behave, so that way you don't throw off anybody else later.
Is this their flex for their NPC system? Because of this many years later, just being like,
no, this is highly scripted. Like there are a handful of different handcrafted permutations of this. It is not like a very systems driven thing, but it is still fun nonetheless, start to finish. And then so after you have studied these people, you then tail their car, kill them, put on this holographic basically the equivalent of Mission Impossible's masks.
Yeah.
Excuse me. You impersonate these two people. Go in order to break into the thing in the first place. You're doing the Solid Snake underwater take off the wetsuit and you're in a suit kind of thing. It has the works of a Mission Impossible mission. And then finally, when you get in there, then you still have to follow through on, your dossiers and what you learned from encountering these people to fake it until you make it with these people, that you were trying to meet with in the first place. And then at the end of all of that is the opportunity for the story to branch. And then the decision I made led to the highest production values you'll see in any game. If you look at some of the best set piece moments in an Uncharted game or something like that, right? It matches that as far as the production value that went into it.
Wow, really?
Yeah, things go off. I'm not going to say that it makes the most sense. They kind of abandon their hard sci-fi a little bit. It gets a little bit into fantasy-ish territory, but this whole mission is a spectacle. It's fun. It's tense. It really channels all of the stuff that they were inspired by. And yeah, I just thought they nailed it start to finish. I also, though, I was going to forget what the name of the mission was unless I put that Mission Impossible stuff in parentheses.
Do they play Firestarter?
I was about to make the same joke. God damn it.
No.
We could have had two Prodigy entries on this list.
There is a fire that is started, but they do not play Firestarter. Yeah, sorry.
Missed opportunity.
This is coming from you. Do you think it hangs?
I don't think we cut it yet, at least until we get to Star Wars. We may have talked about that one already.
We talked about Star Wars, yeah.
Okay. We got to go through Zelda first. I don't think we talked about any of
No,
those.
there's 3 on here, so.
We got to talk about Zelda, and then we have to whittle down Hi-Fi Rush.
Yeah.
All right. If,
in that order.
I would take this over a couple of Hi-Fi Rushes easy. And I'm not as hot on the whirring thing as you guys were, but I would still take it over talking.
Dead body.
As much as I enjoy that moment is so good, where you are talking to everyone at the home base while Chai is knocked out. I think this mission is better than that moment.
We should say that game in general, it's such effective uses of comedy, the door gag, but
yeah.
And so, but yeah, all right, then all right. Do you want to go through which one's first? Zelda.
Let's do Zelda.
All right.
Yeah, and we can cut. I mean, if everybody is in agreement that that's not the strongest Hi-Fi Rush moment, we can.
Which one?
Cut.
Yeah, sure. The fake
talking
out
to everyone at home
in the hideout.
okay,
Yeah,
okay.
which we said just real quick, the way it you have this little, you know, like tucked away base that you're hiding in with your group, and the characters for the most part are kind of annoyed by you, and then one of the times that you're in there, you just notice how strangely nice and polite that everyone is, but also saying that you're like the coolest and greatest guy ever, and you're a hero, and you're so strong, and you're gonna save us all. And then that was him, like basically in like a coma fantasy.
Yeah, it's just the base is like your mission menu before you start the next mission.
Yeah.
So they still send you back there, even though logically, according to the story, there's no way you should be there.
Yes,
because you're knocked out. The last thing that happened was you were knocked unconscious, and then when you're back in this home base and everyone's being super nice, it's because this is how Chai envisions these people while he's unconscious.
Oh, that's such a good joke.
All right. Zelda.
Zelda.
You put one of these down.
Yeah.
What did that mean? Cheesing the cube golems.
That was delicious.
So obviously this does not hang. This is back, but it's like if I had to pick a moment from that game, aside from the one that you put down, there's a number of these stone golems that you have to fight throughout the game. And there's like a way to fight them. You have to literally
the cube ones that like break apart and come back together. Yeah. Okay.
So there's like one cube that's like the weak spot, and so the whole thing is about, you know, getting to that weak spot. Eventually you realize you can just use the grabber tool or whatever and just
pull the weak spot off.
Pull the weak spot off, and then you can just chuck it off the side of the cliff. And
I think I watched you do that.
And it's like, it's like that's it. That's all you have to do, and it's just like
Okay, I know who the cube golems are now.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you can now there are some in like the underground where it's like you can't just throw it off, but there's a lot in the
that
sky.
tricks you into thinking that there's more that you have to do.
So
that's it. It tricks you into thinking there's more you have to do. It's like, no, you have a thing. Just throw it off the cliff.
I think I was watching you do that for like 20 minutes, and then you're just like, oh.
Yeah.
People, that is a good snapshot of what makes that game so great, though.
Thank you.
For people who don't know, it's like a 10 by 10 3D cube made up of
just
smaller 3D cubes.
Yes.
Jenga.
And the thing starts out as a cube, but then it can change into like a big giant
It turns into a robot and like a stamper that tries
and a big stamper that tries to smash you, and it's supposed to shapeshift into something and then expose its weak spot, and then you like shoot it with an arrow, and then all the cubes fall apart for a second, and you go up to the weak spot one and wail on it, and then it comes back together. But yeah, Matt's right. You can just use the grabber function and pull the cube off and throw it off a cliff, and
then it's done.
The whole thing dies.
The entire thing dies. And I think someone from Nintendo responded to a tweet of like someone do like the first time I saw this was in a video, and someone from Nintendo responded. It's like, we never told you couldn't do that, and it's like it's a snapshot of again the freedom in that game where it's just like you think that they would have thought of a way to tell you no. But that's not true. It's like if you can do it, it's like they will not tell you not to do it. It's like it's a snapshot of what that game represents.
And it really speaks to the diversity, because I didn't even get the full way with that, right? So I got to the grabber power, and I was able to, instead of shooting that cube or the weak spot cube, I just grabbed it out, and then I just went up and wailed on that fucking thing.
Yes, exactly.
So I never like got that far. So it's like the intended way, well, which maybe it probably is the intended way, or not, because you can use the arrows or whatever. But it's like there's 3 different methods you can use right there.
There's a lot. You can like climb on top of the cube,
right?
And like
and I did that once too.
Yeah.
It was like I just love that. It just like speaks to the beauty of
it's not overly complicated, but you can use any tool in your arsenal to solve it a different way.
While exploring the mechanics.
Yes.
I think, and I'm glad this is getting a lot of discussion. It's like you said, it's like, well, what the intended way is, and it's like really what it reveals is the meta narrative. There's no intended. It's like you presume there was an intended way because you've played bosses like this before, and you're looking for what is the puzzle, where is the weak spot, like how do I solve this, and it's just like. That's it. You were going into this assuming, and it's like, it seems obvious, you know, I've fought those things a million times. It's like, you don't even stop to think. It's just like, you just grab it and chuck it off the, that's it. That's all you got to do.
In a similar vein, the first one I put is the Built for Rail Shrine. Do either of you remember that shrine?
Okay. I'm glad this is on here.
This is the shrine that broke the community
Yeah,
because half the people solved it in 3 seconds and the other half were like posting on Reddit and Twitter and being like, am I stupid or is this not work? Can you not do this?
So just so I make sure, because I want to make sure we're like I know what you're talking about. It's the one where you have to send the ball over like a gap by like ramping it over the rails. No, okay.
No, so this shrine is it's a bunch of rails. It looks like a Tony Hawk level.
Yeah.
And there's just like a series of rails leading up to a platform and then another series of rails leading from that platform to the exit. And they just give you boards.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And you have to.
I do know this one.
And so like the first one, it's pretty simple, right? You just have to take. They look like train tracks or cart tracks. Like you just have to take the one board and stamp it in the middle of the other board like a surfboard fin, and then you can just put it on and play. Oh, they also give you a fan. You put a fan on the back of it, and then you activate the fan, and the middle board keeps it on the track until you get to the next platform.
Yep.
So, but the problem with that one is the way you described it. There's no middle platform. It's you exactly what you described, the set of rails, but then there is a second set of rails right next to it, but yours end. So you need to either figure out a way to get another set of these sitting there waiting for you, or it's a very difficult puzzle. It's a very difficult puzzle.
So you get to the second platform and they give you more boards and more fans. But the problem with this rail is that it starts out as 2 rails, but those rails end, and then another set of rails beyond that is not connected.
Yes.
There's 3 rails, I want to say, on that one, and it goes in like a circle.
That's it.
So you have to like really plan for it. And this was the video that I saw shared the most, was this specific shrine, because when you get to that second part, some people did the thing that I did, which is you put the middle thing in there for the first set of rails, and then you put side ones for the other set of rails, and then you just kind of activate the fans and hope that you make the jump. Some people just rigged it so that they just blew up a bomb and flung themselves to the exit with the glider.
Yep.
And some people were like making like the craziest contraptions ever.
I sat there,
and it is another perfect example of just that game, them just making a puzzle that they know can be solved, but not necessarily telegraphing the way to solve it.
Yeah, it was very much a thing of just like, I got there, I spent an hour sitting there. And the other thing, too, is you got to remember, they don't give you a lot of materials to work with in that puzzle in particular. So I sat there, I took out items, shields from my inventory, and used that as the fin instead of, because I was running out of boards.
I should also explain, you can use the thing that attaches 2 things together. You can use that to attach things to your shield.
Yes.
So you can like attach swords to your shield so you can poke people with your shield. But if you get a mine cart and attach it to a shield, and then you do the thing where you jump and then put the shield under your feet so you slide down hills, if there's a mine cart on it, you can grind like in Tony Hawk.
Yeah.
So some people just had that shield randomly and just grinded it like a Tony Hawk level to the end.
Yep.
It is
It is
so fantastically designed.
It is yes. It was a challenge too.
And it's one of how many shrines? Like hundreds.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's like at least 100. I think there's just another
like 120,
150 this time around.
150.
They do 100
I was
ready.
gonna say that would have aligned with Mario 64, right?
I think it was 150 because I think it was 120 in the first game. Then they added 30 more.
I believe that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, and then they added 30 more in the Sky Islands. Yep.
And a lot of them are good. Some of them aren't.
Yeah.
But this is, I think, the best example of a shrine that, when I say this shrine, for the most part, like Sean didn't know by name, but when I explained what it was, everybody, it's like right in the central path, so everybody does it, and it's just the one that like kind of puts the game in perspective for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely.
I had already done it by the time you had mentioned it, and I was like, oh, I remember which one you're talking about. And I deliberately remember it being very challenging.
Yeah. And then the other Zelda one I have is the Fire Temple. Now they got rid of the Great Beasts from Breath of the Wild, and they put the actual temples in. So there's like a Forest Temple, there's a Water Temple, there's a Fire Temple, Shadow Temple.
It's the Air one.
Air Temple, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And then and the thing about it is that they tried. They're way better than the Great Beasts. But all of the temples I meant, the Water Temple is like a joke. The Air Temple's okay, pretty good.
Yeah.
Frozen temple? Are you saying that's the water temple? The one that's everything's frozen?
That's the air temple.
Okay.
The water temple's the one you got to go up the waterfall into the sky.
Right.
That's the last one I did, yeah.
But the fire temple you have to go into the underground to get to,
Right.
which is already exposing you to a different part of the game. And then the whole thing is just mine carts and rockets.
Yep.
And the whole thing is just another series of rails. And I know it sounds like I'm talking about the same mechanic.
He loves these rails.
But it's just like you have to get in a mine cart and put a rocket on the end of it, and then like
it's a lot of guiding
it's
rails.
It's like shooting arrows and flipping switches so that the track changes or so that something gets out of your way, and you have to like jump the mine cart, and it's just.
Or you could
it's
just
so cleverly designed compared to the rest of the temples in that game.
Yeah.
What's great about it is you could experience the way that it was quote unquote intended, or you could somehow figure a way to shimmy yourself up to like that final room at the top, and then everything you do from that point forward is just sticking 20 lava slabs together, and then just using that as like a big ramp to every area you can't reach, which is what I did.
Wow.
Yeah.
That seems like it's more effort than the actual temple.
It really, it's funny because
it's called brute force.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, and I forget what caused me to get there. It's so many times in this game I would stop and I would go, I wonder if I could do that. And then I would try it. And then with enough time and effort, it would work.
Yeah.
Literally.
You could.
Yeah.
I can't think of many times where I was like, I wonder if I could do that, and it didn't work.
Yeah. I got
yeah.
like halfway through that tunnel that temple specifically. And then I just figured out a way to with stamina foods and climbing and all this other stuff to just like sneak into like a hole in the wall at like the topmost switch place, and then just backtracked from there. And I love that because it's funny because I saw this on here and I was like, what do you mean? Because yes, it is a well-designed temple if you're using the mechanics, I guess, and the layout as intended with quotations. But then it was just such a joyous time for me because I was just begrudgingly using the grabber tool to take this 11 tile obsidian or whatever slab,
just making ramp,
and then I was like dropping it down holes and stuff like this, and it literally still amazing.
Still works.
Yeah.
Great level design.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I mean they're all great, but they all kind of fulfill the same purpose.
Do you want to choose one or just
Yes, we're going to choose one. Okay, so poll for the people who have played Zelda.
Yeah.
Out of those three, what do you think is the most exemplifies what makes that game great?
So I would actually, before, if you had asked me if we were doing this in the middle of the year, I would have picked the Rails Shrine as like the moment, just because it's like, it's one of those shared community moments and realization, like really brings you together. That would have been it, to be honest with you. That like, it's just like, that's mine. That's my pick. I think
for Rails.
Yeah. I mean, obviously cheesing the golems,
it's up there.
It symbolizes, but like the Rails is like, it was a specific moment in time where the community all, examined this one particular shrine. Yeah.
John, do you agree with that?
I think both this, for me, both this and the Fire Temple kind of highlight what I think all three of these really encapsulate, which is the beauty of choice and the
freedom of expression.
The freedom of expression, and however you want to go about it. There's really no rules, no restrictions. It's like no matter how stupid or stubborn you want to be about something, which is part of like what made me love this game so much.
Yeah.
So I could honestly go for all three, but yeah, I think that the perplexing nature of the divide in the community over this one shrine kind of elevates it, because then it's everybody's involved and
so we're picking Bill
community
for Rails
effort. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna offer up a cut. As much as this moment really hit for me, Roquefort might be better, so I'm gonna offer Invaders Must Die.
Okay. All right. Let me know. We're going to be trimming down.
Okay, so let's talk about this then, because that leaves Roquefort and Whirring.
Mm-hmm.
And
I mean, I was just looking at each other. I mean, yeah, I love
it. Didn't
all those.
Whirring didn't hit for Andrew, and Invaders Must Die didn't hit for us, for me as much.
They both hit for me.
I know,
But yeah,
I mean, I love the Prodigy.
I think God,
Roquefort.
Sorry, I didn't.
It's a cheese.
Okay, well, everybody's named after foods in that game. But I think that's still the best boss fight in the game, and because it's the whirring sequence and the Invaders Must Die tower are both like
that's what I was gonna
fights
pitch.
with interconnected like platforming, and
I was gonna say Roquefort is the best boss fight, and I think mechanically might be the best moment in that game.
Mechanically, probably, yeah.
I mean, they set the mood so well for that fight.
Do.
They
the
do,
things
and
start
that
retracting into the floor on the dun 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 dun.
Yeah.
So good.
Oh
That's
God, yes,
Yeah.
that boss fight
Yeah.
was fantastic.
So I say, if Andrew's willing to cut Invaders Must Die, I think we can come to a consensus on the Roquefort boss fight, unless
Shit.
you have something to say about that. Because Whirring is one of my
that's
I
the
think
thing.
Whirring
I know
is my
it's
favorite moment of the year, but I love
mine
Joy
too.
Formidable.
And I know, well, that's the thing. It's like I know it's obviously going to be subjective, but it's like that is
Let me just say something about
one
the
of my
Whirring.
favorite
We haven't
songs from
talked
one of
about-
my favorite bands on one of my favorite albums.
Yes.
Big,
We haven't talked
big
about
roar,
the Whirring
listen
level.
to it.
You have to understand that song is
It's very meaningful to us even outside.
well, it's
the-
very long, right?
is.
And you can divide it into parts, and you can loop it pretty well. You can also do that with the Prodigy.
That's actually a good point. That's probably why they were specifically chosen.
I
as
just
well,
find
yeah.
it very interesting because so Andrew, you were not familiar with Whirring as a song.
Nope.
This is a music nerd thing more than a video game nerd thing. The thing I love about the Whirring part is slow-mo team walk. Always gonna fall for that right at the beginning.
Yeah. Gang's all here.
I do love, but I just love the way that they chop and split and mix that song
Yes.
so that it never ends.
That's exactly
Even if you
it.
take 20 minutes on the level, they pick different parts of the song for different fights.
Brilliantly,
and they
like,
still escalate it in the way that the song escalates.
Yeah.
But they don't, it's not the song. And I'm sitting there playing the game, listening for the cuts.
Yeah.
Listening for the
It's
loops.
so
And
smooth.
it's
The
so seamless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like when it gets into the noisy part at the end when the
Yeah.
song picks up and there's like double bass and stuff like that. Yeah.
And this is also, I should say, this is a song that picks up in tempo.
Yeah.
And
Yes,
the
it does.
fights and so mechanically
when you find the
picking a
giant
song that
robot at
starts slower and gets faster in a game where you're timing all of your combos to the BPM of the song is just like that
escalation. Yeah.
that curve of like how much faster and more frenetic each fight gets as you get to a different, more like crazy part of the song.
Yeah. It's funny.
Chef's kiss.
That whole soundtrack is so like almost bizarre, but I didn't like in terms of its like how things were picked, but I think I never thought about it in that way.
I mean, the Perfect Drug also works that way.
Exactly. Yeah.
And a Beethoven song's not that hard to chop and split as well.
Mhm.
So
yeah. It's funny. The only ones that I guess aren't are the opening and closing songs, which I'm still. I know it's already cut, but it's like I'm still impressed that they managed to make "Lonely Boy" a once very overused and overplayed rock song of that era and have that be cool again. Like,
Yeah.
But all right, if it's a group consensus, then
Well,
it hurts.
we
but-
all played Hi-Fi Rush,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
Mhm.
But I didn't get that far through it, so that's why I don't have much to say.
So you didn't get to the
Unfortunately.
Roquefort boss fight because it's near the end.
Yeah,
you
it is.
did.
Yes, that's actually in fact the Roquefort boss fight.
That game is actually pretty backloaded with its music because the tower like part is also on the second half or
What's
back third.
the
maybe.
first boss fight?
That's the one. I think
A
the song is
Million.
"A Million." Yeah, that's another Nine Inch Nails.
Nine
track,
Inch Nails,
but
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
it's the second act is it stretches a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think it's the middle when you're doing the climb up the
yes,
thing. But
yes,
like
that's what I'm saying. The second act stretches a bit.
yeah, but
I
the
do
third
remember
act
that.
is so like it just goes from
It just
like,
goes. Yeah. The third act goes
that
quick.
game is so good.
I know.
Okay. How do you feel about the rogue for boss fight being the choice?
I mean, I think both of them good. I remember distinctly loving that boss fight.
Okay.
Yeah.
You
Right.
you okay with that, Randy?
Yeah.
Randy, I mean,
I
you're
will
gonna
fist fight Andrew the next time I see him in person.
Okay. That's part of the
Just start
deal.
punching him and say, "This is for making me cut worry."
Yo, bro.
Hey,
next time you
with
see him,
enough
sorry, go ahead.
with enough head damage, maybe I'll like that song better.
Oh my fucking god!
I take it all back.
Just cut that out when you
I'm
edit
gonna hang up
Austin.
now.
Yeah, just bleep that, please.
Yo, ready?
When just piece together Andrew saying, "I love worry."
You know, when you see him next,
What
it's
if
like
that's all
Andrew's
about
gonna
me?
be prepared now. When you see him next, he's gonna take off his jacket and just like the muscles are like pulsing.
All right.
He's just gonna be wearing a helmet and
I think we
shoulder
have.
pads.
So we're done discussing. I think we have a pretty good list.
Should we take it to a vote just to?
Sure. Let me read them off.
Mhm.
We have We Sing from Alan Wake 2.
Yep.
The House of Hope from Baldur's Gate 3. Firestarter from Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty. The Roquefort boss fight from Hi-Fi Rush. The Pyramid from Mortal Kombat 1. The teleporting boss fight from Jedi Survivor. And the Built for Rail Shrine from Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. So we have
7.
What? 7?
Yeah.
So you want to do a top 3?
Is there?
Everybody?
Does anybody feel like they
Yeah.
have their internal too, and they see one that has stuck around that they would maybe?
It's a
come
little
to terms
weird
with
for
letting
me.
go?
It's a little weird for me because I have not played Alan Wake 2, but I have listened to that song so many times.
Do you know that
it's so,
a scene? Or
I mean, I have not seen the scene
Okay.
in context of the video.
that's
game,
what I was curious.
No,
Okay.
no, I've only seen the music video and the live performance
So-
at the Game Awards.
Here's the weird thing
Uh-huh.
about We Sing. It's a great moment.
If there's a but, then I'm gonna fight you because it's.
I don't
and-
think the gameplay of it is that good.
But what did it spawn?
Well, hold on. I actually think it is because it's little snippets of everything in that game. It'll be like a light puzzle, then, like a narrative kind of like, chunk, and then it'll be like a little shootout, and it's like you're kind of just doing almost
You
vignettes.
just like
of
it
the
because you don't have to play the game that much.
That's true. But also the fact that it is delivering the story.
I know.
I know. Sorry, not trying to repeat myself, but
we got to get critical.
I know. But it's like that's gonna be. Well, who wants to go first? It should be 2.
So it should be 2. Let me ask you this. I'm gonna pose a question to Sean,
Mhm.
and then I'm gonna pose a question to Andrew.
Mhm.
And you probably guess what it is. I think we can cut the teleporting boss fight from Jedi Survivor now.
Yeah, I mean, I think when we get to this
That's cool.
I'm
trimming,
glad I made it this long,
Yeah.
but if there's 7 and we can only pick 2, I'm not even picking it. And I
right?
wrote it
Yeah,
on the
the
list.
which is exactly why I was saying like, hey, let's kind of take our internal like list of 2 and then kind of read the room. Yeah, I think so. I think it's one of the best parts of that game.
It is the best, yeah.
And unfortunately, I just don't think it kind of hangs
No.
with these other.
Now, Andrew, how do you feel about Firestarter now?
Still really good. That's the thing.
Okay.
And the Built for Rails shrine, or anything that encompassed that feeling of Zelda, right? I had a similar thing on the list for Baldur's Gate 3, because and maybe this is just a thing that fits in better with discussion for best game than it does for moment or sequence, because probably everybody's cube golem is going to be different across
Here he goes.
both Tears
Coming
of the
for
Kingdom
Zelda
and Baldur's
already.
Gate. No,
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's probably going to be harder to nail down one moment, but everybody has a moment like that.
I mean, those
So-
games are great for similar reasons.
Yeah, but it's like, do you? I guess basically what I'm saying is, if I'm thinking of Built for Rails Shrine as as just the embodiment of that moment of coming to a realization of a thing that the game lets you do, and then it works, right? Of course, that moment is great. So how does that hang compared to Firestarter, which is very scripted? That's a difficult question.
Yeah, I thought that you were going a
Listen.
different direction with that.
Zelda, when Zelda gets scripted, that's when that game ain't so great. It thinks it's telling the most epic story of all time, and literally everybody I've talked to has called out the story like 5 missions before they found all the dragon tears, and
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
they're just like,
I
spoilers, Zelda's a dragon? Yeah, dude, I've known that for half the fucking game.
Yeah, all that to say is I understand that feeling.
Yes.
If I'm picking from the games that I have played this year, number 1 is House of Hope. Number 2 is very difficult for me between Firestarter and Roquefort.
Okay.
But
So
the pyramid-
basically I'm saying my hat is not in the ring for the pyramid, as good as that sequence is.
Oh, so it's funny. So mine, well, besides Warring would have been my number 1, but my number 1 is We Sing, and my number 2 is a toss between the cheese boss and the pyramid.
The cheese boss got cut.
No, I meant the cheese because
Roquefort.
Roquefort.
Yeah. Because we also
I'm not gonna say the word.
you also said that sounds delicious when we were talking about cheesing the cube
Oh,
doll.
right.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's different cheese.
Uh,
But I'm torn between that and the pyramid.
okay.
I think the pyramid's pretty funny.
All right. So Andrew Andrew started his voting.
Mhm.
He said, "What'd you say?" You said House of
I
Hope is
said-
number 1.
House of Hope is number 1, and
torn.
man, gun to my head on Firestarter or Roquefort.
Gun to your head.
Firestarter.
Okay.
Firestarter.
Okay,
Okay.
Firestarter.
Austin?
I think We Sing wins for me. That's my
Okay.
number 1.
Mine too.
I tried to shit on it, but it is. It's hard to tell because
Best
it's such
part
a
of it.
great moment in a game that otherwise wasn't that into.
I mean, either.
and when I talk about because my other maybe not, I don't know.
Yeah.
Because the other ones for me it's the whole list. We Sing is amazing. House of Hope is incredible. Roquefort's awesome. The Pyramid's out for me, and Built for Rails is also awesome. But I do think about what Andrew said about like we could do an entire moment or sequence of just Zelda, but maybe that's just the discussion for best game,
Right,
like you
yeah.
said, Andrew. And
I do think there is something to be said about something that is kind of scripted and, pre-planned out and all that stuff, whereas opposed to maybe the aha moment for everyone in Zelda, because I do think that is a good argument for that. For me, that whole game is moment after moment after moment of discovery and figuring out different ways to manipulate this, these powers in this world and these, objects and the objectives. So,
I'm going to pull politics. I'm flip-flopping. I'm going to say House of Hope and Roquefort are my 2.
You bastard.
Yeah, sorry.
Where do you guys stand then?
So I'm going with We Sing because
Thank you.
That's
that
fair.
That's yeah.
I just flip-flopped because
I
I don't want Alan to win.
As for my second choice, you know what? It's just like I haven't played a lot of these moments on here, minus Built for Rails
Okay.
and Roquefort. As much as I want Zelda needs something on this list, but at the same time, when I think about it, it's like, what did I enjoy more? It's probably the Roquefort fight. It's like, if I'm being honest, my order is We Sing and Roquefort.
The Zelda moment was aided a lot by how much it was shared on social media and how much we talked about it.
Yeah.
But I think that I picked
That's still, it can still count.
I know.
Yeah.
I picked it because it encapsulates what makes Tears of the Kingdom great, but Tears of the Kingdom is kind of like greater than the sum of its parts experience. It's like when you put all the moments together.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say
Yeah.
I know this is gonna drag it out, but you remind me with the dragon thing. I was chilling in the underground at one point, doing something, focusing on something. Okay, and I was standing on top of like a mountain or a hill, and I glanced to my right, and I am staring face to face with one of the dragons, and nearly shit my pants. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. You guys come down here sometimes because they're perfectly harmless, and it's like a realization. It was like, I remember being genuinely terrified of just, you're in the middle of a like pitch blackness, and then you just come face to face with this monstrous dragon, and it's like, oh, hi there.
All right.
Cool.
We got it. We got to get
Sean.
cracking.
Yeah.
Oh.
So wait, what were your two?
We Sing and Roquefort.
Okay.
I can't attest to the pyramid as a scene.
Okay.
I think the argument of built for rails, for like I said, it's that whole game is moment after moment. It's like I could have written down every like awesome thing that happened, but the culmination of that means more for the testament to the game. So, mine's We Sing at the top, and because I didn't interact with the House of Hope or the Firestarter mission, the Roquefort fight, just the way that you guys are talking about it, and the feeling of FOMO, and there being so many great parts in that, seemingly so many great parts in that game. It implores me to want to go back and play that game.
I think that kind of declares We Sing as the winner, but
Well, no, technically, if you want to get mathematical about it, Roquefort wins because everybody mentioned Roquefort.
True. Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is that it was those two?
But everybody also said Roquefort was their second.
Yeah,
that's the thing. I think we were locking Roquefort for second, and then I mean, voting wise, it's 3-2 We Sing to House of Hope.
It doesn't have to be.
It doesn't have to be
like a democracy.
Well, you know,
but they're both musical segments.
They are. Well, that's the thing. If people feel as strongly about House of Hope as we do for We Sing, then it can be 1 and 2 that way.
So
as much as I don't want to let Rutherford go, I think that's the way it should be. If that's Andrew's number one,
you know what? I agree because I'm saying it's like I picked Roquefort very loosely from that list.
I think we lock it in at second.
Well, I was going to say, listen.
I think it should be We Sing and House of Hope.
I was going to say, if you two feel strongly about House of Hope, that's what I'm saying. And it's like, listen, Roquefort, it's just like all of us said it, but all of us put it in second place.
Andrew, how do you feel about House of Hope being second and We Sing being first?
As a function of what games I played and didn't, it's hard for me to say why it would trump something else. So,
as the only person that played both moments, I think in the spirit of the category, We Sing is a better choice.
Okay.
So I'm
fine with
it
is moment or sequence, and House of Hope is quite a sequence.
That's true, it is.
But
there's a dominatrix in it. There's singing in it. You steal a hammer in it.
Piss off the devil.
Yeah, you have to fuck over the devil and then kill him.
You know what? I've watched bits and pieces of this game being played. It's you're piecing it together for me. Yeah. No, this is I wouldn't have any issues with these two, but the ordering I definitely think would come down to you guys.
I mean, if you listen, that song in We Sing is so good, and I get the narrative significance and exactly how that would feel.
I'm okay with We Sing winning.
Yeah,
I'm okay with We Sing.
Yeah, if House of Hope is the runner-up.
It's not like Hi-Fi Rush didn't get its due diligence elsewhere already, so I can.
Yeah, I was gonna say I thought this was gonna be a fight to the death for you.
There's
like 19 moments in here. I know that's
the best collection of moments.
Oh God, is our entire list just gonna come down to Hi-Fi Rush, Baldur's Gate, and Alan Wake 2?
And Zelda. Don't forget Zelda
and Zelda. Yeah.
So okay, and surprise category: Whirring Wind Song of the Year.
Going outside, let's do them.
I don't know.
What else did we do that for?
Song? Have you heard We Sing?
What did
Matt made a best technical achievement category on the fly for Alan Wake 2
and Remnant 2. Yeah. Remnant 2 deserves, if anything, Remnant 2, because I was just playing that again, and it's just like I was drooling. It looks so good.
All right.
So just to recap for the day. So we have it was best aesthetic. The winners were Hi-Fi Rush, followed by Pizza Tower, Best narrative went to Baldur's Gate 3, runner-up Alan Wake 2. Best character is Chai from Hi-Fi Rush, and then Karlach from Baldur's Gate 3.
Hell yeah.
And for best moment or sequence is the We Sing section of Alan Wake 2, and right behind it, House of Hope from Baldur's Gate 3.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, part 1 of Hot Button's 2023 Game of the Year is complete. Part 1 of 5. No, it's just 2.
Just 2 parts.
So
this
stay
year.
tuned for part 2, where we cover 4 more categories, including the highly coveted Best Game Award. Until then, though, plugs?
Plugs, thank you for listening. Tune in next time for the second half of our Game of the Year, where we're talking about the actual quality of the games and not just the stuff in them. You can find that at hotbuttoncast.com, also on all the podcast services, and you can find out when it launches, because it might take a little while to edit. This is cracking 5 hours, so...
Yeah.
But you can find out when that launches on our socials, Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at HotButtonCast. Thank you for listening.
Bye.